Block 1 Audiobook title, Steel, Guns, and the Industrial Party in Another World, 00-238 Prologue TL, Etude. The flickering candlelight emitted a faint glow, casting a hunched shadow against the pristine white wall. This room, situated in the Scholar's Tower in the capital of the Gabella Empire, was occupied by an old man with completely white hair and beard. He was deeply engrossed in a pile of books and scrolls, meticulously flipping through each page, seemingly in search of some information. Outside, the bell tower's chimes resonated, an ancient and melodious sound echoing over the city, announcing the arrival of midnight. However, the old man appeared oblivious to the sound, continuing his diligent study. Quietly, the door of the room opened, and a young man holding a candlestick entered. He spoke softly. "Teacher, it's midnight. You really should rest now." "What? Is it that time already?" Only then did the old man close the hefty tome in his hands, pulling out a handkerchief to rub his sore eyes. "Yes, it's time to sleep well." Help me up, my bones are becoming more useless by the day." The young man set down the candlestick and slowly helped the old man to his feet. "Everyone at today's court meeting was very curious about what you've been doing these past few days." Even His Majesty inquired privately again. It must have been quite a headache for you to come up with a suitable excuse on the spot, wasn't it?" The young man, named Mund, hesitated with a slightly embarrassed look. Was that meteor a few days ago really worth such attention? As soon as these words were spoken, the smile on the old man's face immediately stiffened, and the furrowed brows indicated a disturbed mind. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you." Seeing the old man's serious expression, Mond looked ashamed. Sigh. "Mond, I'm not blaming you." "Being bold enough to question is a good quality," the old man quickly reassured. "Indeed, that meteor has left me unsettled. I hope it's just my overthinking. If, unfortunately, it brings disaster as recorded in the ancient scrolls, then based on previous accounts, this calamity will surpass our imagination. Let me tell you about the previous occurrences." He then unrolled a parchment and began to narrate what he had learned over the past few days. Near the Empire's bell tower, in a dark alley still echoing with the bell's chimes, a figure draped in a cloak silently entered. With the moonlight at his back, he slowly moved deeper into the alley, his face always shrouded in the shadow of his hood. At the first corner, he stopped. "Why are you so late today?" a rough voice rang out. Another cloaked figure was already waiting there, his face also hidden under the hood, with a thick beard barely visible. "The wind is about to rise, so I took extra precautions." "What preparations have you made?" "Ropes, canvas, and harpoons." The bearded man nodded and said, "With these, we can be confident at sea." "Go now, we'll be praying for you constantly at the church by the harbor." Then he vanished into the shadows, and the first cloaked man, after ensuring there were no abnormalities around, also left. Back in the Scholar's Tower, the old man had finished his narration some time ago, but Mond's forehead was beaded with cold sweat. After a long silence, Mond finally spoke. "If that's the case, shouldn't we immediately report to His Majesty and warn the people?" "No, we currently know nothing about the disaster itself, not its form, its exact time of arrival, nor any effective countermeasures. Revealing it prematurely would not only be futile but could also cause widespread panic and provide opportunities for those with ulterior motives." "You're right, I was too impulsive." The old man's disciple looked somewhat ashamed. The old man opened the window, and fresh air quickly filled the room. Looking out into the dark night, he murmured, "The wind is about to rise." Chapter 1, A Cliched Transmigration Plot! Chapter 1, A Cliched Transmigration Plot. TL, Etude. The harsh cold wind swirled in the pitch-black night sky. It was deep into the night, yet the main bedroom in the castle of the Lord of Lakeheart Town was still brightly lit. On the large bed in the bedroom lay a chubby, black-haired boy, about in his teens, currently unconscious. Not far from the bed, the castle's butler, Philip, was anxiously pacing. He alternated his gaze between the young boy on the bed and the priest who was busily attending to him. Finally, the priest ceased his actions. Unable to contain his anxiety, Philip immediately asked, "Father Anderson, how is the young master?" Father Anderson turned around, a look of regret on his face. "Butler Philip, unfortunately, The herbs previously applied and the holy water I just administered seemed to have had no effect on young Master Paul. I have only one more method left to try, if you agree to it. What method is that? Bloodletting therapy. I learnt it from a traveling physician. According to him, this method is widely used in most areas of the Gabella Empire and the Roman Kingdom and has remarkable effects on certain unusual ailments. Bloodletting? Butler Philip felt a wave of dizziness at the mention of the word. After pondering for a moment, he finally gritted his teeth and said, "All right, Father Anderson, let's do as you suggest." "Good. May the Lord of Light bless young Master Paul." Father Anderson raised his hands in prayer to his deity. Then, he instructed Philip to place a copper basin under the bed and took out a sharp small knife from the box he carried. As he was about to make a cut on the boy's arm, which he had pulled out from under the blankets, he suddenly felt the boy's pulse twitch under his left hand that was holding the boy's arm, followed by a series of strong beats. Sensing something unusual, Father Anderson put down the knife and continued to observe. The boy's pulse gradually stabilized, and then, his eyelids slowly opened. "Blessed by the Lord of Light!" exclaimed Father Anderson and Butler Philip in unison, surprised and delighted. "What the heck? What's this awful smell?" The boy, upon opening his eyes, uttered a sentence that neither of the two men could understand. As his vision fully returned, the boy sat up and found himself completely bewildered. Xiao Kai was an ordinary Chinese programmer who enjoyed reading various online novels. What frustrated him was that the novels he followed were often niche, and their authors, lacking motivation, would gradually shift from daily updates to monthly, then annually, or even abandon them altogether. Conversely, what he considered simplistic stories seemed to flood the market. While there were indeed some masterpieces that were both popular and to his taste, they were few, and invariably, they had their flaws. One day, he decided to write his own novel, determined to persist even if no one read it, to make up for all the past disappointments. As a faithful follower of the Chinese Industrial Party 1, he naturally chose to write about a world where science-based firearms and cannons overpower the magical elements. Not wanting to make the protagonist's powers too obvious, he decided to have the protagonist start from scratch in climbing the technological tree. He spent a lot of effort gathering what were dubbed essential transmigration texts and materials, like the Barefoot Doctor's Manual for Winning Hearts, Practical Farming and Irrigation for Ample Food, and militia training courses for maintaining peace. In short, the more, the better. After carefully studying for half a month, he finally planned to start writing. Unexpectedly, years of work had severely deteriorated his writing skills. Even drafting a beginning took him an embarrassingly long time. "I used to scoff at those simplistic writings, but at least they managed to write something." Feeling deeply embarrassed, Xiao Kai decided to pull an all-nighter to finish the first chapter. After struggling to piece together the first chapter in a haphazard manner, he could no longer resist the urge to sleep and dozed off at his computer. In a daze, a pungent odor assaulted his senses, jolting his consciousness back from sleep. To his astonishment, upon opening his eyes, he found the entire world had changed. Xiao Kai, or rather, now Paul Grayman, looked around with a mind full of question marks. The opulent carpet, furniture crafted from expensive wood, artistically adorned walls, and the soft mattress underneath him. This was exactly like the protagonist's bedroom he had described in the first chapter of his novel. Xiao Kai, now in the body of Paul, pinched his face to confirm he wasn't dreaming. It hurt, indicating this was real. Butler Philip hurriedly approached. "Young master, you've finally awakened. Please be assured, this is not a dream." Paul then noticed two other people in the room. The one who had just approached was a thin, tall man in his 40s with slightly graying hair, dressed in a black tailcoat, resembling the typical butler seen in movies. The other, appearing to be in his 30s and dressed in wide robes, seemed to be some sort of clergyman. "Where am I? Why do I feel sticky?" Paul noticed he was speaking the same unfamiliar language as the others. "You're in your bedroom, young master. You're covered in an ointment applied by Father Anderson. Please try not to move too much," explained the butler. "Young master? Who are you?" Seeing that the young master did not recognize him, Philip looked bewildered and turned to Father Anderson for an explanation. "Don't worry, Mr. Butler. Temporary amnesia after a coma is not uncommon. With adequate rest and care, your guidance will gradually help him recover. assured further Anderson. Relieved, Anderson continued to check on Paul. He seems to be fine physically. Let's let him rest for today. Keep the ointment on and clean it off tomorrow. Thank you so much for your help today, Philip gratefully said. It's my duty. I'll leave now and return tomorrow to check on the young master. Paul, now somewhat more lucid, realized the reality of his transmigration. How did this happen? He was just asleep, and now he's in another world? He lay back down, forcing himself to calm down and prioritize survival in this new world. From the looks of it, his current identity seemed to be of high status, which meant his basic needs would likely be met. Although he had lost his previous memories, he could speak the language of this world. Using amnesia as an excuse seemed like a feasible way to blend in, and this thought slightly eased his mind. After a while, Butler Philip returned, tidied up his bed, and said, "Rest well tonight, young master. If you need anything, just pull the bell rope by your bed. I'll be in the next room." With a respectful bow, he left. Paul lay in bed, beginning to carefully consider his future in this new life. 1. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/industrial_party_China. Chapter 2, Beginning of a Life in Another World! Chapter 2, Beginning of a Life in Another World. T.L. Etude. Paul Grayman yawned and stretched. Young Master Paul, forgive my frankness, but your actions just now hardly befit the air of your esteemed family. Butler Philip pointed out his misconduct once again. Here we go again, Paul muttered internally, straightening up. Since waking up that morning, whether dressing, washing, or eating, the butler had been meticulously critical of his actions. And, to his chagrin, he discovered that toothbrushes and toothpaste were twigs and salt, and soap was made from pig pancreas, all natural. Father Anderson had just visited again to confirm his health was no longer in jeopardy. Upon waking up, Paul's mind was filled with fragmented memories of this body's past life. Apparently, he was the son of a count, and his previous behavior wasn't much different from the unruly and spoiled scions he knew from his previous life. Luckily, his body hadn't matured enough to have done any truly reprehensible deeds. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately for his current situation, the body's father, the Count, had led troops against pirates a few days ago. Deeming his son of age to witness combat, he had brought him along. They were ambushed en route, and the Count died heroically during their escape, while his son was knocked unconscious by a pirate's stone. Thanks to the family knights and guards who fought fiercely, they managed to return to the Lord's castle with the body of the old Grayman and the unconscious young master. With Paul in a coma and showing no signs of waking, the castle had to hold a funeral for the old Count in his absence. By the time Paul awoke, a week had passed since his injury. Butler Philip had been trying to help him recover his memory by recounting past events and answering any questions arising from his amnesia, saving Paul much effort. "So, my father and I were ambushed by pirates, and my father has passed away?" "Yes, those cursed, damned pirates." "You must avenge the Count." Philip, having served the old Grayman for decades, was visibly moved to tears by the memory. "Don't worry, I'll avenge my father. I wish I could flay those pirates and eat their flesh," Paul said, knowing well what was expected of him. The pirates, emboldened by their recent victory, have been raiding the shores, taking advantage of the leaderless state of our land. "Are they likely to attack here?" "The knights have arranged defensive measures. Lakeheart town is currently safe." "Given your previous unconscious state, everyone decided to wait for your recovery before taking further actions. I've informed the stewards of your awakening. They will come this afternoon to discuss future strategies." "Right, Philip, take me to my father's grave first." As more fragments of Paul Grayman's memories surfaced, he wondered whether he had usurped this body or if this was a reincarnation with retained memories. The thought of mourning at his father's grave stirred a sense of kinship, inclining him towards the latter. If so, he resolved to live well in this new world as the heir of this family. "I neglected that." "Please, young master, do not be overly saddened. Your body has just recovered. The graveyard is behind the castle. Follow me." In the afternoon, all stewards still in Lakeheart town gathered in the castle's great hall. The mood was somber due to the recent loss of the lord, with everyone showing visible grief, a testament to the old count's popularity. Sitting in the lord's seat, Paul felt incredibly nervous. In his past life, He had only attended meetings to take notes in a corner, never having experienced being the center of attention. Additionally, the sight of a room full of people in medieval attire added an air of unreality. Ahem. Paul cleared his throat awkwardly. Butler Philip, standing by his side, spoke up. Young Master Paul is still recovering from a serious illness, and his health isn't in the best condition. Now that everyone is here, let's discuss how to deal with the current situation. The crowd began to discuss in small groups. I'll start. Now is the time to regroup and teach those pirates a lesson. Their raids on the coast have already aroused great public anger. If we let them continue unabated, we'll have no face to meet our people. A broad-shouldered, square-faced man stood up, voicing his opinion loudly. Agreed, I second that. His words garnered considerable support. This pirate invasion is unusual. They've never ventured this deep inland before. Since the Count's passing, our troops' morale is low. We shouldn't act rashly but should seek assistance from neighboring lords. Voices of dissent were also heard, but even if the nearest lord agrees to send help, it won't arrive for at least half a month, right? The room soon became divided between these two views. Paul wanted to interject but was unsure what to say. He picked up a cup of water from the table to mask his discomfort. Enough, everyone. The square-faced man suddenly called for silence. We should listen to the young master's opinion and let him make the final decision. But he's just a boy, what does he know? A somewhat sinister-looking man muttered, watch your tone. Paul Grayman is the only legitimate heir of this land and our future lord. The square-faced man stood up fiercely, confronting the naysayer. His surrounding knights also glared at the man, some even resting hands on their swords. Intimidated, the sinister man shrank back, lowering his head. Philip, the butler, quickly intervened. Let's not fight among ourselves. We face a common enemy. Young master, please say something. Realizing silence was no longer an option, Paul spoke confidently. Yes, we must remain calm and united to overcome this crisis. Addressing the square-faced man, he asked, and you are? Bryce Auld, your military commander. Philip had already informed everyone of the young master's memory loss, so Bryce introduced himself without expecting Paul to recognize him. How many soldiers can we muster? We have 263 soldiers ready for battle, including 15 knights and 20 attendants. There are also about 300 militiamen from various villages, though their quality is mixed and they lack formal training. Are our soldiers a standing army? I mean, do they train daily throughout the year? How is that possible? These men are essential labor in their homes, usually gathered for training once a month or quarter. They're assembled in Lakeheart town now due to the pirate invasion. How many pirates are there? About 500, based on estimates during the ambush. Such a large-scale incursion is unprecedented. We're at a disadvantage, but they don't all raid together. We could ambush them in return. Bryce reiterated his proactive stance. What about logistics? How long can our supplies last? No worries there. Soldiers brought some rations, and the town's stores can feed a few hundred easily. We're not besieged. Paul's questions earned him some respect, dispelling any lingering doubts about his competence. He seemed more responsible than his previous frivolous image suggested. Aware of the responsibility he now shouldered, we could expand our military to match the pirates, then train for a month before seeking an opportunity to annihilate them. Meanwhile, we can send envoys for reinforcements. I think that's a good idea. Paul agreed, striking a balance between showing courage and avoiding recklessness. With his agreement, no one opposed. They discussed details of recruitment and, finally, Paul's formal inheritance of the title and land. As the rightful heir, there was little debate, and it was swiftly agreed that the chief steward would report to the royal court for official recognition and seek assistance against the pirates. Feeling more comfortable in his new role, Paul remembered his grand plans from the night before. Faced with a troubled land and leaderless people, he saw an opportunity to shine the light of industrial civilization on this wild land. His determination surged. Philip whispered, if there's nothing else, young master, we should conclude the meeting. The knights need to inspect the defenses. Yes, defending against the pirates is the priority. Paul announced the meeting's end, and everyone began to leave. Hold on, everyone. Paul called out as they were exiting. Considering the current unrest, I've decided to review our troops in the square to boost morale. He wanted to see for himself what his army looked like. Chapter 3, The Fallen Baron! Chapter 3, The Fallen Baron. T.L. Etude. Hansel Abbott, a once respected baron in the kingdom of Ordo, now found himself in a pitiable state, fleeing with a group of ragged refugees along a muddy country road. "Damn traitors," he grumbled repeatedly. Just a week ago, the Duke Charles, notoriously known as the Greedy Wolf, had instigated a rebellion. The king, already bedridden due to a severe illness, was unconscious, and the only person who could have quelled the rebellion, the princess, was leading her knights to the eastern highlands to repel barbarian invasions at the kingdom's borders. Though the duke's ambitions were well known, the royal strategy had been to placate him. No one expected the rebellion to erupt so suddenly. Worse yet, the capital city's guard commander, Sir Hals, a man previously thought loyal to the royal house, revealed himself as the duke's spy, seizing control of the city while the royal army was away. The Abbott family had always been perceived as staunch royalists. Fearing for his safety, Hansel had not dared to return home, instead fleeing towards the highlands with his personal servant, Tom. Order in the Crystal Shine region collapsed overnight, with bandits seemingly appearing out of nowhere. The city guards began a reign of terror, raiding and looting, indistinguishable from bandits themselves. As the Duke's fearsome reputation grew, many civilians and smaller noble families loyal to the crown started fleeing. Hansel gathered rumors from other refugees, learning that the rebels hadn't found the king when they stormed the palace. In a last-minute move, the Royal Academy's martial students were mobilized, and along with a few royal guards, managed to evacuate the comatose king and other key figures through the north gate. Hansel had seen carriages bearing the royal crest on the road, but, unlike other refugees, he didn't follow them, sensing something amiss. Now, leading his servant Tom on a different path, Hansel encountered many other refugees. Their carriage had gotten stuck in the mud earlier, and while they struggled, bandits robbed them of their remaining money and horse. Cursing the rebels was all the baron could do. Just as the master and servant decided to rest by the roadside, a noble's carriage, its crest concealed, passed by. From its window appeared a face Hansel despised but now found somewhat comforting. Well, if it isn't Abbott." A fleeting schadenfreude crossed the other's face, extinguishing any feeling of kinship Hansel had felt. Regardless, the group of fully armed knights following the carriage reassured him, and he decided to swallow his pride and seek help. "Matthew, old friend, I've been robbed by shameless bandits. Can you help a brother out?" Matthew smirked. "Of course, how can I let my good friend Baron Hansel Abbott be seen like this among refugees? It would be huge blow to our noble image." His exaggerated tone and loud voice attracted the attention of nearby refugees as he opened the carriage door. "Thank you, I knew you wouldn't abandon an old friend." Climbing into the carriage, Hansel vowed to return the mockery if Matthew ever fell on hard times. Matthew Stumman, Hansel's schoolmate and biggest rival, was always his direct opponent in debates. Their heated arguments were legendary, and they often maligned each other behind their backs, each deeming the other a sneaky villain. Now, Hansel Abbott, a baron of the esteemed kingdom of Ordo, was forced to rely on his archenemy for escape. Such is the fickleness of life. Hansel sighed, feeling a twinge of relief that his mother and sister, who had been away visiting relatives, were not in the capital. "Hansel, stop moping, tell me, what's your plan?" asked Matthew. Straightening his collar, Hansel regained some composure. "In these turbulent times, I naturally plan to serve under the princess. My talents may be modest, but aiding the royal house in its hour of need is my family's unshakable duty." HMPH, always so righteous. "Well, I have the same intention. The Stumman family's loyalty to the crown is second to none. Do you think the princess will take us in?" "Where were you when the rebellion started, Matthew?" "I was at my family's estate outside the city, auditing accounts. I received a message from my father to head to the highlands and join the princess. I saw carriages with the royal crest on the road. Why didn't you follow them? And you didn't either, did you?" "In such chaos, flaunting the royal crest so openly, do you take me for a fool? You always underestimated me." Their conversation was interrupted when the carriage suddenly stopped. Apprehensively, they wondered if they had encountered rebels or bandits. A voice with a foreign accent called out from outside, Is there someone from the Stummen family here? May we speak with you? Matthew and Hansel cautiously stepped out of the carriage to see an old man standing by a roadside carriage, bowing respectfully in noble fashion. I am Baron Wackley Ford, the chief steward of the Count of Grayman from the northwest coast. I bring greetings from my lord to both of you. Good day, I'm Baron Matthew Stummen, and this is Baron Hansel Abbott. What can we do for you? I was traveling to the capital to see His Majesty on official business, but I've encountered numerous families fleeing northwards. They speak of a rebellion in the capital. May I ask what exactly is happening? Ah, you must be unaware, coming from afar. It's all the doing of that Jar's fellow. He betrayed the king. Oh? The Duke known as Greedy Wolf? Yes, the capital is now under his allies' control. I'd advise against going there. I haven't been to the capital in a decade, and to think I would arrive amidst such turmoil. Jar's is truly detestable. Indeed, we're both fleeing to avoid falling into the hands of the rebels. We plan to join the princess, who is currently leading troops in the highlands against barbarians. With her prowess, she'll soon return to quell the rebellion. What of His Majesty? He was presumably rescued. If you wish, Baron Ford, you can accompany us to the princess. The king recently fell ill and has entrusted the princess with state affairs. Is that so? Very well. Then I'll be in your care on this journey. If you're enjoying the story, please leave a rating and review. For announcements or to report mistakes, please join my Discord, https://discord.gg/2sz2zisp. Chapter 4, The Princess's Decision! Chapter 4, The Princess's Decision. T.L. Etude. In the northeastern territory of the Kingdom of Ordo, adjacent to the highest mountain range in the known world, the Rocky Mountains, lies a vast plateau known as the Eastern Highlands. Technically part of the kingdom, it is home to various unassimilated barbarian tribes, some nominally subservient to the kingdom and others utterly defiant, frequently causing border conflicts. Due to the rugged terrain, difficult supply lines, and the effects of high altitude, the kingdom had long struggled to exert control over the area. Fortunately, the tribes lacked unity, keeping each other in check and preventing any significant issues. This year, however, was markedly different. As spring farming commenced, several tribes, traditionally hostile to the kingdom, synchronously began causing trouble. The kingdom's border troops were caught off guard, and by the time news reached the Crystal Shine Fortress, the situation in the highlands had deteriorated significantly. After an emergency meeting, it was decided that the princess herself would lead the army to drive out the tribes. Although it was evident something unusual was afoot with the coordinated tribal uprising, there was no time for a thorough investigation. With spring planting at stake, swift action was deemed necessary. The hastily assembled barbarian coalition was no match for the well-trained royal army. After over a month of fighting, the tribes were on the verge of being pushed back to the highlands when the worst happened. Duke Charles, the Greedy Wolf, rebelled. A military council was now being held in a heavily guarded central tent in the kingdom's army camp. Your Highness, esteemed generals, that's all the information I have. I believe everyone now has a general understanding of the situation in the capital, said a man with a goatee and hawk nose, having just briefed on the latest from Crystal Shine Fortress. A long silence followed, broken only by the sound of breathing in the tent. Finally, a voice broke the deadlock. Fortunately, His Majesty is not in the hands of the rebels. Is he safe? Where is he? The speaker was a young general with spiky brown hair, radiating a strong presence despite his somewhat disheveled appearance due to the ongoing war. Rest assured, His Majesty is safe, accompanied by the royal physician and the court priest. Viscount Klein, the young general who had posed the question, nodded without pressing further on his question. Given that even the loyal city guards had been turned, who could guarantee there were no spies within their camp? With the silence broken, the generals began to discuss vigorously. We must immediately allocate a force to me. I'll crush the traitors and reclaim the capital. We cannot act rashly. The war with the barbarians is not yet over. We must not divide our forces. What? And just let those scoundrels run amok? Don't forget, the capital holds vast military supplies. If we're late, the rebels will have looted everything. Idiots who know nothing of strategy. What did you say? Lester, dare to duel? The woman sitting at the head of the table, dressed in knightly armor, with dazzling golden curls and a face captivating even without makeup, was Catherine Rodney, the princess of the Kingdom of Ordo. Her furrowed brows and piercing blue eyes were fixed on the map in front of her. The general's quarreling seemed not to affect her. After a while, she raised her head and straightened her posture. Everyone. Her voice instantly quieted the room. Let's first hear about the responses from other parts of the kingdom. Lord Merlin, please share what you know. The goatee-sporting Count Merlin nodded at the princess and continued. Apart from those who were already in cahoots with Jars, no other nobility or power has openly supported him. This is most peculiar. Even with a surprise attack, Jars's chances against us are only 50-50. Moreover, Duke Dodge has declared his unwavering loyalty to the crown, vowing to resist Jars to the end. Excellent, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The Dodge family's territory lay on the essential route from Jars lands to the capital. With this nail in place, it wouldn't be easy for Jar's main army to smoothly support the capital's rebels. However, the problem is that with Jar's rebellion, many hidden powers have become restless. Pirates along the northwest coast and bandits in the southern mountains have suddenly become rampant, causing chaos in the kingdom's security. Currently, many lords are too preoccupied to leave their lands to support the king. Additionally, quite a few seem to be in a wait-and-see state, neither expressing support for Jars nor clearly following the royal family. A general slammed his fist on the table in front of him. Those indecisive scoundrels, we can't let them off. The princess, in military attire, asked the generals, do any of you have suggestions for our next move? Klein pondered before speaking. Your Highness, I believe our primary task should still be to recapture the capital. If the capital is not in our hands, it's a significant blow to the morale of the troops and the people. Fortunately, the old Duke Dodge has blocked Jar's main force, which is an excellent opportunity for us. Everyone agreed with Klein's opinion. Catherine nodded, then slowly stood up. The generals focused on the princess, knowing she had made a decision. Commands were issued to the generals. Lester, you must immediately lead 1,000 cavalry to Dodge's territory, day and night, to help the old duke hold the fortress. Yes, as long as the fortress stands, I stand. If it falls, I fall. Herman, take your men to scout the rebel situation in the capital and report any developments immediately. Yes. Dawn, inform Chieftain Giraffe that he can move. Upon success, he will be officially recognized as the Highland Count of the kingdom. I'll see to it right away. The rest of you, follow the plan we've set. We must end this war within 10 days. Understood. The others responded in unison. The meeting then concluded, and everyone went to arrange their tasks. Only Count Merlin remained, kneeling to the princess after everyone left. I am incompetent, failing to detect the rebellion in time, leading to the fall of the capital and the king's misfortune. I am truly to blame. You indeed are. The princess's gaze turned cold. The king entrusted you with a significant responsibility, the kingdom's intelligence system. Yet, you let the rebellion happen right under your nose, the fall of the capital, not to mention other impacts. Do you know how greatly it has affected our troops' morale, with so many of their families living there? Count Merlin bowed his head even lower, feeling the princess's anger. Please, Your Highness, allow me to accept the death penalty. Enough. Now is not the time to discuss punishments. From now on, focus the intelligence system on Jar's rebels. Don't miss any detail, no matter how small. Yes, I will redeem myself and ensure no such negligence occurs again. Also, keep an eye on those fence-sitters. I don't want another rebel force suddenly emerging behind us. Certainly. And regarding the local lords, I have a suggestion. Oh? Let's hear it. For those lords with unclear stances, we can work both overtly and covertly. I'll arrange for more surveillance in secret, while openly, we can send royal commissioners to their lands. They can publicize Jar's crimes and urge them to send troops to support the king, morally pressuring them. That's a good plan. There are many nobles from the capital who have fled to our army recently. Choose the royal commissioners from among them. You're in charge of this. Yes, I'll arrange it immediately. If you're enjoying the story, please leave a rating and review. For announcements or to report mistakes, please join my Discord, https://discord.gg/2sz2zisp. Chapter 5, Building an Army in Lakeheart Town! Chapter 5, Building an Army in Lakeheart Town. TL, Etude, Paul Grayman spent nearly a week familiarizing himself with and adapting to the daily work and life of a lord, during which time the original memories of his body gradually recovered completely. His domain was part of the Ordo Kingdom, located at the westernmost edge of the known world. To the east of the kingdom, numerous human nations spread out, among which the Gabella Empire was the most powerful. To the north and east of the kingdom lay vast mountain ranges, home to many dwarven clans. North of the Rocky Mountains was an endless grassland inhabited by countless orc tribes, and further north lay the scarcely trodden endless ice plains. In the southern part of the known world, there were discontinuous vast rainforests, where the elves, known for their beauty and elegance, resided. What concerned him was the existence of a massive religious organization in this world, the Church. It had different official titles in various historical periods, but later people simply referred to it as the Church. Its faith was almost universal among human nations and even had followers among other races. The priest he met on the night he woke up was a clergyman of this religion. With his current memory, he did not know much about the history of this religion and whether it had any dark past. However, it was certain that there were not a few fanatical believers among humans, as he had witnessed several with his limited experience. The Church's directly controlled land was not vast, only slightly larger than a duchy, but its influence was enormous. This is such a cliché setting, isn't it? Every transmigration world seems to have its shadow. He was too exhausted to complain further. Additionally, it seemed that magic existed in this world. Although, including the nobility, most people might never see a magic user in their entire lives, and many regarded magic as a myth. Yet, his butler, Philip, earnestly claimed that as a child, he was saved from bandits by a mage. According to Philip, the mage gestured with his left hand, muttered words, and then a fireball burst from the staff in his right hand, striking the bandit's face with the speed of lightning. Well, since there were fantastical races like dwarves, elves, and orcs, the existence of magic was not impossible. However, he was more inclined to believe that what the butler saw was some sort of magic trick. On the first weekend after he woke up, the long-awaited military parade finally began. As per his request, the soldiers were arranged into 3 squares and passed through the small square under the command of the knights. "Is this my army?" The young count's face turned ashen. The soldiers in the squares were dressed haphazardly in various attire, the only uniform element being a tunic emblazoned with the Grayman family crest. Initially, the formation was relatively neat, but it soon fell into disarray as they marched. By the time they reached him, the formation was a complete mess, loosely scattered and hardly resembling a square anymore. "Gentlemen, we need to raise our army's standards," Paul declared, his face grim. After gathering the knights, the knights exchanged glances until Bryce stepped forward. "Lord Count, our region is quite remote and has never been coveted by other lords. Combined with the simple local customs, we've been rather lax in military preparedness. To be honest, we never expected pirates to raid so far inland from the coast. A bloody lesson indeed, comrades. Gentlemen." The young lord sighed deeply, looking deeply distressed. The last defeat was a bloody lesson. The knights were shamefaced, still haunted by the death of the old count. Seizing the moment, Paul announced, "That's why I've decided to personally oversee the training of the new recruits." "Yes, Lord Count." While the knights were skeptical about the young count's military expertise, the embarrassing performance of the parade troops left them without the courage to voice any objections. Another week passed, and the new recruitment drive added a total of 315 new soldiers. Paul decided to reorganize the army based on his knowledge of Earth's military structures before his transmigration. He announced his reorganization plan to the knights. The army was structured into 5 levels: regiment, battalion, company, platoon, and squad. A typical squad consisted of 10 people under normal conditions, with a squad leader and deputy. Following the principle of threes, a platoon consisted of 3 squads and had a platoon leader and deputy. A company comprised 3 platoons and a mess team, led by a company leader and deputy. A battalion was made up of 3 companies, and a regiment consisted of 3 battalions, each with their respective leaders and deputies. Correspondingly, he adapted a military rank system from his previous world. According to the current structure, there were 2 ranks for soldiers: private, first-class private, 3 ranks for non-commissioned officers, corporal, sergeant, staff sergeant, 3 for junior officers, second lieutenant, first lieutenant, captain, and 3 for field officers, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel, along with defined corresponding duties for each rank. He also established a chain of command for special circumstances, such as when a commander is incapacitated or killed. The command would first pass according to position, then rank, and finally by length of service. For instance, in a company, if the company leader was incapacitated, the deputy would take over. If the deputy was also unavailable, the squad leaders would assume command in order of their rank. If their ranks were the same, it would be decided by their length of service, and so on for other units. This rank system was meant to organize the troops more tightly, avoiding the old army's issue where the unit would disperse if the commander fell. With this system, a new commander would automatically step up in order, ensuring the sustainability of combat effectiveness. The knights were somewhat dazed by these complex titles. Some suggested simplifying the ranks to just 4 levels: private, non-commissioned officer, junior officer, and field officer, without further subdivisions, considering the army's size was just a few hundred. But the young count rejected this idea, arguing the importance of establishing a comprehensive structure for future expansion. Paul inwardly criticized them for their short-sightedness, thinking he hadn't even introduced larger military units and higher ranks like division, army, army group, generals, and the marshals. He refrained from proposing larger units and higher ranks because the current army was too small, and he dared not push too far. The largest current formation, a company, would number over 1,000 if fully staffed. For a remote count's domain, this was already a significant military force. Proposing larger formations could risk being accused of rebellion, especially considering that a knightly order in the capital might only number over 10,000. Moreover, those who had seen battle and served the country merited the title of general. It would be absurd for rural knights, who mostly dealt with bandits and pirates, to hold titles like major general or general. There was also dissent regarding assigning a mess team to each platoon, deemed unnecessary by some. Paul, however, passionately defended its significance, emphasizing the importance of a unified uniform for a regular army, which no one opposed, seeing his conviction. Finally, Paul proposed to regularize the army and compensate the soldiers' families for their loss of labor. The knights had no objections since it was the Lord's money, but the butler Philip nearly fainted. Recruiting soldiers had already cost a considerable sum, and now the young master was increasing expenses, and long-term at that. Philip thought it prudent to advise him on financial matters soon. After the meeting, what pained Philip even more was the young master's instruction to tailor 2 sets of uniforms for each soldier within a month. Despite his strong opposition to such wasteful expenditure, the young master repeatedly emphasized the importance of uniformity in a regular army, leaving Philip no choice but to comply. If you're enjoying the story, please leave a rating and review. For announcements or to report mistakes, please join my Discord, https://discord.gg/2sz2zisp. Chapter 6, New Recruit Training 1! Chapter 6, New Recruit Training 1. TL, Etude. The day after meeting with the knights, Paul reorganized his forces according to his new plan, dividing nearly 600 soldiers, both new and old, into 2 infantry battalions. After arranging the soldiers, he remembered the guards from the Lord's mansion. Being someone with a touch of compulsiveness, he decided to organize them as well, establishing a separate unit for them, the Inner Guard unit. He modeled the structure after the paramilitary system from his previous life, with the basic units still being squads and teams. Higher up, it was organized into squadrons, brigades, and detachments, corresponding to company, battalion, and regiment in the military. The Lord's Mansion Guards, numbering only 60, were organized into 2 platoons. As for the knights and their squires, this was more problematic. After all, knights were on the threshold of nobility, and, as he observed, the divide between nobles and commoners in this world was quite significant. Mixing them into a single system might cause dissatisfaction. His position as a lord was not yet secure, but setting aside such a considerable force as an independent unit also seemed odd. So, he first had a secret discussion with Bryce, expressing his ideas and concerns. Surprisingly, Bryce told him he was overthinking it and explained further. Originally, when the Grayman family was sent to the northwest coast by the king, it was a form of exile. The previous vassals were either implicated and punished or had switched allegiances. The current knights in the territory. Well, how should I put it? Bryce hesitated. It's a bit offensive to say, but your family was prohibited by the royal family from enabling new vassals. Although your ancestors granted us knightly fiefs, our status as knights is not officially recognized by the kingdom or other nobles. People usually refer to us as wild knights. Apart from knowing some literacy and martial arts, we are not much different from commoners. Most of us even work in the fields. Paul, curious, asked, "What about Baron Ford?" His title was inherited from distant relatives. He had served your family for a long time before inheriting his title. Also, he is a rogue noble, having only the title but no land. I see. Then you should bring them into the army. You seem to have quite an influence among them. Bryce, sweating, quickly agreed. Oh, not at all. I can only outdrink them at the table. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you, my lord. As Bryce said, there was no conflict with the knights and their squires. Most of them were appointed as officers at various levels. Bryce and another knight named Claude were appointed as commanders of the 1st and 2nd Infantry Battalions, respectively. Then a series of physical fitness tests were conducted to select squad leaders. Initially, literacy was considered as a major criterion for selection, but it turned out that almost all of the few hundred people were illiterate, with only a few being able to recognize and spell their names. Reluctantly, they had to focus on physical fitness. Due to the low overall educational level of the troops, the appointed junior officers were given the title acting in front of their ranks, and the military ranks were temporary. All soldiers were initially private, and acting squad leaders were temporary corporals. All right, given the current tense military situation, we should start training without delay, the young count said enthusiastically. Despite opposition, he was determined to take the troops to the forest outside the town for training and announced that they would camp in the forest during the training period. He took only the 2nd Infantry Battalion and the 1st Inner Guard platoon with him. The 1st Battalion was left in Lakehart Town to respond to emergencies. After choosing a suitable location, the new recruits began to set up camp under the guidance of the experienced soldiers. Paul summoned Knight Claude, now Major Claude, to discuss the training plan. Paul handed Claude a parchment filled with writing, proudly saying, "Take a look, Claude. Have you ever seen a more brilliant training plan?" Claude quickly scanned the document and, sweating profusely, said, "My lord, this kind of training could be lethal." "What? How could that be? I've already cut down many sections for this abridged version." "My lord, this intensity of training is almost comparable to what I underwent as a knight's attendant. If you could endure it, why can't they? Nutrition is crucial." "My lord, although I was not well off back then, I at least had meat once a week. These soldiers of commoner origin don't have such conditions. Based on the previous food standards, we can only ensure they don't go hungry, but with increased physical activity, it's hard to sustain without meat." Paul slapped his forehead. "I hadn't considered that. I'll write a letter to Philip immediately to enhance our food supply, especially meat. Additionally, we'll organize hunting parties daily." Claude laughed. "Well, I have no objections, but I guess Steward Philip will have a stroke." "My lord, aside from physical training, your plan also mentions standing at attention, marching, and drill exercises, which are quite baffling." "I understand the words, but could you explain further?" "Discipline, Claude, discipline. Did you see the fiasco at the previous parade? Our army must be uniform and orderly, advancing and retreating in unison, always acting as one entity. That's how we create an imposing presence, not like a bunch of ragtag militia." Claude, sweating profusely from his forehead, replied, "Even the kingdom's regular army isn't this demanding." "All right, you have a point. Now that it's getting late, let's skip the other subjects for now. How about we start with standing at attention before dinner to whet the appetite?" "Hey hey hey." Watching the bustling soldiers, the eager young count rubbed his hands together, emitting a sinister laugh that sent shivers down Claude's spine. If you're enjoying the story, please leave a rating and review. For announcements or to report mistakes, please join my Discord, https://discord.gg/2sz2zisp, military. Squad. Chapter 7, New Recruit Training 2, exclamation mark. Chapter 7, New Recruit Training 2, TL, Etude. Makarov, with a cross tied to his back, stood in agony, internally complaining countless times. What's the use of this training against pirates? What on earth is this for? He wanted to turn his head to see the state of the person next to him, but suppressed the thought immediately. Several unfortunate souls had already been severely reprimanded by Major Claude for making small movements while standing at attention, and were even denied their meals. Makarov certainly didn't want to go hungry. The new lord really was an oddity. Makarov continued his internal rant, perplexed by the strange exercises like standing at attention and the marching. Even the officers of knightly origin were forced into such training. Oh, and the marching. Makarov felt utterly embarrassed just thinking about it. The bizarre posture still made him blush. He was grateful that they weren't training in the town, or else the locals would have had a good laugh. He guessed the young lord suffered from a severe case of OCD. His demands for uniformity and order seemed to have reached a perverted level. It was one thing to require unison and coordination in marching and running, but insisting on blankets being folded into perfect squares was over the top. If the young lord hadn't demonstrated how to fold them himself and personally guided those who did it wrong, Makarov would have suspected this was all a cruel joke. The only sane part of the training was the daily morning or afternoon drills, personally instructed by Major Claude. Makarov felt this was the only part beneficial for surviving and fighting in battles. He listened intently and practiced with all his might. Despite his complaints, Makarov held a great deal of respect, even gratitude, towards the young lord. Not just because they had eaten meat twice this week, but for a more significant reason. The lord was teaching them to read. For most commoners, literacy was a lifelong unattainable skill due to lack of opportunity and resources. Of course, there were literate commoners, like merchants, minstrels, or noble servants, but they were rare compared to the vast majority of the populace. In some remote areas, literacy was as mythical as magic, believed to be accessible only to nobles and divine servants. Many commoners only recognized their names, and a large number couldn't even do that. Even in human realms, Makarov heard that many beastmen tribes in the Great Plains used knots on ropes to record events. He vividly recalled the moment the young lord announced the literacy class, using evening time to teach everyone to read. The incredulous expressions of the soldiers and Major Claude's shocked face, wide enough to fit a goose egg, was unforgettable. However, many soldiers thought being a soldier and eating the lord's grain didn't require literacy. They were fools content with their ignorance. In Makarov's view, he didn't want to live his life in such a dazed state. Suddenly, a whistle sounded, followed by Major Claude's loud command, "All troops, assemble." Makarov immediately dropped his thoughts and moved toward the standard bearer in front of Claude, standing shoulder to shoulder in a line with his row. After a week's training, this had almost become reflex. "Stand at ease," commanded the major. Then, the young lord approached and began to speak. "Soldiers, I am very pleased with your progress this past week. You have met my standards in military posture, so I announce that from now on, you won't need to tie the crosses while standing at attention." He paused, noting the absence of cheers, and nodded in satisfaction. "However, there are still deficiencies. According to Major Claude, many of you are still struggling with fighting techniques. This won't do in a fight against truthless criminals. You must continue to practice diligently. Remember, more sweat in training, less blood in battle." Not because Lord Paul wasted half the training time on standing at attention and marching, many soldiers grumbled internally. "Also, your internal affairs," the Lord continued. "I've emphasized personal and collective hygiene every time I speak. This is the last time I'll say this. If I find any tent with littering again, I swear I'll have the entire squad run around the camp until they drop. Now, I have good news. I had Steward Philip order uniforms for everyone, and they've arrived today. Let's distribute them now and change into them immediately." Under the direction of their officers, the soldiers received their new uniforms in turn. The uniforms were designed based on the attire of the 8th Root Army from Paul's previous world, but in dark green. They included jackets, trousers, hats, leather belts, shoes, leg wraps, and puttees. Additionally, there were shoulder boards with military ranks from his previous world, attachable with buttons. After receiving 2 sets each, The soldiers changed clothes without hesitation. After all, they were all men and had no reservations. The uniforms, made in haste and in larger sizes to fit all, were a bit loose on many soldiers. However, compared to their patch-ridden old clothes, these uniforms significantly boosted their spirit and appearance. Once changed, they reformed ranks. Despite the discipline preventing them from speaking, their excitement was evident. The new uniforms seemed to have greatly lifted their morale. Major Claude looked at the reassembled formation. His heart filled with emotion. A week ago, these men were disorganized farmers, some even unable to distinguish left from right. Now, they stood and sat with proper military bearing, following orders promptly. Previously, just assembling them swiftly was unimaginable. Now, the troop almost had the air of a regular army. No, even the kingdom's regular army couldn't match this level of uniformity. Only the royal guard, unseen by Claude, might compare. He began to understand why the Count spent so much time on what seemed like meaningless training. The only deficiency now, Claude thought, is that nearly half of them have never seen blood. Paul instructed Claude to continue with the day's planned training, then entered a tent guarded by the inner guard with the servant who brought the uniforms. "Count, everything you requested is here." "This is the first batch. Steward Philip is still gathering the rest, which will take some time." "Excellent. These will suffice for now, but hurry with the rest." The tent was filled with boxes and a sulfuric smell. "Satisfied?" Paul asked. "And the people I requested?" "They are waiting in the next tent, my lord." "Are they reliable?" "Rest assured, they are as loyal to your family as I am." "Personally vetted by Steward Philip." "Good, Ron. You'll continue to handle supplies here." "I won't forget your service. Remember, not a word of this to anyone, understood?" "Anyone." "I understand. I swear to the Lord of Light to keep silent, or may I be cast into hell for even a single slip," Ron vowed. "Good. You may go back. Remember my words." If you're enjoying the story, please leave a rating and review. For announcements or to report mistakes, please join my Discord, https://discord.gg/2sz2zisp. Chapter 8, The Ultimate Weapon! Chapter 8, The Ultimate Weapon. TL, Etude. After sending away his servant Ron, Paul happily checked the goods on the ground once again. Haha. How can I live up to my identity as a transmigrator without creating some ultimate weapons? Indeed, the items on the ground were sulfur, charcoal, and saltpeter, the ingredients for making black powder. Speaking of black powder, it's truly an essential for home travel and for plundering. What broke the sturdy armor of the Western feudal knights? It was gunpowder. What helped Pizarro conquer the vast Inca Empire? It was gunpowder. And this time, gunpowder will help me, Paul Grayman, to civilize this other world. Originally, he had wanted to mass-produce matchlock or flintlock guns, so he asked Philip to gather a bunch of blacksmiths. However, since it was close to the spring plowing season, a time when farmers were busy making and repairing agricultural tools, the plan was shelved due to strong opposition from the steward. Before he could prove the great significance of his Trans-Zero invention, he had to start by making a couple of guns as an experiment to open the eyes of these otherworldly natives. As for the collected gunpowder ingredients, he decided to make some big firecrackers first and arm a group of grenadiers. He immediately went to the adjacent tent to meet the servant who had just arrived. "I suppose Ron has already told you, anything that happens here must not be leaked outside, not a single word, or else." He made a slicing gesture across his neck. Everyone agreed in unison. "Good. I called you all here to make a secret weapon. It will be our key to victory over the enemy. If you do well, I will reward you handsomely." He pointed to one of the familiar-looking servants. "Kelly, from now on, these people are under your management." Then he took out the gunpowder ingredients he had brought. "This is what you've transported here: saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal. In the eyes of the world, these are nothing more than ordinary items, but I have accidentally discovered that mixing them in a certain proportion can create a mixture that burns fiercely." He shamelessly took all the credit for himself. Next, he mixed the 3 ingredients, which had already been ground into powder, in the proportion of 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, and 3 parts charcoal. He asked everyone to step back, took out a long fuse, lit it with a fire tube, a tool similar to a lighter used for preserving a fire source, and gently touched the mixture from a distance. "Ah!" everyone exclaimed in surprise. They saw the small pile of powder suddenly burst into a dazzling flame, followed by a cloud of thick smoke rising up. As the smoke spread, the tent was filled with an indescribable odor. "See? The burning is very intense, almost instantaneous." Indeed, the previous mixture had now turned into a pile of residue. "Lord, do you intend to use this to make weapons?" Some clever ones had already understood his intention. "Yes, I call this mixture gunpowder, and it will become our weapon to fight against pirates. But mere burning is not enough. It won't pose any substantial threat to pirates. So, I plan to pack it into a sealable container. In this way, it can produce a powerful explosion when it burns, thereby injuring the enemy. This is just a rough idea of mine. This weapon is still in the conceptual stage. The specific optimal gunpowder formula, the manufacturing process, and the size and shape of the container still need everyone's collective wisdom. I announce here that in the future, in weapon manufacturing, every good idea approved by me will be rewarded with at least 1 silver coin. The greater the value, the larger the reward." Upon hearing about the monetary reward, everyone's eyes lit up, and they assured him, beating their chests, that they would not disappoint their lord. "But, as you saw in the experiment just now, this stuff is very dangerous. A single mishandling can not only harm oneself but also endanger others. So, you must be careful. I will write a safety regulation shortly, and each of you must memorize it without missing a single word. I will conduct random checks in the future, and anyone who can't remember will be immediately dismissed. HMPH. To prevent leaks, those leaving here probably won't be able to lead a normal life anymore." Everyone was coaxed and threatened into swearing oaths to complete their lord's task. Paul summoned an internal affairs soldier and instructed him to familiarize these people with the camp environment, leaving behind a few of the blacksmiths. He spoke to one of the older ones. "Your name is Herman, right? The blacksmith from the castle." "Yes, my lord. My family has served the count for generations. I crafted the old count's armor." "Good. You also saw the power of the gunpowder just now. What do you think?" "The count is truly a genius. If I hadn't seen its ingredients and production method with my own eyes, I would have thought it was magic from the legends." Paul nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased with the native's admiration. "Ha. Actually, the weapon concept I mentioned earlier is just a crude way to use gunpowder. There are other more sophisticated and fantastic ways to use it." "Oh? Is that why you kept us here? Please enlighten us, my lord." Paul pulled out a piece of sheepskin paper and slowly unrolled it. "Look at this paper. I need you to craft a tube-shaped weapon like the one drawn here." From then on, there was an area near the training camp where ordinary soldiers were forbidden to enter, guarded day and night by internal affairs soldiers. However, strange explosion sounds often came from inside, attracting the curiosity of some. Invariably, these people were invited by the newly formed inspection team for a chat, but merely making some explosive gadgets and small iron tubes wasn't enough to satisfy the count. He urgently needed something bigger, thicker, longer, so he wrote to his steward and Bryce, urging them to find talent skilled in metal casting, preferably with experience in bell casting, and to acquire a large amount of bronze. In addition to the inspection team, another squad was selected not long after. Each member was a robust, muscular man. Makarov was also among them. In addition to regular training, they were also arranged to train in another way, throwing a bunch of slightly polished stones into circles drawn on the ground. The new team was named Grenadiers. Many wondered in their hearts. It seemed that the Lord had spent so much on training recently that he could no longer afford bows and arrows, but if they were to use stones against the enemy, why not use a sling for greater throwing distance? Though they couldn't throw very large stones, the distance was significant. Throwing these large, round stones with arms was not only limited in distance, but it also drained their strength after a few throws. If you're enjoying the story, please leave a rating and review. For announcements or to report mistakes, please join my Discord, https://discord.gg/2sz2zisp. Chapter 9, Observations in Lakeheart Town! Chapter 9, Observations in Lakeheart Town. TL, Etude. Baron Hansel Abbott sat gloomily in the carriage, a mood that had persisted for 2 weeks. Just over half a month ago, he had joyfully received a royal commission, only to be dumbfounded upon opening it. He was assigned as a permanent representative to a place he had never even heard of before, the Count Grayman's territory in the Northwest Bay, a seemingly forsaken place. Later, at the military camp, he unexpectedly met the old man he had encountered during his escape. Remembering that the Count Grayman's territory was the old man's home, Hansel was at least relieved to have company for the journey. The image of his old classmate, Matthew, came to mind. That lucky fellow had stayed under the princess's command, offering flippant remarks like, "Although our positions differ in prestige, we both serve His Majesty the King." Hansel sneered at the thought. Matthew, who barely managed to offer advice or keep accounts for the princess, was too self-satisfied. With a feeling of resentment, Hansel thought about his own circumstances. If only he wasn't born illegitimately, if his mother had a better background. But then he dismissed these thoughts. Some things, after all, cannot be changed. His mission now was to do well in his current role and strive to return to the side of the king and the princess. His efforts would eventually be recognized, he reassured himself. Meanwhile, Ford, the steward in the same carriage, was excitedly pointing out the window. "Look, Sir Abbot, that's Lake Ella ahead. Actually, the formal name of this land is the Elder Territory, named after this lake. We're approaching Lake Hart Town." As the trees along the road thinned, a vast lake came into view, with a large island dotted with buildings, including a castle at its center. To Hansel, it looked like nothing more than a slightly larger town. This town is the capital of a countdom? It's not even comparable to a rural area near the capital. Hansel scoffed inwardly, but his lack of experience was to blame. In this era, many lords built their castles in easily defensible locations, whether on cliffs or surrounded by water, as protection against bandits, rebellions, and the covetous eyes of neighboring lords. Hansel, a young noble from the capital, had little experience outside the immediate vicinity of Crystal Shine Fortress. Even his rare journeys were along bustling trade routes, so he had never seen such a scene before. Approaching the lake, they discovered a massive floating bridge constructed from specially designed boats linked together. It seemed that in case of an enemy attack, the bridge could be quickly dismantled to prevent crossing. "Should we disembark and walk to the island?" Hansel worried whether the floating bridge could support the carriage. Ford, sensing his concern, laughed and reassured him. "Please be at ease, Sir Abbot. This floating bridge is very sturdy. A mere carriage is no problem for it." With such assurances from a local, Hansel relaxed slightly but remained apprehensive as the carriage crossed the bridge. Only upon reaching the island did he fully calm down. "Now, Sir Abbot, I must first report to the Lord. Please rest in the castle guest room with my servant. I will arrange a meeting with the Lord for you shortly." "All right, Steward Ford." As the carriage entered the castle gates, they saw the butler, Philip, approaching. "Steward Ford, you're back at last." "Philip, good timing. Take me to the Count, please." "Oh dear, I was just about to mention the Count to you." "Has something happened?" Ford's heart tightened with worry, fearing the old injuries of Count Grayman might have resurfaced. "The Count has taken the newly recruited soldiers out for training and is not expected back in Lake Hart Town for a few days." "What, you just let him lead a bunch of new recruits out there?" "Don't you know how rampant the pirates are now?" "We tried to persuade him, but in vain. We had no choice but to have Lord Claude lead the castle guards to protect them." Relieved, Ford quickly said, "Send someone to fetch the Count. Tell him a royal envoy has arrived and is waiting to meet him." "Yes, I'll send someone right away." After Philip bowed to Hansel and hurried off, Ford turned to Hansel. "I'm terribly sorry, Sir Abbot, but it seems you'll have to wait a while." "That's all right. Since the Count is temporarily away, would you mind if I took a walk around here?" "Of course. You're a distinguished guest from afar. Please feel at home. However, I need to return home, so I won't accompany you." Ford then assigned his personal servant to guide Hansel and excused himself to go home. Hansel, wanting a drink, instructed the guide to take him and his servant Tom to a tavern in town. The tavern was bustling with chatter until a well-dressed young nobleman, accompanied by Ford's servant, walked in. Some knowledgeable patrons recognized the nobleman from his attire and the subservient demeanor of the servant, causing the noise in the tavern to subside. "Landlord, 3 beers, please. I prefer unused cups." "Right away." my lord." The tavern owner, a man in his 40s who had never been so close to a foreign noble, hurriedly went to prepare the drinks. People in small places really have limited experience, Hansel thought, amused. He chose a window seat, had Tom lay cloths on the seat and table, and then sat down. Taverns are excellent places to gather information, and Hansel, having come this far, didn't plan to just sit and drink. He was contemplating how to inquire discreetly when the tavern owner brought over 3 beers. Hansel took one for himself and handed the other 2 to Tom and the pleasantly surprised guide. Observing the patrons, he noticed most were avoiding his gaze, fearful of offending the nobleman with an improper gesture. Only one person, wearing a leather cap, kept sneakily glancing his way. "You, come here." "Yes, you, the one with the leather cap." "Me?" The young man pointed out by Hansel quickly shifted from astonishment to fear. Worrying his peaking had angered the nobleman. Could he be beheaded for this? The people sitting around him quickly distanced themselves, not wanting to get involved. Trembling, the young man approached Hansel and immediately knelt, tearfully begging, "My lord, I was just curious. I meant no harm. Please, have mercy on me." All right, don't be scared. I'm not going to harm you. Just a few questions, that's all." "Stand up." The young man stood up, relieved. "Sit there." Hansel gestured to a nearby seat. "How could I dare?" "Sit down when the Baron tells you to." Tom played the part of the enforcer. Gratefully, the young man sat down. "I want to ask, is the situation with the pirates really that severe?" "Yes. They haven't appeared nearby, but everyone is scared. Now, people only travel in large groups even between villages. And your lord, he just lets them be?" "Not at all. You might have heard. Our old lord sacrificed himself fighting pirates. The new lord started recruiting soldiers as soon as he took over, both for public and private reasons." "Is it true your new lord is just a child?" "Yes, and it's unclear if he can bear the responsibility." "Honestly, young Master Paul, our current count, was quite spoiled by the old lord. As a child, he was mischievous and—" The young man suddenly stopped, realizing he was speaking ill of his lord before another noble. Hansel smiled, ordered another beer for the young man, and continued his inquiries. He soon found the young lord quite intriguing. For instance, the lord had forbidden public urination and defecation, encouraging every household to build their own toilets and even funding public ones in town. He also banned dumping waste into the lake, instead placing trash bins at intervals on the streets. Residents and passers-by were required to use these bins for their garbage, with the lord's men organizing daily cleanups. Hansel's respect for the young lord grew. Not bad at all. A countryside lord who's more refined than city nobles. Hopefully, he doesn't have the usual faults of rural nobility. Standing up, Hansel tipped the young man a few coins and motioned for Tom and the guide to continue exploring other areas. If you're enjoying the story, please leave a rating and review. For announcements or to report mistakes, please join my Discord, https://discord.gg/2sz2zisp. Chapter 10, The Royal Commissioner! Chapter 10, The Royal Commissioner. TL, Etude. A debate was underway. "Lord Count, I still think this is inappropriate," said Captain Holman, a former family knight who now led his own company for rotational training. "Don't try to persuade me anymore, Holman. After all, we've been doing this for a while now. How can we just abandon it halfway?" "But I must say, teaching the soldiers to read and write is truly unnecessary. They only need to understand orders." "No, I want to create an army unlike any other. The first difference is that the soldiers are knowledgeable. They are thinkers." "Well, let's not discuss whether they are qualified for education. Have you considered that once they learn, they may no longer be content being soldiers under your command?" "I will make being a soldier a prestigious profession." "Of course, I'm not talking about the kind of soldier that exists in noble circles, but a profession truly belonging to the common people. If even then they choose to leave my leadership, it only means I am not worthy." "What? That's absurd." Forgive me, Lord Count. I was impolite. "But, you are their lord. What does this have to do with being worthy or not? Ruling them is both a right and a duty, as natural as the sun rising and setting." "Enough, Holman. I have made up my mind. We've been doing this for so long. Do you want me to retract my orders now? That would be like slapping my own face." Seeing Holman about to continue the argument, Paul raised a hand and said, "Let it be. I need to return to the town immediately to meet with the emissary from the capital. I'll probably be there for a few days. I hope when I return, the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion can not only meet physical standards but also read and write their own names." After a stint as an Enlightenment teacher, Paul had learned not to set his expectations too high. He turned and left the tent. Holman turned to Claude beside him. "Is the Count really teaching the soldiers to read and write?" He still found it unbelievable. Claude shrugged and smiled bitterly. "When I first heard his plan, I thought I was dreaming. Our young Count always does things beyond the norm." Paul arrived at the blacksmith's tent. "How's the progress with the muskets?" Blacksmith Herman, busy tinkering with something alongside his colleagues, immediately stood up to greet him. "Lord Count, we are trying to improve the flintlock mechanism. Since we're not mechanists, it's quite challenging," he honestly added. "This trigger I'm working on. The guns made with it are likely to have a high misfire rate." Paul nodded. "On Earth, when the flintlock musket was first invented, due to subpar steel and bullet manufacturing technologies, it often failed to produce sparks or produced insufficient sparks to ignite the gunpowder, leading to high misfire rates. This was understandable. It seems technological development cannot be achieved overnight." He picked up a completed matchlock musket and examined it closely. The structure was very rudimentary, lacking sights and aiming aids, consisting only of a barrel, stock, powder pan, and trigger. It was indeed a real musket, similar in many ways to the flintlock, but the matchlock's firing mechanism was much simpler. The mechanism consisted of a serpentine rod and trigger. The rod held the lit match cord, and when the trigger was pulled, a lever moved the serpentine, bringing the burning cord into contact with the powder in the pan at the end of the barrel. The flame then passed through the touch hole into the barrel. This mechanism was much easier to produce. The barrel was made by the blacksmiths using the rolling method, slowly hammering iron sheets wrapped around the core rod, using grooves on the anvil for alignment, gradually forming the shape of a barrel, without the ability to produce quality drill bits. This was the best method available. "Let's do this, halt the improvement on flintlocks and focus all efforts on producing matchlocks." "How long would it take to make one from scratch?" 2 weeks for a blacksmith and an apprentice. If all goes well. 2 weeks? That's a bit long, but acceptable. However, the quality of the barrels must be high. We cannot have incidents like the barrel explosions during previous experiments. "Please rest assured, Lord Count. We have conducted many experiments and have a good understanding of the relationship between the powder charge and its explosive power. We will be meticulous with the barrel quality." "Great. I need these muskets urgently. We must increase production. I will allocate more apprentices and carpenters specializing in stock making to you. Teach them the skills of musket making without reservation. For every qualified apprentice, I'll reward 2 months' wages." The blacksmith's eyes widened at the enticing offer. "Furthermore, once you have more hands, I suggest you allocate tasks. Let each person specialize in one component, one for barrels, one for mechanisms, another for assembly. Assign more people to complex tasks and fewer to simpler ones. But the musket components must be interchangeable. Appoint someone specifically to measure and inspect the parts to ensure they fit together, facilitating future maintenance and repairs." Given the simplicity of the matchlock's design, it didn't require high precision, allowing the craftsman to try this new work method. Everyone nodded, followed by a round of flattering compliments for the Count's foresight. To the craftsman, "I'll have someone monitor your yield and defect rate. This will affect your wages. If the defect rate is too high, expect some minor penalties," the Count said sternly. The blacksmiths broke into a sweat, having witnessed the minor penalties inflicted on new soldiers in the camp. In the afternoon, the town of Lake Hart welcomed a peculiar army. After crossing the floating bridge in a disorderly manner, this army marched towards the Lord's mansion along the central street with a precision that was unbelievably synchronized. "Keep focused after entering the town. Maintain formation strictly, no looking around, no whispering," commanded Captain David loudly, and then he continued to chant the 1-2-1 marching cadence. The townspeople, filled with curiosity, lined the streets. Their boldness stemmed from the fact that leading the troops was their very own Lord, Paul. They realized these were the new recruits that the young Count had taken out of town for training some time ago. "Hey, Isn't that so-and-so from that family? Wow, haven't seen them in a while. They're almost unrecognizable. They used to be so scrawny. How did they become so robust? Yes, the young boy from my neighbor's house is also in there. He used to be so frail, and now look at the vigor in him, as if he's a completely different person. This troop is marching so uniformly, nothing like our old guards. Similar discussions buzzed among the crowd. Marching within the ranks, Makarov secretly gloated. Getting stronger is nothing. I even learned to read now. That would shock you all. But the strict military discipline forced him to maintain a stern face, revealing nothing. The troop eventually stopped in front of the Lord's castle, located on a small hill at the north of the island. Attention. At ease. Captain David barked. Lord Paul has granted you an afternoon off in recognition of your hard training. You're free to roam the town but be back at the old camp's gate before sunset. Remember the discipline codes well. If any patrol catches you misbehaving, I'll make sure you regret it. Long live Lord Paul. The troops cheered and then dispersed into the town. Many, having just received their military pay and not accustomed to saving, were eager to spend it. After the soldiers had dispersed, Paul rode into the castle. The old butler, upon notification, promptly came out to greet him. Young master, the envoy has been waiting for you in the hall. All right, I'll meet them now. Upon entering the castle hall, Paul found not only the royal envoy but also the steward Ford and Captain Bryce. All three stood up to greet him upon his arrival. Count, this is the envoy from the capital. Baron Hansel Abbott. Baron Abbott, this is our new Lord of Alder, Count Paul Grayman. Steward Ford introduced them. Hansel, slightly bowing, thought the new lord looked even younger than he had imagined. Esteemed Count Grayman, I am here by royal decree to convey His Majesty's wishes. Firstly, congratulations. You are now officially recognized by the kingdom as the Lord of Alder. Additionally, I am to represent the royal court and reside in your territory. You must have heard about the current situation. Many royal representatives have been stationed in various regions to strengthen the bonds and unity amongst loyal subjects like you. Paul eyed Hansel carefully, noting his average height, slender frame, elegantly dressed, with meticulously groomed gray-white hair, clean-shaven face, and sharp, somewhat arrogant eyes. I am deeply grateful for His Majesty's trust, and I will not disappoint him, Paul responded gratefully. Since everyone had been waiting for the Lord, they hadn't had lunch. So, they sat down in the dining hall to eat and talk. However, a dispute soon arose. But sir, forgive my impertinence, I've taken the liberty of surveying your lands. In my observation, the pirate threat is not as severe as imagined. I believe the priority should be to form a loyalist troop to join the princess's army in quelling the rebellion. Although she has exempted you from sending troops, defending the royal family is, after all, a subject's fundamental duty. What are you talking about, envoy? Our old count sacrificed himself in the fight against the pirates. Is that not serious enough? We cannot agree with you. Bryce objected loudly. If the old count hadn't provoked the pirates, nothing would have happened, Hansel retorted, slightly annoyed at having to dine with a mere commoner soldier, which was already against proper etiquette. What about the safety of our town and people? Hansel dismissively said. Even with 10 times their courage, pirates wouldn't dare attack Lakeheart town, where the Lord resides. That would invoke the collective wrath of the surrounding nobility. As for the lives of the lower-class people in the border areas, why bother so much? Bryce turned red, wanting to argue but restrained himself. Despite his position, he still felt the vast gap in their social status, both in Hansel's eyes and in his own heart. Paul internally lamented the stark lesson in class hierarchy. Trying to mediate, he said, our last campaign against the pirates resulted in significant losses. We've recruited new soldiers to replenish our forces. They are still in training and not yet ready for battle. Let's discuss this after their training is complete. Hansel, who had hoped to convince them to be cannon fodder, was visibly displeased. Sir, allow me to remind you of a vassal's primary duty to his lord. Pirates are a mere itch through your boot, but Jar's rebellion is a dire threat to the kingdom. He persisted, showing his noble demeanor and stern tone to the young lord. Paul, feeling underestimated and challenged, retorted, let me remind you, I am the lord here and I have a deep vendetta against the pirates. He slammed the table, his expression turning grave. as if challenging Hansel in a staring contest. "Yes, Count," Hansel finally conceded after a long pause, lowering his head slightly and then silently continued eating. The banquet proceeded in an awkward atmosphere. If you're enjoying the story, please leave a rating and review. For announcements or to report mistakes, please join my Discord, https://discord.gg/2sz2zisp. Chapter 11. The Wolf is Coming. Is the wolf really coming? Exclamation mark. Chapter 11. The wolf is coming. Is the wolf really coming? TL, Etude. What should we do now? After sending Hansel away, Paul, who had been full of vigor just moments ago, suddenly became panicked. He stood up and paced back and forth around the chair. I was a bit harsh to him just now, wasn't I? What if he complains to the king about us? What if the royal court sends an army to punish us? I should have spoken more gently. He deeply regretted his impulsive behavior. The others felt a sense of resignation inside. You were so imposing just now. Why are you panicking like this? Lord, calm down. Calm down. Ford, the steward, tried to console him. You did nothing wrong just now. To speak frankly, for a remote family like ours, it's uncertain if the king would even remember us without a check by the heraldic court. He certainly wouldn't expect much military support from such an out-of-the-way domain. Besides, Her Royal Highness the Princess personally excused us from military duty. Probably, Baron Abbot, in his eagerness to make a mark, requested troops from us. Even if this matter reaches His Majesty, he would not wage a war over such an issue. Okay. Although he felt reassured, it was a bitter truth to swallow. Was he just an ant, incapable of even angering an elephant? So, we just need to leave Baron Abbot with nothing to say. Leave him with nothing to say? All right. Then let's be more ruthless. More ruthless? You don't mean? Ford was shocked, making a throat-slitting gesture. That's absolutely not acceptable. That would be slapping the king's face. Hey, where did your mind go? I meant to put on a show for him, to make him realize that we truly can't send troops right now. How dare a mere country noble talk to me like this? Back at his quarters, Hansel couldn't hold back any longer after closing the door tightly. Who am I? I am the representative of His Majesty the King. My words are the king's decree, and my dignity is the king's dignity. Too arrogant, too arrogant. Composure. I must maintain composure. I shouldn't stoop to the level of a wet behind the ears kid. He paced back and forth, contemplating his next move. Before Paul Grayman returned, he had already investigated the town. Although the pirates had penetrated deeper than before, they were still far from Lakehart town, posing no real threat to his rule. Once the pirates retreated, he could resume tax collection, as all nobles did. Could it be that this family alone clung stubbornly to the noble duties established by King Rodney I? Oh, may the Lord of Light have mercy on him. If word got out, he would be a laughingstock. Since the hard approach doesn't work, maybe a softer one? Aren't all children fascinated by knightly tales and heroic stories? Perhaps I can start from there. Hansel continued to ponder, stroking his chin. I wonder how the others are doing. If someone else earns the merit before me, that would be troublesome. Thinking about this, the face of his old classmate Matthew, left in the military, came to mind. That guy. I'm not jealous, he reminded himself. I'm just worried he might neglect his duties or slander me to the princess. Although, it's unlikely he'll even get to see her. As Hansel was about to go to bed, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. Looking out the window, he saw flickering flames and people shouting loudly. He quickly called a servant to inquire about the situation. A few minutes later, Tom returned, panicked. Young master, it's bad. The patrol found traces of pirates outside the town. The Lord has already led the troops to resist, and the guards are informing the residents to prepare for defense. Which pirates have the audacity to attack the residence of a count? Hansel was incredulous. Just as he was thinking, someone suddenly burst in with a knife. Damn, how weak is this idiot lord to let someone barge into his house? Don't kill me. The Lord's room is on the second floor. I have nothing to do with him. Terrified, Hansel screamed and attempted to dive under the bed. Baron, I'm a guard from the Lord's manor, the intruder said, barely suppressing a laugh. Pirates are attacking. The Count thinks we might not hold them off. I've come to take you to the basement for safety. Cursing inwardly, Hansel quickly stood up, regaining his haughty demeanor. HMPH, People from small places really lack manners, not even knowing how to knock. Even the shit cleaners are more polite than you. The soldier didn't dare to talk back and hurriedly said, Baron, please quickly follow me to the safe room in the basement. Wait. Hansel snorted, then called Tom to fix his clothes and hair. After a long while, Hansel finally put on a leisurely air, saying slowly, if it weren't for the urgency, I really should teach your lord a lesson on what manners are. Forget it. Why am I even bothering with a simpleton soldier? Lead the way. After mentally cursing 1,000 times, the guard turned to open the door, but suddenly it was pushed open again. Baron, you haven't left yet? Hurry up. Another guard rushed in. The first guard turned and urged, Baron, quickly. I'll pull you. Huh? Where is he? He turned his questioning gaze to Tom, Hansel's servant, who awkwardly pointed under the bed. The guard looked and saw the bedsheet near the floor trembling incessantly. On the edge of the town, Paul commanded a troop of soldiers to make a show of it. After receiving news that Hansel had hidden in the basement, he ordered the soldiers to take a rest. Humphrey, that idiot commissioner must be scared out of his wits now. Delighted with his brilliant plan, he couldn't help but feel proud. Turning to Bryce, he complained, TCH, who does he think he is, acting all high and mighty with little authority? If it weren't for those armors and spears, I wouldn't bother with him at all. Should have made him wait for at least 10 days or half a month. Just as he was about to order a retreat, a soldier came running from afar, shouting and waving a torch. Bad news, Lord Captain Bryce. The pirates are coming. The pirates are coming. He couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, okay. That fool Baron is already scared witless. No need to keep shouting. No. It's not that. The soldier was so panicked he could hardly speak. I'm on night patrol duty tonight. It's real pirates. They're coming this way. After saying this, he gestured towards the lake. Everyone looked and saw lights on the lake, approaching rapidly from a distance. Where? What? Now it was Paul's turn to be shocked, uttering something incomprehensible to everyone. If you're enjoying the story, please leave a rating and review. For announcements or to report mistakes, please join my Discord, https://discord.gg/2sz2zisp. Chapter 12, Indifferent Neighbors, ! Chapter 12, Indifferent Neighbors. TL, Etude. Everyone, get information. As everyone stood stunned, it was Battalion Commander Bryce who reacted first. You, go and gather all the companies from the camp. The soldiers, thanks to over half a month's training, quickly arranged themselves in the usual formation, gripping their weapons tightly. Bryce then assigned 2 people, ordering, escort the Count back to the castle. This command snapped the dazed Paul back to reality. He loudly refused. No, I want to stay here. Bryce didn't have time to persuade him, focusing all his attention on the small boats on the lake that looked like pirates. The boats on the lake gradually slowed down and eventually stopped a considerable distance from the shore. It seemed the pirates had noticed the island's preparedness and knew it was not a good time to attack. Thus, a tense standoff began, a suffocating tension slowly spreading among the troops. It felt like a century had passed when suddenly Bryce raised his shield in front of Paul. Then, a whoosh was heard. By the light of the moon, they saw an arrow stuck in the ground not far ahead, with a white cloth attached to it. Following this, the small boats on the water slowly retreated into the distance. Once the suspicious boats had completely dispersed, Bryce loudly commanded, "Go get that arrow." Outrageous. Everyone saw the Count furiously slam a piece of cloth covered in tiny writing onto the table. It was now confirmed that the suspicious boats were indeed pirates, probably planning to raid the town. Seeing the preparations on shore, they resorted to shooting over a letter with an arrow. The letter read, "Grayman, you'd better be wise. We brothers are a bit short on funds lately, and the poor devils by the sea don't have much money, so we've come to you for a bit of drinking money. Considering you've just lost your father and governed desolate land, we won't ask for much, but we do need around 10,000 in silver coins, or a few thousand will do in a pinch. The matter of pigs, cows, and sheep is up to you, but if you disappoint us, don't expect to live in peace. You have 1 week, and we'll come to collect. The price we've set is very reasonable. Just recently, we kidnapped someone from the Horn Bay Alliance." The letter ended abruptly there, likely due to lack of space. Signed the incomparably great wise, brave, handsome, and all other flattering adjectives, though still insufficient. The Lord of the High Seas, Quick the First. After everyone read the letter, they exchanged looks. Battalion Commander Bryce stood up again to volunteer for battle. Our troops are well trained now and look quite formidable. They're well fed and strong. A significant improvement from the last time we fought pirates. It's time for them to see some action. The other officers nodded in agreement. Steward Ford objected. I think we should be more cautious. Why not negotiate first? If we can lower their demands and temporarily send them away, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Paul, clearly unhappy, felt negotiation was too humiliating. Besides, the recent military training had drained his funds. Have there been any responses to the call for help we sent out earlier? He suddenly remembered. Hearing this, Steward Ford's face showed embarrassment. He instructed his subordinate to bring a thick stack of parchment to Paul, saying, "You'd better see for yourself." He picked up one letter. My dear nephew Paul, it has been a long time since we corresponded. I am shocked to hear of your father's passing. However, during these times of rebellion, I must guard my territory and dare not leave. I regret not being able to pay my respects in person. The letter reeked of antiquated, pretentious noble rhetoric, full of empty phrases and avoiding a direct response to whether they would help or not. Paul glanced over it and tossed it aside. Picking up another, it read, to the young heir of the Grayman family, if you agree to become my vassal and swear allegiance to me, dealing with mere pirates will be trivial. This was opportunism at its worst. He threw it away. Then another, dear Paul, it's just pirates. Why worry so much? Once they've extorted enough money from the commoners, they'll leave. Let the strong be strong, let the violent be violent, just guard Lakeheart town from the castle. This sounded like it came from someone else who had also traveled through time. Discarded. Another letter stated, Grayman, what you are doing is inappropriate. As a non-violent person, I advise you to open your doors and tell the pirates, come with your weapons of destruction. We will give you half our people to kill, and the other half will not submit. Such peacemakers were present in every world, it seemed. Discarded. Yet another letter read, my dear brother Paul, it's not that I don't want to help you. Recently, a damned royal representative came here, threatening and cajoling me. He took all the soldiers from my territory for conscription. Paul glanced mockingly at Hansel, who was attending the meeting, and threw the letter away. These scoundrels, all unwilling to help in a crisis. Paul realized after going through the pile of useless letters why Steward Ford advocated negotiating with the pirates. After much consideration, he finally agreed to the officer's request to wage war against the pirates. Lord Count, gentlemen, first we need to grasp the pirates' movements. So we need to disperse the cavalry for reconnaissance, especially along both sides of the Vice River. The pirates have just arrived. They couldn't have gone far overnight. Call back 2 companies from the new recruits training camp. We need to leave some people to defend Lakeheart town. Everyone gathered around a medieval-style, disproportionately scaled map of the territory, pointing and discussing the battle plan. The decision was made to leave the internal security troops and 1 infantry company to defend Lakeheart town. The remaining 3 companies would assemble and advance along the Vis River towards the coast, seeking to settle the score with the pirates. After finalizing the plan and arranging for increased patrols and vigilance, everyone dispersed to rest. After a night of turmoil, the pirates' divine assistance inadvertently confirmed that the Elder territory was indeed inconvenient for deploying troops. This shut up Hansel, who was to stay here for a long time. Without dealing with these brazen pirates who dared attack the Lord's residence, he couldn't expect a peaceful stay. Waking up, Paul received reports that pirate traces had been found. They hadn't gone far, likely looking to raid a nearby unguarded village. If you're enjoying the story, please leave a rating and review. For announcements or to report mistakes, please join my Discord, https://discord.gg/2sz2zisp. Chapter 13, Charging Dragons. Don't be rash! Chapter 13, Charging Dragons. Don't be rash. TL, Etude. At noon, 2 companies from the new recruits training camp arrived at Lakeheart town. The scout cavalry reported that the pirates hadn't gone far. After assembling all the planned forces, the entire army had a hearty meal, and Paul Grayman announced their departure towards the pirates' location. By evening, they finally spotted the pirate crew, who had set up a camp by the river. The pirates, numbering around 400 to 500, were cooking over fires. Paul thought to himself, "We don't have a numerical advantage, but we have the benefit of modern military training, something this ragtag bunch can't match." Form up. The company officers began directing their soldiers, switching from column to line formation. The pirates, noticing the approaching army, quickly armed themselves and stood ready for battle. A burly pirate with a large beard shouted, "Hey, little Grayman, have you prepared what Grandpa asked for? Are you that eager to pay tribute?" His words were met with roaring laughter from the pirates. Bryce asked, "Lord, what should we do? Shall we attack?" Paul regretfully thought, "If only we had brought the big firecrackers, we could have given them a real scare." The great weapons developed earlier, after several experiments, turned out to be less effective than hoped. Initially, they filled hollow iron balls with gunpowder and hurled them, but the throwing distance was disappointing. The explosions were dangerous to the throwers, many got injured, and there were many duds. No wonder the grenadiers in Total War, the wheels seemed so ineffective. They later reduced the powder and switched to clay pots for longer throws, but this reduced the impact. The craftsman added iron nails to the pots, resembling the Song dynasty's spiked fireballs. After many modifications, he still viewed them as an ineffective version of modern grenades, but they were produced as an emergency measure. However, these subpar weapons were forgotten in the rush to summon reinforcements from the training camp last night. After his internal rant, Paul lifted his riding crop and declared boldly, "Annihilate them. Grasp your weapons. Forward." On receiving the order, Bryce shouted, and the soldiers, in their line formations, began to advance slowly. Observing his own troops in uniform and somewhat coordinated in their movements, Paul felt a sense of pride. In contrast, the pirates were disorganized and lacked formation, resembling a regular army encircling bandits. How could they lose? Just then, the bearded pirate shouted, "Slaughter these noble dogs." The pirates collectively roared and charged recklessly towards them. Initially, the territorial soldiers advanced steadily, but as the pirates drew closer, panic visibly set in, especially among the new recruits, who struggled to hold their weapons steady. Then, unfortunately, someone in the front row, perhaps to bolster their courage, shouted, "Charge!" This call acted like a signal, sending the soldiers into a frenzied rush forward. In moments, the once tight formation scattered, with the officers swept along in the surge, leaving only Bryce and the internal security soldiers close to Paul. Soon, the soldiers and pirates were embroiled in close combat, leaving Paul, mounted on his horse, muttering, "This isn't how it was supposed to go. How did it turn into a reckless charge?" Bryce cursed, "These good-for-nothing fools." The pirates, ferocious and ruthless, quickly gained the upper hand as the soldiers, lacking formation and real combat experience, were no match for these desperate outlaws. Within half an hour, the battle tipped in favor of the pirates. Predictably, a soldier, using all his might, managed to fend off an attack and then turned and ran. Then, a second and a third followed, until eventually, all the soldiers began to retreat in disarray. The officers shouted orders to stop them, and Bryce lashed at the retreating soldiers with his whip, but all efforts were in vain. "Lord, we must retreat. I'll cover the rear with the cavalry," Bryce said, realizing the situation was beyond salvageable, and returned to advise Paul to withdraw. Paul glared bitterly at the bearded pirates still pursuing their soldiers, bit his lip, and reluctantly ordered, "Cavalry, cover retreat, withdraw." He then turned his horse around, lashed it fiercely, and it began to gallop back the way they came. "All those on horses, follow me to cover the retreat." After covering the retreat and regrouping the scattered soldiers, Bryce finally shook off the pirates' pursuit. About an hour later, they caught up with Paul. After a head count, including missing soldiers, they had lost over 30 men with more than 50 wounded. A disgrace. Count Paul was on the verge of tears. This was his second defeat to pirates after his father's failure. If word got out, his family would become a laughingstock in the Northwestern Bay. He gritted his teeth. "Find those two scoundrels?" Bryce asked, puzzled. "Which two, my lord?" "The one who charged without orders and the one who retreated first." "I'll have them in the mines for life." "Yes, Lord Count. Let's return to Lakehart Town." We need to reflect on the lessons from this operation. That night, every officer was required to write a battle report while Paul shut himself in his bedroom. While the officers struggled with their reports, Steward Philip heard the sound of objects being thrown and smashed in the Lord's bedroom but didn't inquire, understanding that his young master needed to vent. The next day, Paul encountered an excited Bryce as he entered the hall. "Lord Count, look who's back." Beside him stood two people, an elderly man, around 50, looking vigorous, and a young man, probably in his early 20s. Both bowed respectfully to him. "Who are these two?" "Sir Schroeder and his squire Joyce." "Owen Schroeder, you met him when you were a child." "Oh, right. You were too young to remember." The elderly man slowly spoke. "Please allow me to introduce myself. If you're enjoying the story, please leave a rating and review. For announcements or to report mistakes, please join my Discord, https://discord.gg/2sz2zisp. Chapter 14, Firearm Demonstration! Chapter 14, Firearm Demonstration. TL, Etude. How many years has it been since I last came here? Over a decade, I suppose? The old knight gazed at his hometown, Lakehart Town, in the waning sunset. His attendant chuckled and said, "I bet Lord Schroeder can hardly wait." "Huh?" "Just now, I was quite excited, but suddenly I thought, apart from those old friends who occasionally correspond, I wonder if any other townsfolk still remember me." A wave of inexplicable sadness surged in the knight's heart, and his horse, sensing its master's mood, slowed down. The young attendant consoled him. "After all, it's been over a decade. It's understandable if they don't remember. Anyway, you won't be leaving again, so there's plenty of time for them to get to know you again." "You're right, Joyce. There's no use being sentimental. Let's face it head on. Giddy up." The knight shook off his melancholy, flicked the reins, and the horse joyfully trotted again. "But what about you? Do you regret following this old man to such a rural place?" "Not at all. I still have much to learn from you. I won't leave until I've completely emptied your treasure trove of knowledge." "Oh? That will depend on your skills, Knight Bryce." "Oh no. It should be Commander Bryce, is currently on a campaign against pirates with the Lord." "He hasn't returned yet," said Bryce's neighbor. "Thank you." After thanking him, Schroeder turned to his attendant and said, "It seems the pirate problem here has resurfaced. Well, let's clean up the old house first and visit Bryce when he returns." And so they headed towards the Schroeder family's old house. Along the way, Schroeder observed the streets of his hometown. He hadn't paid much attention in his hurry earlier, but now he noticed that, although the basic layout hadn't changed much, the town was considerably cleaner. There were objects labeled as trash bins at intervals, presumably for public waste. Cleanliness-wise, even the Royal Street in the capital might not compare, he mused. "What's that? Hot water shop? What does it do? Is it a unique store here?" Joyce, the attendant, noticed a shop he had never seen before. "I don't know. I don't recall such a shop from my memory." The old knight was equally puzzled. Just then, they saw a detachment crossing the floating bridge to the island but not heading towards the main street of the town. Instead, they took another path and disappeared. "Ah, it seems the outcome of the pirate campaign isn't very optimistic," both the knight and his attendant thought simultaneously. "That's how your grandfather cleared my family's debt and even funded my studies in the capital. He later recommended that I join the Northern Legion at the Long Ridge Fortress." In the castle hall, Knight Schroeder concluded his introduction. "And you returned to Lakehart Town because when one gets old, they long to return to their roots." "So, I resigned from the military and decided to settle back in my hometown." Schroeder's words slightly moved Paul. The excitement of being a transmigrator had considerably waned after yesterday's failure. He wondered if he could ever return to his original home. "Your family has been a great benefactor to me. I was deeply grieved to hear of your father's demise. Please allow me to join your team, to avenge the old count and contribute to the peace of our hometown." Speaking of the old count, sorrow and anger showed on the old knight's face. The count had bragged about his robust health in letters, and now he was suddenly gone. "Cursed pirates," Bryce happily said. "Lord Schroeder's extensive military experience will undoubtedly help us recover from yesterday's defeat." Annoyed, he glanced at Bryce. There was no sense of vigilance. Military secrets shouldn't be casually revealed in front of outsiders. It seemed that strengthening security education in the army was necessary. However, that being said, he indeed urgently needed a leader familiar with the current era's military system. Bryce and his men, though loyal, were evidently at their limit in dealing with pirates. Knight Schroeder, welcome to my army. He stood up and extended his hand to the old knight. Schroeder shook the young count's hand and said, due to some reasons you might already be aware of, I cannot openly swear allegiance to you, but time will prove my sincerity. Paul understood and didn't wish to rely on feudal personal attachments to ensure the loyalty of his troops. Accompanied by others, Knight Schroeder visited the family cemetery to pay respects to the long-departed old count. Afterwards, he requested to inspect the current military forces of the territory. In the afternoon, 4 companies assembled in the military camp's parade ground. Seeing the soldiers' assembly speed and posture, Knight Schroeder was greatly surprised. Fine soldiers indeed. Even His Majesty's army couldn't achieve such quick formation and uniform marching. Hearing the old knight's words, the young count puffed up with pride, seemingly forgetting the recent defeat. But they lack spirit. Most of them are fresh recruits, and our initial outing was not successful. However, we have a powerful secret weapon, which we will demonstrate for the first time in front of the entire army. He then commanded the soldiers. At ease, everyone. Soldiers, do not be disheartened by yesterday's defeat. I've had our latest secret weapon brought here to showcase its power. With it, we will certainly redeem ourselves. First, let's demonstrate the hand grenade. Grenadiers, step forward. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of soldiers carrying packages ran to a distance in front of the crowd and formed a line, facing thick wooden stakes planted in the ground. They were wrapped from head to toe in thick cotton. First, they took out bamboo fire tubes, similar to ancient Chinese fire starters, lit them, and then each took out a strange cylindrical object from their backpacks. These were guessed to be the hand grenades mentioned by the Count, with a wooden handle protruding from the bottom and a thin cord wrapped around it. After unwinding the cord, the soldiers held the handle tightly. At the Count's command of throw, the demonstration soldiers ignited the fuses on the objects with their bamboo fire tubes. After burning for a while, they vigorously threw them towards the wooden stakes. The thrown hand grenades exploded among the stakes, creating loud noises. Some exploded upon hitting the ground, while others burst in midair, sending shrapnel flying in all directions and causing thick smoke to rise from the stakes. Those who hadn't participated in the new weapon's development were startled by the explosion. They soon realized that the explosions they often heard during training were caused by these devices. A soldier clad in heavy armor checked the area around the stakes to ensure there were no unexploded grenades. Once he signaled safety, Paul ordered the formation to be dismissed, allowing officers and soldiers to inspect the new weapon's effects. Covering their noses against a pungent odor, they approached the stakes and found that the explosion had embedded the grenade's shrapnel, mainly iron nails, deeply into the wood. They expressed amazement. A grenade thrown into a crowd could severely injure those with little protection, and if it hit someone's face, the thought was too terrible to contemplate. Knight Schroeder genuinely praised, "This will be very effective against hastily conscripted rabble. Just a few throws will scatter them. Next, let's showcase the second weapon." With this, even a farmer who has just put down his hoe can easily kill a well-trained warrior. Paul clapped his hands loudly, drawing everyone's attention with a tantalizing statement. 2 thick steel plates were fixed on the ground, followed by 2 soldiers each holding a matchlock gun. The crowd quickly became fascinated by the strange weapons in their hands. The soldiers stood 10 meters from the steel plates and followed a well-rehearsed procedure. They took out a small bottle of gunpowder, filled the breech end of the gun barrel with some gunpowder, and covered it with a breech lid. Then they stood the gun upright, poured the remaining gunpowder from the bottle into the barrel, and inserted a lead bullet using a ramrod pulled from below the barrel. They tamped down the gunpowder and bullet. Finally, they fixed the burning end of the match cord onto the clamp at the end of the serpentine on the lock mechanism. The presence of the breech lid effectively prevented accidental ignition of the priming powder by the match cord. Aim. On command, the 2 soldiers pointed their guns at the steel plates in front of them, resembling crossbowmen taking aim. Fire. Closing their eyes, the soldiers pulled the triggers. The trigger action opened the breech lid, while the serpentine's head rapidly struck the priming powder, igniting it and setting off the gunpowder in the barrel. With a bang, Flames and smoke burst from the barrels. Looking in the direction of aim, everyone saw large holes in the steel plates. Oh! Those unfamiliar with the new weapon development were stunned, and someone muttered, "Is this magic?" The small bullet had penetrated a steel plate. The terrifying power of the matchlock guns created a massive stir among the onlookers, especially Knight Schroeder, who had decades of military experience. He had only admired the hand grenades, but the matchlock guns filled him with terror. His decades of martial training were formidable, and he could take on several ordinary men in close combat with equal weapons. However, with these guns, even a slightly stronger child could easily kill him. Suddenly thinking of something, he turned and said, "Lord Count, please strictly control the use of these weapons, or they could cause great turmoil." The young count replied with a grin, "Of course, Knight Schroeder. I certainly don't want someone to suddenly put a big hole in my chest." If you're enjoying the story, please leave a rating and review. For announcements or to report mistakes, please join my Discord, https://discord.gg/2sz2zisp. Chapter 15, Don't Falter, Stand Strong! Chapter 15, Don't Falter, Stand Strong! TL, Etude. After the demonstration of the new weapons, the soldiers were left to continue their training, while Paul, Knight Schroeder, and the officers of company level and above gathered in the castle hall for a meeting. In front of all the officers, Paul announced the appointment of Schroeder as his chief of staff, explaining that this position was equivalent to the chief of staff in other armies. After introducing his newly established military system to the veteran knight, he conferred upon him the rank of major, while his attendant, Joyce, was appointed as a captain, temporarily serving as a staff officer. Then came the discussion about the reasons for their previous defeat. The officers, one after another, read out their analyses written overnight about the last battle. Finally, the young count said, "Everyone's summaries are very detailed, and collectively, there are two main reasons: the new recruits' reluctance to fight and acting on their own accord. To solve this problem, I have decided to introduce drummers and buglers into the army, to cultivate a habit among the soldiers to move to the beat of the drum. On the battlefield, soldiers must march to the rhythm of the drum, neither rushing forward recklessly nor shrinking back in fear. The buglers will play two calls, the charge and the retreat. When the charge is sounded, they must charge forward, even if it leads into a hell of swords and fire. When the retreat is sounded, they must not linger even if gold and silver lie ahead. During battle, each unit's inspectors will supervise the discipline on the battlefield. Those who violate the aforementioned discipline will be punished, up to the death penalty, depending on the severity of the offense. Bryce, draft the detailed regulations. I want every soldier to memorize them and begin training immediately." Bryce responded, "Yes, my lord." The veteran knight was surprised. Although this rural lord was still underage, he had quite unique insights into military affairs. He suggested, "My lord, I have learned about the previous battle. Please execute the soldiers who disobeyed orders and retreated without permission, to enforce military discipline." "Ah, well, I have already sentenced them to hard labor in the mines." "All right, since you have spared their lives, let it be for now, but next time, do not show such needless mercy. Re-punishing them for the same mistake would obviously affect Paul's authority. Let's discuss how we will fight the next battle." After witnessing the power of firearms, the officers were excited, most believing that with adequate equipment, victory in the next battle was assured. Schroeder, however, had a different opinion. "Gentlemen, the Count showed us firearms to boost our confidence, not to make us arrogant. Remember, pride comes before the fall." Paul secretly gave a thumbs up to the old knight's understanding. Schroeder continued, "I believe in the next battle, we must not rely on firearms. We should make our soldiers win against the pirates in hand-to-hand combat, to overcome their inner fear and establish true confidence and a sense of honor." "Right," agreed Paul. There was a saying on Earth by Suvorov, "A bullet is a fool, the bayonet a hero." Soldiers who dare to engage in bayonet fights are the true soldiers. The meeting concluded with decisions to introduce signalmen and drummers, temporarily proposing 4 types of bugle calls: assembly, advance, retreat, and charge, to be gradually supplemented as the army developed. The daily training regimen was adjusted to increase the intensity of bayonet training. Additionally, An officer training course was established, taught by the veteran knight, imparting military knowledge of the era such as setting up camps, ambush and counter-ambush tactics, reconnaissance, and counter-reconnaissance. Of course, the production and training of firearms would continue. Since the strength of the pirates in the next encounter was unknown, it was essential to prepare a trump card. At the pirate camp, the pirates were also discussing their plans. "Quick, Shark sent me to tell you to restrain yourselves." "Restrain? He's filled his coffers." "But I've hardly gotten my hands on anything." "You've ventured so far from the coast and directly confronted the local lord." "You're too bold." "Just trade a few civilians and hurry back to Port Fran." "Bullying unarmed civilians is no real feat, and besides, they have nothing worth taking. If we're going to do something, let's make it big." Old Grayman fell into Shark's trap and kicked the bucket. "The entire territory is in a state of panic, making it a prime opportunity." "That overconfident kid from their family led troops against us in a battle yesterday. His skills were mediocre at best. It would be a disservice to my pirate profession not to take advantage of this situation." HMPH, speaking of old Grayman, "That bastard Shark actually killed a legitimate noble of the fiefdom. Isn't he afraid of provoking the collective wrath of the lords of the Northwest Bay? What's there to fear?" Grayman himself broke the understanding between the lords and us, violating the rules of Northwest Bay. It's his own fault. Besides, the Grayman family, being exiles, never got along with the neighboring families. Some might even be secretly enjoying this. It was you who first broke the understanding, venturing so far from the coast to stir up trouble." "Humphrey, then why did you come all this way?" "To administer justice on behalf of the nobles." "Enough talk." "In a few days, I'll lead my men straight to Lakehart Town for what we want. If they still resist, I'll tie up their main force, and you can sneak in from the other side." 9 days later, the pirates came to claim the goods they had demanded in their letter. Rowing in small boats, the pirates gradually approached Lakehart Town. Upon receiving the report, Paul immediately ordered his troops to assemble on the shore, ready for battle, and sent a platoon of guards to inform the residents to lock their doors and windows, and prepare for the worst with kitchen knives in hand. What audacious thieves, to dare provoke the center of a count's territory in broad daylight after attempting a stealth attack under the cover of night, the veteran knight marveled. "Damn, we've been careless. If they use their naval advantage to trap us, it won't bode well. We should have relocated the island's residents earlier." The veteran knight deeply regretted his oversight. The Grayman family had built the castle on the island to defend against land enemies, not expecting today's threat to come from the water, turning it into a deadly trap. "Are there any people familiar with naval warfare on the island?" Schroeder asked, but the blank stares from everyone quickly gave him his answer. "Then we must provoke them to land for a decisive battle." The pirates first sent a few small boats to probe near the shore, confirming that the defenders lacked projectile weapons like bows and crossbows. They brazenly began to land. It seemed that after their victory in the last battle, they no longer regarded the territorial militia as a threat, much to the old knight's relief. Seeing the pirates outnumbered those in the previous encounter, Paul originally planned a halfway ambush, but the idea was opposed by the veteran knight. He believed that the pirates, being strong swimmers, would jump back into the water if the situation turned sour. Moreover, if they encountered resistance during landing, they would likely use their boats to blockade Lakehart Island, trapping the soldiers and civilians. What then? Engage in a boat-hopping battle with the pirates? All right. Let's have an honorable decisive battle then, Paul resolved, and then reiterated the battle discipline to the entire army. Optimistically, their chances of victory were still high. Even if the soldiers couldn't overpower the pirates, they had a large number of hand grenades, and 6 muskets had been successfully made, enough to give the pirates a hard time. As these thoughts crossed his mind, most of the pirates had already landed and were rushing towards them. "Hey, Grayman kid, have you prepared the things I asked for in the letter?" The big-bearded pirate bellowed, the same big-bearded guy with a loud voice. "Don't show your emotions, don't show your emotions." The young count muttered to himself, "Last time you guys foolishly tried to resist us. Normally, I would have asked for some extra tribute for that, but looking at this sorry place, I doubt you have anything more than a few baskets of stinky fish." "I'll be generous. Just hand over what I demanded before." the big bearded man arrogantly said. Paul ordered the bugler to sound the advance call. Bryce shouted, "All troops, prepare. Today we shall slay these scoundrels and avenge our fallen brothers. Forward!" The drummers beat the marching drums, and the soldiers of 3 companies, spears in hand, began to advance slowly. Paul and Bryce initially wanted all 4 companies to press forward, but the veteran knight insisted on keeping one as a reserve and some discipline in forces, supposedly for maintaining battlefield discipline. "Ha, still not taught enough of a lesson?" The big bearded pirate laughed heartily. "Men, since we're in their homeland this time, if they don't give it, we'll take it ourselves." His men roared with laughter. "Quick is right. Nobody better steal my kills," one pirate shouted, gripping his steel sword tightly, his expression turning increasingly ferocious. As the 2 sides drew closer, they finally clashed in close combat. If you're enjoying the story, please leave a rating and review. For announcements or to report mistakes, please join my Discord, https://discord.gg/2sz2zisp. Chapter 16. Complete Victory! Chapter 16. Complete Victory. TL, Etude. Paul's heart tightened as the sounds of battle approached from the front. This time, the soldiers' performance had improved compared to the last battle. There was no reckless charging, thanks to a company kept in reserve near Paul. Senior officers like Bryce had also charged into the fray. Although Paul was opposed to senior officers leading the charge, it undeniably boosted the soldiers' morale. However, the situation gradually turned dire, with Paul's side showing signs of weakness as the battle slowly shifted towards the center of Lakehart town. Paul became anxious. "Let the reserve company take over," he suggested. Schroeder shook his head. "It's not time yet." Just then, a report came in. Suspicious figures resembling another group of pirates were spotted near the town's other bridge. "Send the reserve company there," Schroeder decided. Paul sighed in relief. "Good thing we kept the reserve. It would have been bad if another group of pirates broke into the town." The reserve company, now acting, began to rapidly move towards the other side of the town. Their movement was pivotal. The soldiers engaged in battle thought their lord was abandoning them to retreat, and many started fleeing towards Paul's position. "No retreat signal has been sounded. Get back to the fight." Bryce and other officers, while fending off enemies, shouted furiously. Some soldiers returned to the battle, but many did not. Their disadvantage became even more apparent. That's when the old knight Schroeder made his move. He charged on his horse, quickly closing in on a fleeing soldier, drawing his sword in a swift motion. In a split second, before anyone could comprehend his actions, the deserter's head was no longer on his shoulders, rolling on the ground and ending up under Paul's horse. The body, now headless, collapsed with a thud, blood spurting from the neck, staining the ground red. The sight of this fierce action stunned both the fleeing soldiers and those with Paul. The old knight's eyes were blazing with anger, his neck flushed red and veins bulging, emitting an almost palpable aura of fury. "This is the fate of a deserter." His voice thundered across the battlefield, striking fear into every heart. "Provost guards, on my command, deal with any retreaters in the same way. No mercy." The provost guards were stunned, exchanging looks of disbelief, unsure of how to respond. "Didn't you hear my command?" The knight turned to face them. His squire Joyce immediately drew his sword, pointing it at the still dazed provost guards. The mere glance from the old knight was enough to petrify the provost guards, who quickly remembered their duty upon receiving a superior's order. "Yes!" they shouted in unison, raising their spears towards the retreating deserters. Disobedience meant they could be the next to be decapitated. "Fight the pirates to the end," someone shouted, leading the deserters back to the front line. "Better to die fighting the enemy than be executed for desertion." If they were unlucky enough to die in battle, at least their families would receive a substantial pension, as Count Grayman was a man of his word. Finally, the battle line stabilized. Despite being shocked by the old knight's methods, Paul breathed a sigh of relief. The officers shouted commands, rallying their soldiers. The various platoons gradually reformed their ranks, with advantages in numbers, equipment, and organization. The army naturally had the upper hand over the pirates. Now, with everyone resolved to fight to the death, They inflicted significant casualties on the pirates. The fruits of their previous training were now evident. Under the command of their officers, the soldiers formed spear formations by platoons, advancing slowly but steadily, forcing the pirates back towards the water. "All cavalry, rally to me!" shouted Schroeder, charging into the battlefield alongside Joyce. After gathering all the knights, they swiftly veered away from the battle, then turned their horses and, with a fierce crack of their whips, charged furiously towards the pirates. The cavalry's rapid charge effectively split the pirate ranks in two, trampling and knocking down many unlucky ones in their path. This was the final blow for the already faltering pirates, who began to scatter and flee towards the shore. Some threw down their weapons and surrendered with their hands raised. "Advance at a run," commanded Bryce, who was on foot. The soldiers, while maintaining their formation, quickened their pace towards the water's edge. Seeing the guards approaching, the pirates hastily pushed their boats away from the shore and jumped into the water to climb aboard, an opportunity not to be missed. Paul thought, seeing nearly half the pirates already off the shore, he immediately ordered the bugler to sound the charge. D. The bugle's loud call resonated across the battlefield. Charge! To the retreating pirates, it seemed as if the territorial guards were suddenly invigorated, rushing towards them with unbridled ferocity, breaking formation in their haste. "Move! Let me on first. I'm first." "Fuck you!" Pleas and curses filled the air over the lake. The large bearded pirate leader was nowhere to be seen, leaving the headless pirates without any thought of a counterattack, only pushing and cursing each other in desperation to board the boats. As the soldiers reached the shore, pirates who had managed to get on their boats began rowing away, distancing themselves from the land. "Wait for me, cuckold." "Go die." The pirates still in the water, who hadn't managed to get aboard, cursed their abandoning comrades, while some swam desperately towards the departing boats. Some pirates left on the shore resisted briefly but were either killed or surrendered. At this moment, a troop of soldiers arrived at the shore, the gunners, tasked with striking the final blow. 6 musketeers, already loaded, aimed and fired towards the pirate boats, while others lit bamboo fire tubes and ignited hand grenades. Despite the muskets' limited accuracy, their targets were close and densely packed, resulting in a successful volley. With the muskets' smoke, 4 pirates on a boat were hit, 2 falling into the lake, their fate unknown. One was hit directly in the chest and was immediately lifeless, while another, hit in the arm, screamed in agony. The pirates, unfamiliar with such weapons, were astounded and fearful. "Witchcraft, black magic, the nobles are using evil magic." Then, more terror rained from the shore as round objects with sizzling fuses flew towards the boats. The pirates, realizing the danger, frantically rowed away. The first grenade landed accurately over a boat and exploded mid-air, mutilating the pirates nearby and throwing the boat into chaos. If the muskets hadn't drawn much attention due to their limited numbers, the grenades caused a major upheaval. Although some fell into the water, those that exploded wreaked havoc, with shrapnel and nails scattering, the lake echoing with explosions and pirates' screams. "Die, you sons of bitches!" laughed Makarov, throwing grenades at the pirate boats. Today's victory washed away the gloom of previous defeats, providing a much-needed vindication. The pirates, enduring the explosions, rowed desperately, eventually escaping the range of the firearms. Meanwhile, the reserve team sent to the other side of the town reported back. The other suspected pirates, after observing, decided not to attack upon seeing the well-prepared reserve forces. They vanished after witnessing the defeat of their counterparts, and the reserve was ordered to remain on alert. After the victory, excitement and cheers filled the battlefield, lifting the long-standing gloom over the army. With the enemy out of sight, the Count ordered the cleanup of the battlefield and announced 2 orders through the provosts. All spoils must be declared, and prisoners must not be mistreated. On Schroeder's advice, 2 cavalrymen were dispatched in the direction of the pirates' retreat to scout for any possible counterattacks. If you're enjoying the story, please leave a rating and review. For announcements or to report mistakes, please join my Discord, https://discord.gg/2sz2zisp. Chapter 17, Interrogation of Prisoners! Chapter 17, Interrogation of Prisoners. TL, Etude. News of the bandits' repulsion quickly spread through Lakeheart town, prompting residents to flood the streets and gather at the town center square to celebrate. The next day, Lord Count ordered a victory parade. The troops, organized in companies, formed square formations and marched in unison along the main street towards the square. A temporary review stand was erected at the north end of the square, where Paul, along with Schroeder, Blaze, and other senior military officers, reviewed the troops. As the troops passed by the review stand from west to east, their formations swiftly changed to a march on command. Each young soldier walked with his head held high and chest puffed out, a mix of pride and solemnity on their faces. The onlookers gasped in amazement, followed by waves of applause and cheers. The old knight on the review stand nodded in approval. This peculiar marching style indeed imbued an unstoppable aura. The troops' discipline and quality were unmistakably evident, surpassing even what he had seen in his previous service, which couldn't be achieved without prolonged training. Following the troops, the captured pirates were paraded, receiving not flowers and applause but rotten eggs and spoiled vegetables. The townspeople of Lakeheart had suffered greatly due to the pirates, with farmers and fishermen constantly in fear. Recognizing the significance of this victory, on the afternoon of the pirates' defeat, Paul and his senior officers hastily devised a temporary system of rewards and compensations, announcing it during the parade. Those granted temporary military ranks were now made permanent, and based on their performance in the battle. Those who sacrificed themselves were awarded first-class merits. Those severely wounded received second-class merits, and nearly 100 others displaying outstanding performance were awarded third-class merits. Material and monetary rewards varied according to the level of merit. Families of those who were killed or severely injured, losing their ability to work, could receive 5 Odo gold coins or an equivalent amount in other currencies from the Lord's mansion. For families in the Northwest Bay Area, this was a substantial sum. You damned nobles. The bearded pirate, hands tied behind his back, was dragged into the hall, struggling and cursing. 2 soldiers forcefully pushed him to the ground. So, you're the great Quick Eye, I presume? Paul looked at the defiant pirate leader with interest. In the previous battle, this big bearded man had been knocked unconscious by his own retreating men. Just thinking about it brought a sense of deep satisfaction. It's grandfather. Make him speak more respectfully. The slapping sounds echoed in the hall as a soldier struck Quick's cheeks back and forth, rapidly swelling them up. You. The pirate leader's curses gradually faded. Spill everything you know. How many are you? How much have you stolen? Where are the other pirates? I'd rather die. Hiss. Then reveal. Hiss. A single thing. Quick's face was swollen, making it difficult for him to speak clearly. Quite a tough nut, aren't you, gentlemen? Any ideas on how to make him talk? The officers brainstormed and suggested various methods of persuasion, turning the hall into a stage for a grim play. They started with whips and clamps, then moved to the tiger bench, chilly water, and water torture, giving Quick a thorough ordeal. What? Still not talking? If force doesn't work, let's try gentler methods, tickling his armpits, scraping his feet. One by one, these tormenting tactics were used on Quick. Ah, oh, ha ha, ha ha, ah, oh, ha ha ha. With a mix of harsh and soft tactics, Quick was tossed between heaven and hell. I'll talk. After enduring a long ordeal, Quick finally gave in. It's like refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If only you had spoken up sooner, none of this would have been necessary. The young count chuckled sinisterly, much like a villain in a movie. Soldiers, continue interrogating the other prisoners in the jail. Did you note down the methods we just used? Let's see if their boss is as tight-lipped as his underlings. Yes, Lord Count. 2 soldiers saluted with a newly implemented hand gesture, eagerly rubbing their hands together before excitedly departing. After his sinister laughter, Paul slowly said to Quick, "So, great Quick Eye, tell us everything you know. If your story conflicts with what your men have said, remember, we in Lakeheart Town are known for our warm hospitality. You'll receive even more wonderful treatment." The bearded pirate on the ground shivered upon hearing this. After compiling the testimonies of the pirates, Lakeheart Town finally understood the enemy's situation. There were 3 groups of pirates involved in the invasion. The first group was Quick's gang, which had just suffered a major defeat in Lakeheart Town. The second group was the Shark Gang, led by a pirate named Shark. They were the ones who ambushed old Paul. The third group was the newly landed Mudfish Gadden Gang, the suspicious group in the recent battle who, after seeing Quick's gang's defeat, quietly slipped away, living up to their Mudfish moniker. The Shark Gang landed first, looting along the coast, and, fortunately, defeated the forces of old Grayman. Upon learning that only a young child remained in the Grayman family, they grew more brazen, occupying the small port town of Fran and coercing the locals into building defenses, planning a long-term settlement. Quick's gang landed later, finding the coastal area already pillaged by the Shark Gang, so they headed inland. After plundering some villages and towns, they decided to hit big and headed straight for Lakeheart town, only to meet their downfall. Regarding the Mudfish Gadden Gang, Quick had just recently joined forces with them and knew little. However, what worried the people of Lakeheart town was that these three pirate factions, though small, were all affiliated with a more powerful force dominating the northern seas, the notorious pirate, Walker Edward. 20 years ago, Walker Edward rose to power, gradually absorbing various pirate groups in the North Sea. The United Pirates caused headaches for the lords of the Northwest Bay. They joined forces in an attempt to eliminate Edward. However, the campaign was far from successful. The pirates used hit-and-run tactics on the water, making it difficult for the Noble Coalition to counter. Whenever the coalition's forces retreated, the pirates would raid the shores, and when the coalition's main force arrived, the pirates would withdraw to sea. The nobles tried building a fleet to combat them at sea, but their newly formed fleet was no match for the seasoned pirates, resulting in repeated failures. Eventually, the exhausted nobles negotiated a truce, paying a substantial sum to the pirates as protection money. They also ceded a coastal area, including part of Paul's family lands, for the pirates to resupply every few months. In return, Edward agreed to restrain his subordinates from venturing too deep inland or near the capitals and surrounding areas of the various territories. Thus, for 20 years, the lords and pirates coexisted in this uneasy truce, with the designated resupply area suffering under the dual exploitation of nobles and pirates. When Quick revealed this, Lord Count, infuriated, slammed his glass of water, exclaiming in a curse identical to Quick's earlier outburst. Not only was Quick kneeling below taken aback, but the others involved in the interrogation also exchanged glances. The butler leaned in and quietly reminded Paul, "Ahem, Lord Count, please be cautious with your words. Your grandfather was among those who negotiated this agreement." Most lords of the Northwest Bay, including the Graymans, though dissatisfied, had no choice but to agree. Paul coldly asked, "So, if the pirates hadn't overstepped this time, would you all have continued to turn a blind eye?" The people in the hall fell silent, heads bowed, the quiet broken only by the sigh of the old knight, Schroeder. If you're enjoying the story, please leave a rating and review. For announcements or to report mistakes, please join my Discord, https://discord.gg/2sz2zisp. Chapter 18. The Knight's Loyalty! Chapter 18. The Knight's Loyalty. TL, Etude. Paul, filled with indignation, witnessed a scenario that had previously only existed in history books, a collusion between officials and bandits, now unfolding right before his eyes. From Quick's confession, Paul learned that a few months ago, Edward had suddenly left with his trusted fleet. The specifics of their mission were unknown to these peripheral underlings. In the absence of the tiger, the monkeys declared themselves kings. The scattered pirate groups, now unrestrained, turned rebellious. Where there were once prohibitions under Edward's strict orders, now it was a free-for-all, with each group seizing whatever they could. Some pirate groups, emboldened by Edward's departure, even dared to venture into the inland territories near Grayman's lands, areas untouched for nearly 2 decades. After further interrogation of Quick, Paul ordered him to be thrown into the dungeon. With a stern face, he announced to everyone that he planned to take advantage of the absence of the pirates' main forces to eradicate the remaining pirates in the Northwest Bay and restore peace to his territory. The steward, Ford, expressed his concerns. "I understand your anger, my lord, and dealing with the scattered pirate groups should pose no problem, but what if Edward's main fleet returns? As we've seen recently, other families won't help us until they themselves are under attack. Alone, our territory might stand little chance against Edward. That's why we need to build a strong navy. When Edward returns, we'll be ready to defeat them, Paul replied. He knew that the nobles of the Ordo Kingdom had little awareness of maritime power, which had allowed pirates to thrive. But my lord, shipbuilding is expensive, Ford cautioned. Add to that the cost of training sailors and regular maintenance. It's a bottomless pit. Don't worry, gentlemen. We'll have bread, and we'll have milk, the young count assured confidently. Paul's decision to eliminate the pirates was not just driven by indignation towards the nobles' indifference to the coastal commoners' plight. He had other reasons as well. During his time in this world, he realized it was technologically backward, comparable to medieval Europe on Earth, with most goods produced through manual craftsmanship. He pondered over various industries that could generate immediate income, such as papermaking, book printing, and ceramics. The challenge, however, lay in the backwardness of Ordo's northwestern region, where the populace was largely illiterate and poor. Who would buy his products? While the nobility might be interested in novel items for decoration, relying solely on noble customers wouldn't bring much profit. Therefore, he needed to sell his products in the more economically developed southern regions, such as the capital, Shine Castle, or even further, through the Horn Bay Alliance, to distant lands. How to transport the goods? Land routes were out of the question. Aside from the ongoing war in the south, even in peacetime, the many checkpoints and greedy local lords would make it impractical. So, he turned his attention to sea routes. By eliminating the pirates and securing maritime paths, he could leverage the advantages of sea transport, large cargo capacity and direct access to destinations without the extortionate demands of local lords. To achieve this, building a naval force capable of both offense and defense was essential. Apart from the Horn Bay Alliance, a nation built on commerce, other countries lacked maritime consciousness. Yet, the known seas weren't devoid of power. Filled with countless pirates and bandits, Edward's notorious force among them. These groups continually replenished their ranks with condemned criminals, peasants driven to despair by harsh governance, refugees from war, thrill-seeking adventurers, and ordinary people captured and forced to join. Lord Grayman, on behalf of the elders of my hometown, I extend our deepest gratitude for your great kindness. The old knight suddenly stood up, bowing deeply to Paul, his voice choked with emotion. It's nothing, just my duty as a lord, Paul responded modestly. From now on, I am willing to serve under your command. Please do not disregard me for my old age and seeming uselessness. Although it wasn't a formal oath of loyalty from the knight, the implication was clear to everyone. After expressing this sentiment, the old knight sat down, seemingly lost in thought. Paul was puzzled, wondering if he had somehow unintentionally exuded a commanding aura. At this moment, the steward Philip whispered to him, when Knight Schroeder was young, his family was by pirates. That explained the old knight's sudden emotional outburst. Paul cleared his throat and said, let's discuss our next steps. The commander of the 2nd Battalion, Claude, was the first to speak. Count, our army is high in spirits after the recent victory. We should take advantage of this and aim to reclaim Port Fran, driving the pirates off the land. There was immediate opposition. We mustn't underestimate the enemy. According to the prisoners, they still number at least 700 or 800. We are at a numerical disadvantage. The young count promptly ordered, Bryce, you're in charge of recruiting new soldiers. I want to see 2 fully staffed infantry battalions within a month. Bryce stood and responded, yes, my lord. The old knight, who had been reminiscing, suddenly spoke. We need to train soldiers proficient in naval warfare, particularly recruiting from fishing families, as our enemies are pirates. This could also serve as a foundation for our future navy. Agreed. We should specifically form 2 companies for naval combat, focusing on training in boarding actions and other maritime combat techniques. Next time we face the pirates, we won't be so passive. The firearms invented by Lord Count seem perfect for naval combat, especially the hand grenades. We should equip a large quantity. Throwing a few onto an enemy ship as we approach would guarantee casualties. The muskets are also effective. I personally witnessed 4 of the enemy taken down by them. A single shot was all it took. Constructing a few ships with battering rams, or repurposing fishermen's boats, and sailing down the Vis River. Your suggestions are all excellent, Paul said. I'll assign personnel to increase the production of firearms and start building warships. The atmosphere at the meeting grew increasingly enthusiastic as they rode the wave of their recent victory, with everyone eagerly offering suggestions. While Paul was listening and pondering over the suggestions, a servant quietly entered and whispered something to Steward Philip, who immediately tugged at his sleeve. "What's happened?" Paul asked. "My lord, we've found the bell-casting artisan you were looking for." Paul slapped his thigh in delight. "Oh, haha, finally." He then excused himself from the discussion, urging the servant to lead the way, and quickly left. The people left behind were confused. Was there something more urgent than dealing with the pirates? If you're enjoying the story, please leave a rating and review. For announcements or to report mistakes, please join my Discord, https://discord.gg/2sz2zisp. Chapter 19, The God of War! Chapter 19, The God of War. TL, Etude. Paul entered the reception room to find a middle-aged man sitting there, looking uneasy. "The person standing before you is the owner of the Elder Territory in the Northwest Bay, Count Paul Grayman," the leading servant announced loudly to the man, then turned and quietly introduced to the Count. "My lord, this is Marlowe, a casting craftsman, summoned at your request." Your lordship," Marlowe stammered, perhaps due to nervousness. He clumsily bowed and asked, "May I know why you have summoned me?" "I have always been law-abiding." "Relax. I've called you here for a good reason. Otherwise, we would be meeting in a prison cell. Are you skilled in bell casting?" "Yes." Seeing that the Lord didn't seem to intend any harm, Marlowe relaxed and became more articulate. "The bell in the church of Lake Town was cast by me a few years ago. If it hasn't been replaced." "Good." "I must confess, I've rung that bell myself." To a layman like me, it seemed like a fine piece of craftsmanship, very smooth surface and all. "Hey, you flatter me, my lord." The Count then slowly unfolded a piece of parchment. "I need you to cast something like this for me. Can you do it?" "What's drawn here is a cross-section, but the actual thing will be cylindrical. I call it a cannon." Marlowe leaned in to take a closer look. This was a cross-section of an early cannon that Paul had drawn based on information he had seen in an online forum in his previous life, with dimensions annotated. The cannon featured a tapered bore, about 1 meter long, with an inner diameter of approximately 84 millimeters. It had a breech, trunnions, a touch hole, and could fire 4-pound solid iron shots or grape shot. Considering his limited knowledge as a pseudo-military enthusiast, Paul had opted for a very conservative design. Marlowe had never seen anything like it. "May I ask, my lord, what is this cannon intended for?" "Let's not talk about that yet. I need you to work for me long-term. I'll pay you 800 copper coins per month, with a raise for good performance." "Are you willing to work for me permanently?" "Absolutely." Marlowe nodded eagerly, like a pecking hen. As a specialized foundry craftsman in the economically underdeveloped Northwest, he rarely had steady work and sometimes was even conscripted for unpaid labor by the lords. Now, presented with a stable and well-paying job, only a fool would decline. "Excellent. Here's a labor contract. What you call a promise. You just need to press your thumbprint on it." "Let me read it to you first." The contract, apart from a few lines about wages, mainly covered confidentiality, not disclosing work details to others, not leaving the workplace without permission, and other security measures, all of which bewildered Marlowe. Marlowe had never encountered such a meticulous lord. It was unheard of for nobility to require contracts for commoners' services. Although some clauses restricting freedom were irksome, the enticing compensation made him swiftly press his thumbprint without hesitation. Perfect. The Count was secretly thrilled, quickly securing the contract. He hadn't expected Marlowe to decide so swiftly. "If you do well, I assure you, you won't be undercompensated. Oh, from now on, you'll stay in my territory. I'll have your family brought over and well accommodated." "Let's get back to this cannon. Since you'll be working for me, you'll inevitably need to know about it. You're familiar with catapults and ballistae, right?" "Yes," Marlowe nodded. "The cannon serves a similar purpose, but I've replaced the projectile with an iron ball, called a cannonball. The cannonball is placed inside the barrel, and the bottom of the barrel is filled with a substance called gunpowder. This substance, when ignited through the small hole at the back of the barrel, explodes violently, propelling the cannonball forward. Do you understand my explanation? Understood, understood. Your explanation is quite clear and simple to grasp, my lord. First, cast some using bronze, and later we can try using iron, Paul suggested. He knew bronze had better ductility, making the cannons less likely to burst and, even if they did, the damage would be less catastrophic. He couldn't afford to lose his painstakingly trained troops to faulty equipment. How much would it cost to cast a bronze cannon of the size shown in the diagram? Paul inquired. For a cannon of this size, you'd need over 300 kilograms of bronze. Based on current prices, the cost would be around 500 Ordo silver coins, or 50 Ordo gold coins, Marlowe estimated. Paul was shocked at the expense. It was almost equivalent to the pension of 10 soldiers. He hadn't even asked Philip how much the firearms development had cost previously. He had simply instructed the craftsman to provide whatever was needed, hoping it wouldn't be another painful expense. Nevertheless, now he had to follow through. The craftsman was already hired, and the need was urgent. How long would it take to cast one cannon? He asked, addressing his primary concern. Having never made such a thing before, I can only estimate at least a month. I'd say. A month? That's too long, Paul exclaimed, surprised. Marlowe hesitated, wondering if he should mention the concept of a scrap rate to Paul. Fine, a month it is. I'll assign you some apprentices to learn from you. Teach them well. The more apprentices you train, the higher your wage and the extra rewards. Don't even think about the saying a starving apprentice makes a dead master. Yes, I'll do my best, but my lord, why not use iron? If we use iron, I'm confident I can bring the cost down to about a quarter of that for bronze. Well, I'm just too kind-hearted, thinking of your welfare as craftsman. Iron is more brittle, and a miscalculation with the gunpowder could lead to disastrous bursting. Bursting? Marlowe repeated, alarmed at the sound of this dangerous term. It means the explosion inside is too strong and bursts the cannon open. Marlowe realized he had accepted a potentially life-threatening job. My lord, I have elders to care for and young children to feed. Could I just handle the casting? Don't worry. When the time comes, build a mound of earth, make the fuse longer, and light it from behind the mound for safety. I've captured some pirate prisoners recently. I'll assign a few to you. Use them as you need. Okay, Marlowe replied, relieved. I apologize for my earlier apprehension. The cannon works similarly to another weapon called a musket, which we've already produced. I'll have someone take you to our weapon manufacturing site. Speak with the craftsman who made the muskets, think through the details of your work, and start casting the cannon immediately. Yes, my lord. Despite agreeing, Marlowe was still adjusting to his new role as a weapons manufacturer. At that moment, Steward Philip entered. Count, Father Anderson and his mentor, Brother Leonard, the head of the North Shore Monastery, have come to visit. Oh? Anderson is the one who treated me, right? I've heard of the other one. Let them in. Meanwhile, arrange for Master Marlowe to join our training camp and contribute to the new weapons development. Provide him with whatever he needs. If you're enjoying the story, please leave a rating and review. For announcements or to report mistakes, please join my Discord, https://discord.gg/2sz2zisp. Chapter 20. Religious Threat! Chapter 20. Religious Threat. TL, Etude. A while later, Butler Philip led two clergymen into the drawing room. Father Anderson was someone he had met before, but he had no recollection of Dean Leonard, an elderly man with a Mediterranean hairstyle, who gave off an exceedingly old-fashioned aura. Paul asked with a smile, "What brings you two to my place, Count?" "You dared to confront the pirates and achieved victory in battle, protecting the Lord's flock. We are here to express our gratitude," they said. "Ha! That's my duty. Is that all?" The clergymen exchanged glances, hesitating slightly. Finally, the older Dean Leonard spoke up. "Count, we are here to investigate a matter. Could we ask your butler to leave us for a moment?" "All right. What matter requires the presence of two clergymen for investigation?" Paul waved his hand, signaling Philip to leave the drawing room. "We have learned that you used something akin to sorcery in your battle against the pirates. Could you explain this?" "Sorcery? What sorcery?" "I've never heard of such a thing," Paul replied, puzzled. "Count, it's those things that can explode or shoot projectiles causing injury or death." "Oh, You mean the latest firearms equipped by my military? Can we see these items? Paul flatly refused. That's not possible. These are military secrets, not to be casually shown to others. Seeing his refusal, Dean Leonard's expression turned stern. Count, monitoring for signs of witchcraft in our jurisdiction is a natural duty of us clergymen. I advise you to cooperate with us. If it's just ordinary weapons, we will clear your name, but if you refuse to cooperate, and the matter escalates to the Inquisition of the General Diocese, it will be troublesome. It won't be good for anyone. Those people's temperament, as you must know, is quite severe. If they come down to investigate, it could harm the innocent. Are you threatening a lord? This is outrageous. Paul was indignant, unable to believe they would resort to such tactics. Father Anderson, looking worried, said, "Please forgive us, Count. Although we are servants of the Lord, we are also your subjects. We wouldn't have insisted if it weren't for our duty. There have been precedents where lords were seduced by evil sorcerers, bringing disaster to their entire domain. Not only would it harm you, but it could also affect the innocent populace." He was genuinely concerned that the young count might stubbornly resist them to the end, potentially drawing the attention of the Inquisition, which would spell trouble. Paul bit his lip in frustration, wrestling with his thoughts. After a standoff, he finally relented. The religious tribunal they mentioned was no trifle. The tribunal in the northern diocese of the Kingdom of Odo was one thing. The king would not likely let them investigate his nobles unrestrainedly for the sake of his own prestige. However, if the matter reached the church headquarters, it was a different story. Fine then. To prove my innocence, I will show them to you, but may I ask, if it is proven that my new weapon has nothing to do with black sorcery, would you two be willing to keep the details of the weapon confidential? After all, it is a military secret, our means to fight against pirates. We swear in the name of the Lord, we will not reveal to anyone, even to the Pope himself. Father Anderson fell silent upon hearing this, but Dean Leonard hesitated briefly before responding, "Yes, even to the Pope. Moreover, if someone inquires about this matter in the future, we can vouch for you, Count." Hearing the Dean's promise, Father Anderson also nodded in agreement. Then, Paul called Philip to bring his wheellock pistol and 2 bottles of gunpowder from his study for self-defense. After Philip fetched the items, Paul invited the 2 clergymen to the small garden outside the drawing room to demonstrate the firearms and instructed the butler to inform the officers meeting in the hall not to panic if they heard gunshots. He slowly loaded the ammunition and, holding the gun with both hands, aimed at a tree, with the clergyman watching. He pulled the trigger. A loud bang echoed, causing the targeted tree to shake and the birds perched on it to fly away in panic. Dean Leonard and Father Anderson clearly saw the bullet hole in the tree trunk and gasped in amazement at the power of this hand crossbow-sized device. Father Anderson looked to his mentor, Dean Leonard, who nodded. "Indeed. I felt no unusual energy emanations." "May we take a closer look at this firearm?" Father Anderson asked. "All right, here you go. This device is called a gun, and another type that explodes and causes injuries is called a hand grenade. Both works based on this powder that burns violently," Paul explained, shaking the other powder bottle. "Hand grenades are too dangerous, so I won't demonstrate them." Father Anderson took the gun carefully and brought it close to a white-gray stone, observing it for a moment. "There's no abnormal reaction from the demon detection stone. Count, please accept our apologies," the clergyman confirmed, finding no relation between the gun and witchcraft. Father Anderson, however, didn't immediately return the gun to Paul. He turned it over in his hands, marveling at this novel object. The structure of the gun was simple, and combining it with the Count's demonstration, its working principle was easily deduced. The key lay in the remarkable powder that burned intensely, but since it was declared a military secret, he refrained from inquiring further. This particular single-handed gun was custom-made for Paul, with exquisite patterns carved into the handle by a skilled woodworker, making it highly artistic. Dean Leonard coughed to remind him. "Anderson, return it to the Count." "Oh, sorry, did you invent this?" "Count, it's truly ingenious," Anderson said, blushing slightly with admiration as he handed back the gun. "Hey, indeed I did, but remember, we agreed not to divulge the details of these weapons." Paul's irritation was somewhat eased by their admiration. "Of course, now that the situation is clear, we won't disturb you further." The clergyman stood to leave, But then, Paul suddenly said, "Wait, don't hurry off." Sensing something in his tone, Dean Leonard and Father Anderson asked, "Is there anything else you wish to instruct us, Count? How did you two learn about this new weapon I invented? And how did you know I used it against the pirates?" Father Anderson stuttered, unable to respond. Paul's tone grew colder. "Should I perhaps report to the Northern Diocese? Maybe some people are masquerading as servants of God while engaging in espionage." "Injustice, Count. It was your soldiers in the confessional." Dean Leonard quickly interrupted Anderson. Father Anderson immediately clamped his mouth shut, remaining silent. Dean Leonard, slightly embarrassed, said, "I'm sorry, Count. Keeping the confessions confidential is our duty. Please don't pursue this matter further." "Fine. Let's leave it at that." As if, Paul agreed outwardly but was clearly not convinced. "We will take our leave now." The clergyman hurriedly departed. If you're enjoying the story, please leave a rating and review. For announcements or to report mistakes, please join my Discord, https://discord.gg/2sz2zisp. Chapter 21, The Leak Incident! Chapter 21, The Leak Incident. TL, Etude. When Paul returned to the hall, the officers were still engaged in a heated discussion about the next phase of the operation. He shouted angrily, "Stop! Everyone stop!" The crowd looked at him, puzzled. The Count had been out for a while. Perhaps he was upset over his own invention of gunpowder. "Our secrets have been exposed, and it infuriates me," the Count said resentfully. He then exaggeratedly described his encounter with the two clergymen, how they were suspicious and interrogative, and how he had to reluctantly justify his innocence. "What? Those two men were too rude. They disregard their own lord just because they are clergymen? Count, you have the authority to expel them from your territory and have the bishopric send a more courteous priest." "That's strange." "Father Anderson doesn't seem like that type of person." "My house is near the church, and he's usually very kind." "Yes, and I know Dean Leonard too. He's a bit old-fashioned but a very decent person." Sir Schroeder slammed his hand on the table, and everyone immediately stopped talking and looked at him. "Gentlemen, I think you're missing the point. The fact that a soldier, despite orders, disclosed military secrets to others, even if they are clergy, is worrying. Who can guarantee there are no corrupt individuals among religious figures? What if our secrets are traded with our enemies for some benefit?" "This is what the Count is worried about, right?" "Yes, exactly." You all. Paul was deeply distressed, lamenting the lack of vigilance among his officers. The officers looked at each other, their faces flushed with embarrassment, filling the hall with an awkward silence. Finally, Bryce broke the silence. "Sir, what should we do about this? What else can we do? We can't let this go unchecked. We must find out who leaked the information. Everyone who went to the church after the battle is a suspect. It's better to wrongly accuse 1,000 than to miss one." 2 days later, the leaker was found, and a public trial was quickly convened to serve as a warning to all the soldiers and officers, drawing a red line in their minds. The dangers of leaking information are clearly stated in the confidentiality regulations. Speaking carelessly is akin to disregarding the lives of comrades. Even among clergy, there can be corrupt individuals. The Count, in front of the entire army, lectured vehemently for 2 hours. Finally, he turned to the trembling leaker kneeling on the ground. "Now, I sentence." Seeing the leaker's intense trembling, he hesitated, but ultimately couldn't bring himself to be too harsh. "Considering this is the first occurrence of such an incident, I sentence him to 10 years of hard labor. However, if such an incident happens again, I will definitely impose the death penalty by hanging. Mark my words." The officers and soldiers were deeply shaken by this, while the leaker, feeling like he had been granted a pardon, fervently thanked the Count for sparing his life. The leak incident served as a wake-up call for Paul Grayman. It was time to establish an intelligence agency, not just for military matters, but also for gathering political and economic intelligence as the territory developed. Additionally, it was necessary to safeguard their own secrets and prevent espionage from other powers. Paul summoned his most loyal and reliable butler, Philip, to discuss the establishment of an intelligence agency. To his surprise, the old butler expressed his inability to undertake such a significant role and recommended another person for the job. Paul was astonished. "Cecil? I don't find him very reliable. I remember on the day I assumed the lordship, he remarked. He's just a child. What does he know? Can't you see? He was just playing along with Bryce. Bryce's performance later intimidated those with ulterior motives. So it was a good cop, bad cop act. The Cecil family has served the Grayman family for generations. Before the relocation to the Northwest Bay, they were already with your ancestors. Old Cecil was the intelligence chief for your grandfather and had considerable expertise in espionage. Cecil learned many skills from his father, but after your father became the Lord, he thought espionage unnecessary and assigned Cecil to manage the forestry. Oh? Paul's interest was piqued. Let's do this, call him over, and I'll see what he's like. That afternoon, Cecil, the forestry manager, arrived at the Lord's castle. Paul, after conversing with him, felt there were no issues. Perhaps Cecil had indeed been acting that day to assist Bryce. He then appointed Cecil as the intelligence chief of the territory and, until a suitable replacement could be found, to continue as the forestry manager as well. It's hard work, but I'll double your salary. To serve you, my lord, is my duty. I dare not complain of hardship. Cecil knelt on one knee, his previous sullen demeanor replaced by solemn gravitas. Good, rise, let's go to my study and discuss in detail how the work should proceed. In the study, Paul and Cecil meticulously planned the formation of the intelligence agency and the protection of the territory's secrets. Paul, unaware of the espionage techniques of this world, shared some ideas he had read in online novels from his previous life, and Cecil agreed to several measures. 1. Secrets within the territory would be classified into 3 levels: confidential, secret, and top secret. Top secret pertains to the most vital secrets, the disclosure of which could cause especially severe damage to the territory's security and interests. Secret involves important secrets, the leak of which could result in significant damage, and confidential includes general secrets whose exposure could cause harm. 2. Individuals with access to secrets would be categorized into 3 levels: core, significant, and general personnel. Core personnel can access top secret, secret, and confidential information. Significant personnel can access secret and confidential, while general personnel can only access confidential. 3. A dedicated agency, tentatively named the Bureau of Secrecy, would be established to manage secret matters, including classifying the level of secrets and evaluating the level of personnel with access to them. 4. Even high-clearance personnel would not be allowed to access lower-level secrets without relevant departmental authorization. 5. A specialized code system would be developed for intelligence work. During the discussion, Paul learned that some of these measures had already existed in this world, and Cecil was amazed that a young man knew so much about them. Finally, Paul instructed that the immediate focus of intelligence work should be on gathering information about pirates, especially the Shark Gang, which had occupied Port Fran. He planned to eradicate all pirates from his territory within 3 months to secure a maritime outlet. Cecil took a piece of parchment and meticulously recorded the details of the Count's instructions. Chapter 22, Financial Crisis! Chapter 22, Financial Crisis. TL, Etude, Count, this is the expenditure and tax revenue report for this quarter. Ford, the steward overseeing the territory's governance, handed over a scroll of parchment. Paul quickly unrolled it and glanced over it, asking, "Is there a problem?" He had little interest in financial reports. "Well, indeed, there is a problem, and the situation is not optimistic," Ford said, his brows slightly furrowed. He glanced at Philip, the butler responsible for managing the Lord's treasury. Philip spoke up, "My lord, if this continues, our financial situation will become unsustainable. Is it the pirates' activities affecting the tax revenue?" "Yes." After the old count passed away, in addition to the pirates landing, some lawless elements took advantage to create chaos. Road and river bandits have isolated some towns, and several of our tax collectors have been humiliated and driven away. Especially Port Fran. Although it's always been extorted by pirates, it remains our largest source of tax revenue. Now the Shark Gang has taken over and refuses to leave. Ford felt helpless thinking about this. "Is this why we are running a deficit?" Philip explained. "The recent expansion and training of the army have cost us a lot. Previously, feeding the soldiers was enough, and they would return home after battles. Now, we also have to pay them salaries, make uniforms, plus purchasing and producing new weapons, recruiting craftsmen. In the last meeting, we also decided to build ships. Paul, feeling overwhelmed, unrolled the scroll again and examined it carefully. Indeed, some measures had to be taken. After the last military meeting, Lakeheart Town planned to lie low for a month, complete the training of 2 full infantry battalions, and then wipe out the pirates in the territory. However, Cecil, the newly appointed intelligence chief, quickly made a significant contribution by uncovering crucial information. The Shark Gang, having absorbed the remnants of Quick's forces who had fled, sent 500 men to intimidate Paul, emboldened by the idea of killing a count. The army's morale was high after a victory, and with the help of Cecil's intelligence, Sir Schroeder, leading the troops and some brave fishermen, intercepted the pirates en route. Schroeder lured small groups of pirates ashore, gradually distancing them from their ships, then swiftly moved the main force between the pirates and the riverbank, cutting off their retreat. After a fierce battle, with the advantage of discipline and firepower, and the soldiers transformed by their previous victory, Lakeheart Town's army won a resounding victory. The pirates lost over 400 men to death, injuries, and capture. The Shark Gang, now subdued, resorted to a defensive strategy, hiding in Port Fran. Lakeheart Town's army pursued them to Port Fran but found the city's walls had been raised and its defenses significantly bolstered. Not daring to attack rashly, they stationed nearby to prevent the pirates from raiding again. Even now, they haven't retreated to the sea? Paul was surprised. It seemed the pirates intended to occupy Port Fran long term. Well, they would eventually be meat on his chopping block. He instructed his officers to use the newly formed 2 infantry companies as the main force, with the internal guard as support, to eradicate the road and river bandits across the land. While the new recruits might struggle against pirates, they were more than capable of handling these newly formed gangs of thugs and ruffians. As the campaign to combat banditry progressed, Lakeheart Town gradually regained control over the entire territory, except for Port Fran. However, many villages had been plundered by pirates and bandits. Facing the tearful representatives of the people, the Count couldn't bring himself to impose further taxes on these destitute villagers and ordered the exemption of some villages from taxes for 2 quarters. With the gradual restoration of transportation in various regions, some tax revenue started to flow in, temporarily alleviating the immediate financial crisis and allowing the high-ranking officials of Lakeheart Town to breathe a sigh of relief. However, this was only a temporary solution. To truly resolve the financial crisis, it was essential to immediately embark on projects that could generate revenue. That afternoon, Paul summoned Ford and his team. "Gentlemen, what do you think of this thing I've made?" Each person was given a piece of paper. Holding the rigid material, Ford asked doubtfully, "Is this paper?" Cough. "This is just a prototype, but once perfected, this invention has great potential." This was Paul's attempt at paper making based on his understanding. He boiled a mix of tree bark, wood, and bamboo, then pounded it into pulp with a mortar, and finally spread it out to dry under the sun, resulting in a, well, crispy paperboard. Does this have any practical use? To replace the current parchment. Parchment, made from animal skin, was the primary writing material in this world. Its production was complex and labor-intensive, involving liming, hair removal, degreasing, stretching, repeated scraping, pumicing, and drying. This lengthy process meant limited production and high costs, making it unaffordable for commoners and leading to widespread illiteracy. But this thing. Ford broke the piece in his hand, leaving him speechless. Cough cough. Seeing everyone's skepticism towards his invention, the Count cleared his throat and said earnestly, "Given time, I'm confident I can make it softer and thinner." Every great invention faces doubt at its inception, but no amount of skepticism can stop the wheels of history. Consider the current parchment. It's so expensive that even some minor nobles hesitate to buy it, let alone commoners. Take the church, for example. I asked Pastor Anderson, and even disregarding failures and accidents, copying a single scripture requires the skins of over 300 sheep. My goodness, a book requiring 300 sheep, not to mention the laborious copying process. And this paper in your hands? Its raw materials are just insignificant things like tree bark and bamboo. Once the process is perfected, we can produce a large quantity in just a few days. If we can make it softer, thinner, and less brittle, it would be a revolutionary, world-changing product. Inspired by Paul's passionate speech, everyone began to see the potential. If it can be improved as you say, it could indeed be a profitable venture. Ford, troubled by financial issues, was the first to acknowledge the possibility. Exactly. Paul clapped his hands enthusiastically. Although the initial products might not be as durable as parchment, the abundant raw materials and simple production process mean we can market it as a budget-friendly option, ensuring a ready market. And there's another brilliant use for it, the Count said with a mysterious smile. Oh? What might that be, my lord? To free your behinds. Chapter 23, The Battle for the Royal Capital's Recovery 1! Chapter 23, The Battle for the Royal Capital's Recovery 1. T.L. Etude. Crystal Shine Fortress is the capital of the Kingdom of Ordo. It's named after the gigantic crystals found in the nearby Rocky Mountains. The earlier monarchs of the Rodani dynasty had moved the capital several times. It was during the reign of the fifth king that the capital was finally established here, gradually becoming the political and economic center of the entire kingdom. After meticulous development by 11 subsequent generations of kings, the capital had grown to a population of over 100,000, making it one of the largest cities in the known world. In the spring of the year 1990 of the Holy Calendar, the eastern territories of the kingdom were harassed by the Highland barbarians. Her Royal Highness Princess Catherine personally led the troops to suppress them. After the princess's army had all reached the eastern highlands, the Grand Duke Charles, whose lands were in the south, raised a rebel flag and began to advance rapidly northward. But worse was to follow. Sir Hals, the commander of the city guard left in the capital, betrayed the royal family and also initiated a rebellion in response to Charles in the south. It was now midday, and the fields along the King's Road leading to the capital were still bustling with activity. The farmers did not want to rest. The recent rebellion by the city guards had thrown the vicinity of the capital into chaos, making people afraid to leave their homes and delaying much farm work. Now that things had calmed down a bit, many were working from dawn to dusk to not miss the planting season. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Many birds, flustered, flew in from the north. People looked up and saw an army appearing at the end of the road. There was initial tension until the fluttering banner within the troops was recognized, bringing relief. As one unit after another passed, the road was shrouded in dust. A vast number of soldiers and countless banners merged into a colorful river, winding and surging towards the capital. Giddy up! A group of riders, dressed as knights, galloped past the marching soldiers towards the front of the column. Leading them was a female knight, her bright golden hair shining in the sunlight, dancing like flames in the air. As they neared the front of the column, the knights noticed someone riding towards them at speed. They pulled on their reins, slowing their horses. The rider reached them quickly, facing the leading lady and bowing his head with his right hand on his chest. "Your Highness." Princess Catherine waved her hand, signaling him to dispense with the formalities, and asked, "What's the situation ahead?" "The vanguard has already joined the loyalist army at Olin Town. The temporary command post is set up, waiting for you to arrive." "All right, let's hurry over," she said. "Yes." The others acknowledged her command, spurring their horses to follow Princess Catherine as she raced ahead. About half an hour later, Catherine and her party arrived at the Olin Town Hall, serving as the temporary command post. As she dismounted, a female commander appeared at the entrance. She walked down the steps and kneeled on one knee. "Your Highness." The female commander had black hair and eyes and wore black armor, creating a stark contrast with the princess's white armor. Princess Catherine immediately extended her hands to lift her up and then hugged her tightly, saying with relief, "Ophina, thank the Lord of Light for arranging you to be by my side in such dire times." "Your Highness, I have sworn to always follow by your side," the female commander said with a rare gentleness on her otherwise frosty face. "Thank you, Ophina." "Your Highness, please stop tormenting your subject. The lords who have come to support the king are waiting for your audience." "All right." "I saw many troops on the way here. Choosing you to gather the loyalist army was indeed the right decision." Praising her, Catherine held Ophina's hand tightly as they entered the town hall together. Upon the princess's arrival, those engaged in a heated discussion inside immediately stood up to greet her. Princess Catherine walked to the main seat in the hall and sat down, gesturing for everyone to be seated. Ophina sat to the right, and the rest who had followed the princess also found their seats. The princess surveyed the hall, nodding in satisfaction. After the incident in the royal capital, my father, the king, fell slightly ill and commanded me to temporarily take charge of state affairs. This is an order signed by His Majesty himself. The princess unrolled a scroll, and immediately a servant took it with both hands, passing it around the hall for everyone to see. The edict indeed bore the king's own signature. There was no objection to Catherine's regency. Her capabilities were already well known, literate at 5, skilled in martial arts by 10. While her peers were still diligently studying, she was already helping her ailing father manage various state affairs, earning unanimous praise from the ministers. Moreover, at 15, she formed her own Knight Order, repeatedly leading troops to the highlands to drive away the various barbarian tribes attacking the kingdom. No wonder she was again chosen to lead the troops this time. Catherine spoke loudly. In times of national crisis, true loyalists are recognized. All of you have shown great understanding and loyalty by adhering to the ancient oaths and assisting the royal family in this emergency. My father would be immensely gratified. Your Highness, the Harden family swears to follow the royal family to the death. By the Almighty, the loyalty of the Delhi family to the royal family has always been unwavering. My Adli family is willing to be the vanguard for your Highness, to punish the rebel Jars. Jars betrayed His Majesty the King. His crimes are unforgivable. The Lord of Light will punish him. After the loyalist nobles from various regions expressed their loyalty to the royal family, the meeting entered a substantive phase, discussing how to recapture Crystal Shine Fortress. Your Highness, Jar's main force is being blocked by Duke Dodge, and they can't reinforce the rebels in the capital for now. The city guard is only about 5,000 men, while we have more than 40,000. We don't need to wait for the rest of the loyalist troops to arrive. We can gather all our forces tomorrow and take back the capital in one fell swoop. These 5,000 are the elite guards of the capital, not some hastily conscripted farmers. We should still be cautious. Are you looking down on our provincial troops? Not at all, sir. My intelligence indicates that Hals has coerced at least 20,000 able-bodied men to defend the city for him. You are overthinking it. A disorganized mob is not a concern. Once they see the royal banner, they will scatter like birds and beasts. They only need to know how to operate the city's defense machinery. The capital is not like those rural fortresses that fall at the first attack. Without more than 10 times the number of troops, it's hard to conquer. After an afternoon of discussion, it was decided that Duke Walker would lead 15,000 troops in a feigned attack on the north gate of Crystal Shine Fortress, while Princess Catherine would lead the main force of 25,000 troops to attack the east gate. The next day, the attack on the north gate began first. The royalist army started with catapults and archers. Due to accuracy issues, the catapults were mainly used for psychological intimidation, while the archers, firing volleys of arrows at the city walls, exerted real pressure on the defenders. The rebel side lacked archers, with only sporadic counterattacks. Most could only rely on battlements and shields to resist the rain of arrows. Under the cover of the catapults and archers, large numbers of royalist soldiers slowly moved towards the city walls, pushing siege towers and battering rams. People on the walls were occasionally hit by arrows and fell. The real city guards were relatively calm, diligently protecting themselves with shields, but the conscripted militia couldn't maintain such composure, especially when comrades beside them were hit. Finally, a militiaman couldn't take it anymore. With one comrade dead and another injured beside him, he figured the next arrow would hit him. So, he left his post during a lull in the arrow volleys and quietly moved towards the ramp leading to the city walls. All I want is to get out of this damn place, he thought. Just as he saw the ramp and no one guarding it, he was about to rejoice when a sharp pain struck from his chest to his back. Looking down, he saw a bloodied spearhead protruding from his chest. Before he could understand what had happened, his consciousness began to blur, and he collapsed on the city wall. The city guard officer behind him, eyes red, pulled out the spear and hysterically yelled at the others. This is the fate of deserters who abandon their posts, kill without mercy. Just then, bang! A loud collision echoed. This was the sound of the siege tower hitting the city wall. Charge! A large group of royalist soldiers shouted as they rushed up the ladders on the tower. Prepare the fire oil. Shield and swordsman, forward. The rebels also prepared for the attack. Woo-oo-oo. The horns of both attackers and defenders sounded almost simultaneously, marking the official start of the battle for the capital. Chapter 24, The Battle for the Royal Capital's Recovery 2! Chapter 24, The Battle for the Royal Capital's Recovery 2! TL, Etude. On either side of the north gate of Crystal Shine Fortress, siege towers were deployed with ladders propped against the city walls. The royal soldiers, struggling to climb up, defended themselves with shields from the arrows, boiling oil, and even scalding fecal concoctions hurled by the rebels. Some siege towers, drenched in boiling oil, were ignited by the rebels' fire arrows. The flames quickly engulfed the towers, forcing soldiers ablaze to jump from the upper levels. Many unfortunate ones didn't make it out, and the smell of charred flesh permeated the area. Leading the royal army were soldiers clad in thick armor, wielding swords and shields. They fiercely blocked the slashes and chops of the rebels, leaping from the siege towers onto the city walls. The soldiers behind them rapidly followed, continually widening the breach. The battle cries resounded everywhere on the walls. By noon, both attackers and defenders were thoroughly exhausted. Duke Walker ordered a temporary halt to the offensive, and the rebels took the opportunity to regroup and rest. In a civilian house near the North City Gate, several people sat in the living room, their faces clouded with worry. How many did we lose this morning? Hals, the former commander of the city guard and now leader of the rebels, asked wearily. About 400 of our brothers. A subordinate replied cautiously. Hals, drained, rubbed his forehead. He didn't bother to inquire about the losses among the forcibly conscripted militia. At this moment, Hals was consumed by regret, anger, fear, and various emotions. Trapped in a besieged city, the expected reinforcements were nowhere in sight, while the loyalist army, he knew, was continuously gathering nearby. He cursed bitterly. Damn that Jaz, may he rot in hell. He had always portrayed himself as a loyal dog of the royal family, secretly colluding with Jaz all the while. Due to his caution, he never slipped up and maintained his position as the commander of the city guard. When the princess led her army on an expedition to the highlands, Jaz couldn't contain his ambition and seized the opportunity to rebel, sending word to Hals to rise in support before the princess's army returned. Initially, Hals refused. Jaz's army was still far away. Starting a rebellion in the capital was suicidal. However, the messenger later claimed that Duke Dodge in the south had already sided with Jaz, clearing the biggest obstacle to the army's northern advance. The smaller lords were of no concern, and they even promised Hals a countdown once they succeeded. Blinded by the prospect of great achievements, Hals thought, if he waited for Jaz's army to reach the capital's gates before responding, he would be seen as insignificant. If he took control of Crystal Shine Fortress and captured the king himself, his merit would overshadow anyone in Jaz's camp. So he rebelled. Apart from failing to capture the king, everything went smoothly. He had purged the city guard's command system, executing or imprisoning non-compliant officers, bringing the entire force under his control. After imprisoning the chancellor and other ministers, and eliminating a few troublemakers, the nobles in the capital neither openly opposed nor supported him. He thought, let Jaz deal with these fence-sitters when he arrives. Many nobles fled during the chaos of the uprising, but Hals didn't care. He thought, let them add to princess's troubles, as long as they left their wealth behind. After completing all necessary preparations, the army of Jaz, promised by the messenger, did not arrive. Sensing trouble, Hals immediately sent scouts to the south. The news they brought back was alarming. The Dodge family had not sided with Jaz at all, and Jaz's forces were still stuck at Thorn Pass. All is lost, was his only thought upon receiving the news. But now, with no way back and having tasted the power of absolute authority, Hals was unwilling to abandon everything and flee. He decided to gamble everything on holding the capital until Jaz's army arrived. The loyalist army had quickly gathered near the capital. After the princess's army returned, they launched an offensive this morning. Hals moved his command center near the north gate, where the royal army was attacking, and personally directed the defense. After a morning of nerve-wracking combat, he had managed to repel the first wave of attacks. Just as he thought of resting, the sound of horns blared again. A soldier rushed in. "Lord Hals, the enemy is attacking again. The troops on the wall are requesting reinforcements, or they won't hold." Hals decisively ordered, "Pull half the forces from other directions to reinforce the north gate. After repelling this attack, we'll open the gates during the enemy's retreat and lead a counterattack." "Yes, sir." The soldier responded and left. Unnoticed by all, two officers in the room exchanged a subtle glance. "Lord Hals, although the enemy is only attacking the north gate, we can't neglect the other directions." "Please allow me to inspect the posts," one officer suggested. "You're right, go." "Keep a close watch on those bastards," Hals replied, not fully trusting some of his subordinates. "Your Highness, the pigeon has brought a message. We can attack now," Ofanar reported to Catherine. In the dense woods outside the eastern gate, the royal army's main force of 25,000 troops lay in wait for this moment. Catherine drew her sword and turned to her soldiers. "Warriors, the long-awaited moment has arrived. Many of your families are in this city. It's time to rescue them from the rebels. Show your loyalty to the nation. Long live Ordo! Long live Ordo! Ordo will prevail." The soldiers responded to Catherine with cheers. "Sound the horns. Attack," Catherine ordered. With the sounding of the horns, the royal troops charged out of the woods, carrying ladders and battering rams, and began their assault on the eastern city gate, marking the start of the real attack. The second wave of attack at the north gate was repelled, and the royal soldiers began retreating from the direction they had attacked. Hals ordered the city gates to be opened and shouted to the 500 cavalry behind him, "Brothers, let's show these scoundrels a lesson. On our return, each man will be rewarded with 5 gold coins." After saying this, he spurred his horse and charged towards the retreating royal soldiers, with his cavalry following closely. In a fierce charge, the retreating royal army, caught off guard by this sudden counterattack, struggled to resist the onslaught of the 500 cavalry. However, as Hals was venting his frustration and wreaking havoc, he spotted a rider rushing towards him from the city gate, shouting something urgently. When the rider drew closer, Hals finally understood the message. "The east gate has fallen, Lord. Please send reinforcements quickly." Hals felt a darkness before his eyes, nearly falling from his horse. "Lord Hals! Lord Hals?" The rider called out anxiously, knowing it was critical for the commander to remain capable at such a crucial moment. Hals steadied himself, then suddenly thrust his lance forward. The rider, in disbelief, stared at the lance piercing his chest and fell from his horse, dead. "Ha ha, you're lying. You're all lying to me." Hals, having lost his sanity, threw away his helmet and raised his lance to charge again, this time towards the densest cluster of enemy soldiers. His crazed voice echoed across the battlefield. "You're lying. You all are." On the nearby Rocky Mountains, 2 individuals disguised as merchants silently watched the distant battle. Sigh, a young man with a frivolous look and an earring in his right ear sighed. Lord Hals, cautious for so many years, yet he capsized at the final moment. What a pity. HMPH, don't pretend to be sympathetic. Without your insinuations, I doubt I could have stirred the slightest ambition in him, but this guy was really useless, lasting only a day. The one responding was a middle-aged man with a goatee. People shouldn't be too greedy. If the princess hadn't returned to the capital and instead had gone south through the eastern route, joining forces with old Duke Dodge, it would have been the Duke who'd be in trouble. The princess took a long detour, and the extra time wasn't just a day. HMPH, I know that without you telling me. By the way, have you prepared the gift for the princess? Hee. How could I neglect or disrespect such a beauty? The young man's lips curled into a slightly sinister smile. Chapter 25, The Battle for the Royal Capital's Recovery 3! Chapter 25, The Battle for the Royal Capital's Recovery 3! TL, Etude, Your Highness, the rebel leader Hals has been captured, and all the insurgents at the North Gate have surrendered. As evening approached, Duke Walker and Princess Catherine converged at the palace, bringing with them the body of Sir Hals. It seems that this traitor was driven mad by the news of the East Gate's fall. recklessly charging into our ranks, only to be killed by a barrage of arrows from our archers. Catherine coldly glanced at Hals, now resembling a porcupine with arrows, and ordered, "Take this traitor's head and use it to persuade the remaining defiant rebels to surrender." Immediately, someone came to drag Hals's body away for processing. "Your Highness, Lord Rupert and several other ministers have arrived," someone reported. Catherine was overjoyed. "Bring them here at once." On the day of the rebellion, Hals had personally led troops into the palace. Had it not been for Count Rupert, the Chancellor, holding off Hals with a group of ministers, buying precious time for the king might have fallen into the rebels' clutches, complicating the current situation significantly. At least, Catherine would have been hesitant to attack the city without regard for their safety. Therefore, Catherine was deeply grateful to Rupert and the other ministers who had delayed the rebels that day. Although she had received intelligence that Hals did not go on a killing spree but merely imprisoned them, Catherine was still worried that this rebel leader might suddenly lose his sanity and act irrationally. Another reason was that if a large part of the kingdom's administrative hierarchy were to be decimated, setting up a new administrative team would not be easy, and she would have concerns about leading her army south to quell the rebellion. Rupert and the others soon entered. "We pay our respects to Her Royal Highness." "Please, rise," she said. After the upheaval, their reunion was somewhat emotional. Rupert asked worriedly, "Is His Majesty the King well?" Catherine replied with a look of guilt. "Further is safe and has regained consciousness. He will return to the capital soon. But what about you? Do you blame me for attacking the city without considering your safety?" "I am sorry," Rupert reassured her. "Your Highness, do not harbor such thoughts. Unnecessary pity is a grave mistake for a commander." The other ministers expressed similar sentiments. Catherine was greatly relieved by their understanding and led them to the council hall within the palace. "Further has commanded me to temporarily manage state affairs until he recovers." "Given the current situation, do you have any advice for me?" Rupert suggested. "The priority is to stabilize the morale and order in the Crystal Shine region and to resume production." Catherine agreed. "Yes, Chancellor, please draft an announcement to inform the Crystal Shine Fortress, city, and nearby areas about the execution of the rebels, to stabilize the public's mind. Your Highness, please enforce martial law for at least a month to pacify the region." After the rebellion, Crystal Shine's governance became chaotic, and many who sought to fish in troubled waters must be brought to justice. The Minister of Justice also offered his opinion. "Yes, this is also of utmost importance. I will notify the troops." The West District was where the official granaries of Crystal Shine Fortress were located. After the Royal Army reclaimed Crystal Shine Fortress, they immediately sent people to strengthen the protection of the granaries, strictly forbidding unauthorized access. By this time, the sun had completely set. Due to the chaos of war, the residents had retired early, extinguishing their lights. The nearby roads were eerily quiet, with only the occasional sound of patrolling soldiers' footsteps. At the entrance of the granary compound, 2 soldiers stood guard. One of them yawned. "So boring. Aren't the people coming to relieve us here yet?" "Just stay alert, it hasn't even been 2 hours yet," his companion replied, somewhat exasperated. "My stomach is protesting," one soldier muttered, then paused. "Looks like someone's coming." The other soldier immediately called out, "Who's there?" "Halt, don't be alarmed, it's just me." The newcomer approached calmly, speaking with a chuckle. By the light of the torches, the soldiers recognized the plump face. "Ah, it's the supervisor." "Our apologies, sir." The man was the official in charge of managing the granaries. The soldiers had seen him earlier in the evening during the handover of guard duties. Though amiable, he was a minor noble, not someone they could afford to offend. They quickly bowed and apologized. No, you're just doing your duty. Besides, I've come to ask for your help." "What can we do for you, sir?" "I left an important ledger in one of the warehouses when I left this evening. I have to write a report overnight for delivery to the palace tomorrow morning, and without that ledger, I'd be writing blindly." "I see. Let me provide some light for you, and I'll help you look for it." As the supervisor of the granaries, he naturally had the right to enter and exit as needed. One soldier lit an oil lamp and followed the supervisor to a nearby room to fetch a set of keys. Then they entered the warehouse compound. "Thank you, young man. It's my honor to serve you, sir," They chatted casually as they walked toward a warehouse in the back of the compound. "It seems to be this one," the plump supervisor suddenly stopped. "Let's go in and check, sir." They entered the warehouse and carefully searched with the light from the oil lamp. "It doesn't seem to be here. Let's look elsewhere." "There's no rush." "Young man, have you ever seen a play?" The soldier was puzzled why the supervisor would ask this, but replied honestly, joking, "Sir, that's for nobles and rich folks, not for someone like me." "Let me tell you about it then. A play's plot always has its highs and lows." I don't quite understand what you're saying. A play isn't complete without its climaxes and troughs." The supervisor's expression became strange, a mix of laughing and crying. The soldier felt uneasy with the supervisor's demeanor. "Sir, let's focus on finding the ledger." But the supervisor ignored him, continuing, "In tragedies, the protagonists often start off well, then plunge from the peak into the depths, never to climb out." His eyes grew dull and lifeless. His hands clutched a small bag of grain by the door. The soldier, sensing something was amiss, became nervous. "If you continue like this, I'll have to blow the whistle." The supervisor ignored the warning. "And in comedies, the protagonists often face a surprising twist after hitting rock's bottom." He started to tear open the grain bag. "So, is this a tragedy or a comedy?" As he finished speaking, the bag tore open, revealing not grain but sulfur. The soldier recognized it. "Stop." Realizing what was about to happen, the soldier shouted and rushed at the supervisor with his sword drawn. The supervisor quickly reached into his pocket, pulled out a handful of powder, and threw it at the soldier. The soldier dropped his weapon, writhing in agony, covering his eyes from the intense pain and burning. The supervisor picked up the fallen oil lamp. "Who then is the protagonist of this play?" After dinner with the ministers and generals, Catherine returned to her room in the palace to rest. The familiar surroundings of her room provided some comfort. She removed her armor, took a hot bath, and changed into a dress. The princess approached the bookshelf and picked up a book of poetry, planning to read for a while before going to sleep. However, for some reason, her mind was restless, unable to focus on the beautiful verses that usually captivated her. "Sigh, has the recent warfare made me too tense? I've heard many veterans become very peculiar after leaving the army." "Catherine, you must not become like that." The princess stepped out onto the balcony, seeking some fresh air. Her graceful figure was unmistakable under the caress of the night breeze. Suddenly, a bright spot appeared in the west, where the granaries were located. Realizing something bad was happening, Catherine's heart sank. As expected, the bright spot rapidly expanded into a massive blaze, illuminating nearly the entire western district. Chapter 26, Artillery Demonstration! Chapter 26, Artillery Demonstration. T.L. Etude. My dear Count Paul Grayman, we deeply regret your father's death. We were compelled to fight in those circumstances. Port Fran will remain your territory, but if you could bestow it upon us as a place of residence, we are willing to offer our loyalty to you. We will give you half of our quarterly revenue, guaranteeing that you will receive far more than the taxes you used to collect. This was a letter from the Shark Gang, who had entrenched themselves in Port Fran. Paul had it read aloud during a meeting. After the letter was read, the hall erupted in laughter. The audacity of these pirates, dreaming of carving out their own domain, especially when Aldo's army held absolute dominance, was almost comical. Paul took the letter and tore it to shreds. The very idea is ludicrous. Not only were the defeated pirates in no position to negotiate, but Paul could never forgive them for killing his father. His reputation depended on it. My lord, 2 fully equipped infantry battalions have completed their training. Please order them to reclaim Port Fran and eradicate these pirates, said Bryce, echoing the desire of most officers present. The Count, however, had other plans. No rush. They're like locusts after autumn. Their days are numbered. Let's first test our newly developed firearms. If they prove effective, our army will be greatly strengthened, and these blind pirates will make perfect targets for a trial. The assembly was curious. Firearms and hand grenades had already been eye-openers, and they wondered what new invention the young Count had come up with. Count Paul was riding high. The paper mill he had constructed near his castle, after day and night efforts, finally produced usable paper and established a viable production process. Ford, the manager, was successfully marketing this paper in the Northwest Bay Area. Nobles and merchants found this new paper affordable and practical. It cost just a few coins for a large stack, ideal for writing, drawing, and record keeping, much more economical than expensive parchment. Another major customer for the paper was the monasteries. At this time, monasteries also played a part in education and thus had a significant demand for paper. The paper was still somewhat rough and fragile, so Paul ordered the craftsmen to continue refining the paper-making process and set different prices based on the quality to cater to various customers. With the sales channel established, profits started rolling in. Though currently limited to the Northwest Bay Area and modest in amount, the prospects were bright. Like on Earth, this paper-making technology would eventually break the cultural and knowledge monopoly of nobles and the church, benefiting the lower classes. I guess I'm helping to turn the wheels of history, Paul thought with a bit of pride. The forest camp, previously used for training new soldiers, had been transformed. Temporary tents and low fences were replaced by brick and stone buildings and walls over a person's height. This place was now what the Count referred to as a military base. The internal security force of Lakehart Town was expanded, now comprising a full squadron with 2 platoons of guards stationed there, patrolling the perimeter with their dogs. In an open area near the base, Marlowe, Herman, Kelly, and others, responsible for weapons development, were busy with a device, surrounded by soldiers on high alert. Anyone from Earth would recognize this device as an early 19th century style muzzle-loading bronze cannon. The design of the cannon, simplified by Paul using his knowledge of the transmigration artifact, the Napoleonic cannon from his previous life's internet, was straightforward. The carriage supporting the cannon consisted of wheels, an axle, a tailstock, and an elevation mechanism. The elevation mechanism, connected to the tail of the cannon, included a screw and a handle for adjusting the cannon's angle. In the distance, Count Paul was heard discussing with his officers. I plan to name this place Area 51. Don't ask me what Area 51 means, just call it that. Upon hearing the approaching voices, Marlowe and his team hurried over to greet them. Lord, you finally arrived. Everything is ready for the demonstration. Count Paul approached the bronze cannon, affectionately running his hand along its length from muzzle to breech. The onlookers were slightly bemused by his actions. Clearing his throat, Paul said, "Well then, I've brought everyone over. The rest is up to you." Marlowe confidently patted his chest, responding, "Yes, my lord." Grateful for the contributions of the pirate captives in previous experiments, Marlowe was confident about this public demonstration. A double-layer brick wall, 100 meters in front of the cannon, had been erected as the target for the test firing. Marlowe instructed the gun crew to take their positions while the spectators took cover behind a low wall behind the cannon. The 7-member gun crew, carrying a bucket of water, approached the cannon, following the established procedure. First, they used a long pole with a wool-wrapped brush, dipped it in water, and cleaned the cannon's muzzle to remove any residual sparks from previous firings. Although not necessary for the first shot, this step was rigorously enforced to prevent accidents in subsequent firings. Next, they used a dry brush to clean out any moisture left in the barrel, then loaded a cloth-wrapped gunpowder charge and a solid iron shot into the breech, followed by tamping down the ammunition with a ramrod. The ignition stage came next. A thin iron spike was inserted through the vent hole at the breech, piercing the gunpowder charge to facilitate ignition. There were 2 ways to ignite the charge. One was to insert a cotton fuse and light it. The fuse took some time to burn, offering a safer method. The other method involved filling the vent hole with gunpowder and using a linstock, a stick with slow match wrapped around it, to ignite the gunpowder in the hole. This method allowed for quicker firing. For this demonstration, they used the fuse method. After lighting the fuse, the crew members quickly covered their ears as the burning fuse rapidly shortened. It finally ignited the gunpowder. Boom! The 4-pounder bronze cannon roared deafeningly, its powerful recoil pushing it back significantly. Those standing behind the low wall were startled, feeling the ground beneath them tremble momentarily. Count Paul looked utterly enthralled. Once the smoke cleared, everyone saw the aftermath. The thick brick wall had been blasted with a terrifyingly large hole. The crowd gasped at the power of the cannon, imagining what would happen if it were fired into a crowd. Most rushed over to closely examine the cannon, while others, including Schroeder, bombarded Milo with questions. Through multiple tests, we've found it can shoot over 1,000 meters. Fire larger projectiles? Shoot farther? Of course, but we'll need more funding for experimentation. With a skilled crew, it can fire 2 to 3 shots a minute, though frequent firing can overheat the barrel. Milo, suppressing his excitement, responded to the officer's queries. The thrill of creating such a powerful weapon was almost overwhelming. A weapon of the state. A true weapon of the state, exclaimed the old knight Schroeder. Big is beautiful tilde, big is beautiful indeed tilde, Captain Holman murmured, caressing the cannon, as if he had opened the door to a new world. Marlowe, fire a grape shot round next. Let's really open their eyes. Right away, Count. Marlowe replied enthusiastically. Chapter 27, Port Fran! Exclamation mark. Chapter 27, Port Fran. T.L. Etude. Dean Isaka turned into the alley next to the main street. After ensuring no one was following, he approached the door of a residential house. He first knocked 3 times, paused briefly, then knocked twice more. The door opened, and a young girl peeked out. After glancing both ways down the street, she abruptly pulled Dean inside by his clothes. Hey, be gentle. You're going to tear my clothes, Dean protested. You have the nerve to complain? You were out so long, we thought something happened to you. The girl with pink hair frowned and stood with her hands on her hips, clearly a bit angry. The sun rises in the west now. Does the leader worry about me? Dean feigned surprise. You, believe it or not, I'll give you a thrashing. The girl's face turned red, lifting a flail that seemed disproportionately large for her stature. Dean immediately raised his hands in a pleading gesture. Mercy, mercy. Hey, isn't there a time and place for your flirting? Susan's grandfather is still in the pirate's hands, a tall young man with blonde hair said helplessly. Then his face became intimately acquainted with the girl's flail. No one would think you mute if you stayed silent. You fly, the girl said darkly, holding the flail. The blonde young man, nursing a swollen cheek, lamented, Yes Tilda, my dear leader, I won't dare again. As he spoke, 2 more people emerged from the inner room, a girl wearing a pointed scholar's hat and a girl with a ponytail. Only the ponytailed girl wore the civilian attire typical of Northwest Bay. She happily said, So it's Brother Dean who has returned. Relieved to see Dean back safely, the two sighed. The scholarly dressed girl asked, Dean, did you gather any information? Indeed, I did gather quite some useful intelligence. Everyone gathered around the table, and Dean continued, Port Fran is now under martial law. No one is allowed in or out. Apparently, the pirates hit a snag recently. The girl with the flail asked impatiently, Who asked you about that? What about Susan's grandfather and our mission's objective? Don't rush. I'm getting there. I got a pirate lackey drunk and extracted some information. Susan's grandfather and our objective are both imprisoned in the church, but it's difficult to approach the place. The pirates have tightened security. We need to find the right moment, the flail-wielding girl protested. Why make it so complicated? I say we just storm in, grab that shark, give him a beating, and make him hand over the people. Isn't that enough? Dean smiled dryly. Leader, you need to consider the disparity in numbers between us and them. The girl glared. Then what's your plan? Dean calmly replied, I have a plan, which relates to what I initially mentioned. Do you know how big a snag the pirates hit? They lost over 400 men. That's almost half of the shark gang's force. The bruised blonde young man asked, Who could be that formidable? Surely not the local lord? Dean shrugged. That lackey didn't know. You served in the military, so you should understand. The higher-ups often don't want the lower ranks to know too much. Knowledge of a powerful adversary could lead to desertion. They're just informed at the last minute and pushed to the front as cannon fodder. He learned about the loss of over 400 men through a familiar face close to a leader. The flail girl interjected, Could it be the Lord's army, Sue? Don't joke. Would our Lord care about the lives of coastal civilians? They sold us to the pirates more than a decade ago. Before the flail girl could finish, the ponytailed girl cut in with a blunt remark. Her face shifted from its previous expression to one of scorn and resentment. Her small hand clenched into a fist. The shameless nobles still have the audacity to collect taxes from us every quarter. Grandfather, as the mayor, not only has to satisfy the pirates' greedy appetites but also deal with the pig-headed lord's tax officers. Even so, many townspeople still resent him. As she spoke, the young girl's eyes moistened, and tears unwillingly circled in her eyes. Immediately, the scholarly dressed girl placed her hand on the girl's back, comforting her. "Don't be sad. Everyone is probably just saying things. In their hearts, they understand the old man. Otherwise, why would they elect your grandfather as the town mayor every year?" The ponytailed girl wiped her tears and sobbed. "Yes, I understand everyone's feelings. Being extorted by both pirates and the Lord, it's inevitable to have some complaints." Seeing the atmosphere turn heavy, Dean cleared his throat to draw everyone's attention and continued with his plan. Whoever made the pirates hit a snag doesn't matter, but looking at their recent actions, fortifying their defenses and prohibiting entry and exit, it seems like someone is about to come to Port Fran to deal with them soon. Right now, there are only a few hundred pirates in the town. According to the information I've gathered, most will be dispatched to the city gates for defensive battle, leaving only about 20 people in the church. We can't judge whether the newcomers are friend or foe, since Susan mentioned that the local lord is quite incompetent. I guess it might be another group of pirates coming to join forces. We can only hope to rely on ourselves. When the time comes, we'll take advantage of the chaos like this. And that. After discussing the details of their action plan, the girl with the flail decisively said, "HMPH. Simple enough. Let's do it this way." If only the other members of our group were here. If we were all together, I think we could just storm in. There's nothing we can do. Who asked you? Our group leader, to take on 2 tasks. HMPH. I'm also thinking about the future of our adventure group. But speaking of which, what is the young master of the Horn Bay Alliance, Foster, doing here? He's just causing trouble. There can't be any other reason. For rich young masters like him, it's all about having their brains fried by night adventure novels, daydreaming about slaying dragons and rescuing princesses. If he can't find dragons, he'll find villains. Wasn't this place formerly the territory of the great pirate Edward? I heard many have challenged him before, but none succeeded, all ending up feeding the fishes. Our young master is incredibly lucky, arriving just when Edward is absent. The ponytailed girl said, "Dean brother, Mayu sister, I also want to help you, especially since my grandfather is among those who need saving. I'll go with you when the time comes. I'm very familiar with the inside of the church." "No, it's too dangerous." "Susan, you just stay at home and wait for our good news." The flail girl firmly refused, a serious expression on her face. "I, Mayu Hima, pledge on the name of the Lichman Adventure Team to safely bring your grandfather back home." At this time, the church in Port Fran had become the headquarters of the Shark Gang pirates, with leaders big and small gathered in a room discussing their recent defeat. A classic pirate-looking boss, muscular with a scar across one eye and an eye patch, Shark, angrily said. No wonder Mudfish was panicking and ran back to sea. Turns out the young Grayman actually had some tricks up his sleeve. A minor leader suggested, "Boss, let's retreat to the sea too. The brothers below are getting anxious. Rumors of the other side having wizards are spreading everywhere." Shark, enraged, smashed a cup in front of him to pieces. "Pass down my order. Whoever dares to spread rumors again will have their tongue pulled out. Do you want to return to the sea, living a drifting life with uncertain meals? Now that we've finally got rid of that meddlesome Star Edward, I must swallow this juicy piece of Port Fran. But this land belongs to the Grayman family. I don't care about Grayman. Once I occupy it, it's mine." A former leader of the Quick Gang, now under Shark, showed fear. "But boss, they're wizard." He remembered Shark's order against spreading rumors and hastily shut up. Shark, frustrated yet trying to hide his fear, said, "Use your brains." If they really had wizards or magic, the church would have troubled them already instead of us. He then confidently explained, "It's just some uncommon weapons." After thoroughly questioning those who experienced them firsthand, I've devised a strategy to counter them. Just wear thick armor or even thicker clothes, and those iron nails, shrapnel won't cause much damage. As for the tubes that fire iron bullets, they're just like bows and arrows or slingshots, just faster and more powerful, but very limited in number. Although Shark sounded tough, He was secretly afraid. He had seen a pirate from Quick who had been shot, his arm nearly useless, dying a few days later from a continuous high fever. But he couldn't show his fear, otherwise, how would he inspire his subordinates to face death? So, he gave an inspiring speech, promising them great benefits after permanently occupying Port Fran. His subordinates, motivated by Shark, began to feel less intimidated by Grayman's secret weapons, all expressing their willingness to follow their leader into a decisive battle with Grayman's troops. By the way, how is the old mayor and that young master from the Horn Bay Alliance? The old man is still uncooperative. No matter how we torture him, he won't acknowledge your lordship. The young master, on the other hand, is very compliant, writing whatever we tell him to. HMPH. After blocking those dog-headed nobles' army, I'll have plenty of time to play with the old man, but by then his acknowledgement will be useless. Keep a close eye on the young master, he's our cash cow. Yes, boss. Chapter 28, The Fall of the City Gates, ! Chapter 28, The Fall of the City Gates. TL, Etude. In June, after 2 months of intense preparations, Paul Grayman officially issued the command to reclaim Fort Fran. By this time, the Elder Guard had grown to include 2 full battalions, totaling over 1,100 soldiers. Thanks to the relentless efforts of Herman and others, the force was equipped not only with traditional cold weapons such as swords, spears, and lances but also with 20 matchlock guns and 2 4-pounder cannons. Outside Fort Fran, the Count observed the pirates' fortifications from afar through a monocular telescope, a device crafted by a visiting optician, which was quickly adopted by the military. Officers praised this tool that allowed them to observe the enemy from a distance. Naturally, the optician was persuaded to stay with a generous salary. The pirates had reinforced the walls of Fort Fran. Though these walls were mere low earthen barriers compared to those of the grand city of Crystal Shine Fortress, they were nonetheless outfitted with defensive implements. From a distance, one could see large cauldrons on the walls, boiling either scalding oil or foul-smelling waste. The pirates, having noticed the assembly of troops outside, had already stoked their fires. A trench, over a meter deep, had been dug not far from the walls, with a deadly array of iron caltrops and spikes scattered between it and the walls. Schroeder put down his telescope and suggested, "Let's attack the main gate directly. We have cannons, and a few shots should be enough to breach their wooden gate. Then, using the matchlock guns and cannons for cover, we can fill in the trench in front of the gate and charge in." Paul agreed with this plan. In the afternoon, the 2 cannons were positioned far from the main gate of Fort Fran, marking the commencement of the battle. Load. Aim. The gunners worked methodically under the gun captain's command, a routine perfected over 2 months of training that had become almost instinctual. "Fire!" roared the gun captain, as the gunner responsible for firing ignited the gunpowder in the touch hole. Boom! With a massive roar, the 4-pound solid iron shot, carrying tremendous kinetic energy at a velocity of 416 meters per second, burst out of the cannon and almost instantly struck the walls of Fort Fran. The pirates on the wall only saw a puff of white smoke from the distance and then felt the walls tremble following 2 loud bangs. Although the shots missed the gate, their power still sent shockwaves of terror through the pirates, causing panicked shouts to erupt along the wall. Ballista cannons, a simpler structure but with immense power, deduced Shark, the pirate leader. He quickly ordered his men to avoid clustering together to minimize casualties from the cannon fire. Reset. Adjust the firing angle. The gunners slightly adjusted the angle and quickly fired a second volley. The second round of fire did not hit the gate either but shattered a section of the wall. The cannonball penetrated the battlements and instantly killed a pirate, injuring his nearby comrades. With debris, painful screams rose from the wall. Shark immediately ordered the wounded to be taken away to avoid demoralizing the others. However, morale had nearly collapsed by then. Having witnessed the power of the ballista cannons, the pirates were trembling in fear. With a great crashing sound, the 5th round of cannon fire finally hit the main gate. The wooden gate was shattered, and the pirates hiding on either side were terrified, the thunderous cannon blasts resonating in their hearts like divine thunder. Advance, musketeers! The Elder Army's musketeers, shielded by shield bearers, began to slowly advance towards the wall. Archers ready. The enemy is about to storm the city. Those at the gate, stay alert. Seeing the musketeers advancing, Shark issued consecutive orders, aware that the assault was about to begin. The pirates, armed with bows and arrows, began to peek over the wall, searching for targets approaching the trench. However, what they thought to be the siege troops stopped about 100 meters from the wall. At this distance, their inferior bows and arrows were ineffective, especially against the shield bearers. A sound resembling sizzling beans erupted as 20 matchlock guns fired simultaneously. Immediately, 4 pirates were hit, clutching their wounds and screaming in pain on the wall. "Get down! Get down! It's the legendary black magic!" Shouts and cries erupted from the wall. The pirates were facing the legendary ominous weapon capable of shooting from such a distance. Shark, the pirate leader, was secretly alarmed, thinking the enemy's long-range attack was unending. He had expected them to fill the trench and storm the city next. Indeed, seizing the opportunity while the pirates ducked to avoid gunfire, soldiers carrying bags of earth quickly approached the trench near the main gate and started filling it. "Stop them now, or it'll be too late," Shark shouted desperately. "Archers, attack!" However, no one heeded his command. The archers stayed crouched behind the battlements, unwilling to stand. Furious, Shark yelled, "Are you all deaf?" One of his subordinates, with a despairing face, said, "Boss, let's surrender. We can't win." Shark sneered disdainfully. Finally, someone says it. He then widened his bloodshot eyes and yelled at his men, "Grayman's father died by our hands. Do you think surrendering will end well? Do you know the consequences of harming nobles for people like us?" His voice was frenzied. The pirates envisioned a series of terrifying scenarios. In this harsh era, the fate of commoners harming nobles depended on the noble's word. While there were tales of noble forgiveness, more often than not, severe punishments were inflicted. Being maimed was considered light. Execution was common. And even more horrifying was torture leading to a death worse than life. There was a lord who dealt with his assassin by inserting a sharpened stick into the offender's body and letting him slowly slide down, dying in excruciating pain. Fearing such fates, the pirates trembled uncontrollably. Fight to the death against the noble brat. Under the shadow of fear, the pirates' courage was stirred, and they began to shout about resisting Paul Grayman to the end. But being pinned down on the wall was not a solution. The trench was almost filled, and the enemy was about to breach the walls. Shark ordered his men to descend and engage in close combat. As the pirates noisily moved down the wall, Shark called a trusted man aside and quietly gave him some instructions. Accompanied by another terrifying roar of cannon fire, a cannonball plunged into the gate, carving a bloody path through the gathered pirates. Panicked, they scattered to the sides of the gate. The Elder Army seized the moment to launch an assault. 4 infantry platoons crossed the trench on sandbags and quickly spread out inside the city, engaging in close combat with the pirates hiding on either side of the gate. The area around the city gate became a cacophony of battle cries. The musketeers followed, taking advantage of the engagement to fire safely from behind. At such close range, it was almost point-blank shooting. Amidst the rising smoke and the sound of gunfire, pirates' lives were continuously claimed by bullets. "Surrender and you will not be killed." A cavalryman rode into the city, conveying the Count's latest command to the surrounded pirates. "We surrender." Hearing the promise of mercy, some of the recently fervent pirates immediately threw down their weapons and knelt to surrender. Once one led the way, others quickly followed, fearing being the last to surrender. Regardless of the potential consequences, they chose to gamble on this chance. Within minutes, all the pirates in the gate area had surrendered. Chapter 29, The Church! Chapter 29, The Church. T.L. Etude. After the battle at the city gates concluded, Paul led Schroeder and others on horseback into Fort Fran. He surveyed the small port town, noting its size was more than twice that of Lakehart town. The layout of the residences was well organized, and the houses were generally larger and more attractive. Starting from the city gate, a winding main road paved with bricks led to the dock area in the west, a stark contrast to the muddy central road of Lakehart town during rains. Despite the long-term extortion by pirates, the town had not lost its vitality, which explained why Shark's gang was so reluctant to leave. The reason why the Lord's residence was not located here was not only due to the threat of pirates but also because the Lords in the northwest region often did not settle in bustling towns. Many lords lived in isolated castles or manors with no civilian houses nearby, a practice common among European nobles in the Middle Ages on Earth, as Paul remembered from his previous life. However, now was not the time to admire the scenery. He refocused as Cecil, the intelligence chief accompanying the army, estimated the number of pirate captives and casualties, reporting that the pirates' active force was practically accounted for, with fewer than 50 remaining. After a brief discussion among the officers, 2 cannons and a company were left to guard the city gate. The rest of the troops, divided into platoons, spread out to search for any remaining pirates, especially Shark, who was suspected to have fled after inciting his men to fight to the death. Schroeder suggested, "I think we must immediately seize control of the dock area. Shark might have quietly escaped my boat from there." Paul agreed and sent Schroeder with a company of soldiers to the docks to blockade the harbor. The other officers dispersed with their soldiers to search for the remaining pirates. Paul, along with Cecil and including 2 platoons of musketeers, headed towards the town's central church, which intelligence indicated as the temporary headquarters of the pirates. Paul hoped to find something valuable left by the pirates, like shining gold coins or gems, as pirates in various tales often hoarded treasures. The residents of Fort Fran had their doors tightly shut, fearing being caught in the conflict. The streets were eerily quiet, filled only with the sound of marching troops and horse hooves. As they approached the church, the leading soldier suddenly gestured a warning, and a platoon immediately surrounded Paul and Cecil for protection. The church's main door was closed, with 2 pirate-dressed corpses lying at the entrance. It was odd. They should have been the first to reach this area. Had there been infighting among the pirates? Soon, the church doors were forced open, and the soldiers entered the main hall, meticulously searching every corner, but aside from a few pirate corpses, they found nothing. It seems there was indeed infighting. Another group likely fled with anything valuable, Paul concluded, praying in frustration. "O Lord of Light, although I didn't respect your earthly brethren much in my last life, please let Schroeder catch them. I'll surely offer 3 gold. No, silver. Well, maybe copper coins to the church." Unwilling to give up, he wandered the church with 2 soldiers, hoping the pirates had left something behind. After inspecting several rooms personally, he reached a room on the 2nd floor. It contained only a bed, a square table, and an old wardrobe. "Lord of Light, show me a miracle, or you won't get those 3 copper coins," he half-joked in disappointment. He complained with a kick at the wardrobe. "Ah!" A small but clear exclamation sounded from inside. Both soldiers and the Count widened their eyes in surprise. "Who's there? Come out!" One soldier shouted loudly while kicking the wardrobe forcefully, and the other quickly shielded the Count behind him. Dense footsteps sounded from outside the room as soldiers from other areas, hearing the noise, ran towards the room. A whimpering voice came from the wardrobe. "Stop kicking, I'm coming out. Please spare my life, please." Then the wardrobe door opened, and a middle-aged man in a white robe with a receding hairline emerged. He staggered a few steps before falling to his knees in front of Paul, clutching his legs and sobbing. "Oh, sir, I am just a traveling priest staying here for a few days. I'm not with the pirates." "Please, don't mistakenly kill an innocent man." His cries were so heartfelt that they could move anyone to tears. "Get up, get up." Paul kicked him away. The scene of a middle-aged man weeping before him was too much for Paul. However, he noted the man's accurate intuition to recognize him. A young man, as the leader among the group. Despite his cries, the man continued, "Oh, Father in heaven, your servant is coming to serve you." Paul, realizing his commanding presence was overwhelming, adjusted his hair and struck a pose he thought was charismatic. "I am the local lord, here to eradicate the long-troubling pirates and ensure the safety of my people, not to murder and arson." He thought to himself, let them continue to be awed by his presence. "A lord?" The priest stopped crying and looked up at Paul, assessing him. The man's actions and aura did give off the impression of a somewhat naive lord. He stood up, clearing his throat to hide his embarrassment, then straightened his robe. The priest spoke deliberately. "So you are the lord of this land. How may I address you, young sir?" His face showed a hint of arrogance, reminding Paul of the royal official he had tricked. He wondered where that man had gone after the pirate attack. "Before you stands a noble of the kingdom's northwest, a scourge to pirates, the summoner of thunder, firearms, the spreader of God's word, papermaking, the Count of Alder, Paul Grayman. He considered adding Liberator of Buttocks to his titles, but decided against it. The priest's face crumpled like a chrysanthemum in awe. A count, indeed. He clasped his hands in front of his chest, looking at Paul as if he were an angel descended from heaven. His previous arrogance completely gone. Paul scrutinized the self-proclaimed priest and waved the soldiers out of the room. "You may leave. I wish to speak privately with this priest." Seeing the soldiers hesitate, he patted the firearm at his waist. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Chapter 30, The Down-on-Doubt Priest! Chapter 30, The Down-on-Doubt Priest. T.L. Etude. The soldiers had left, and Paul closed the door of the room. Seeing this, the priest suddenly lost his composure, sweat beading on his forehead. "Lord Grayman, although I know I am handsome and talented, I have already dedicated everything to the Lord of Light." Paul, puzzled, said, "What are you talking about?" "Never mind. Take off your clothes first. I want to see something." The priest thought to himself, "It's over. I can't escape this time." Alas, being too handsome is a sin. "I've heard that nobility and the higher-ups in the church are into this sort of thing, but I didn't expect such a young child to have acquired this vice. O Lord of Light, forgive your servant." The priest silently prayed. Then, he lay down on the bed, turned his head towards Paul with tearful eyes, and said, "Please be gentle. Stand up right now." Paul exploded in anger, his face turning the color of liver, realizing what the priest was thinking. Pulling out his pistol, he intended to scare the priest, thinking, "How could a straight man like me ever do such a filthy act?" "Oh, okay, he, sorry about that," the priest said, relieved as if granted a pardon, glad to have preserved his chastity. Barely controlling his impulse to shoot the man before him, Paul took a few deep breaths and gritted his teeth. "Your clothes are torn, and I saw an interesting tattoo on your body." "Damn. How does he know about this?" thought the priest. "Lord Grayman, you must be seeing things," the priest said nervously. No, I'm not mistaken. I've seen this shark-shaped tattoo on members of the shark gang." "But, Mr. Priest, the location of your tattoo is quite unique," Paul continued. This. Speak. Who exactly are you?" Paul demanded, pointing the barrel of his gun at the middle-aged man claiming to be a priest. "I really am a priest of the church," the middle-aged man pleaded again, collapsing to the ground. The weapon in the count's hand clearly meant business. Without waiting to be asked again, he spilled a whole bunch of information like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube. According to his confession, his name was John Morrison, originally a priest at a rural church in a nearby territory. The shark gang had raided the area, looting extensively and then abducting him. He thought he would be thrown into the sea to feed the fishes, but surprisingly, the pirate leader Shark forced him to join the pirate gang. Though these pirates committed all kinds of heinous crimes, including the boss Shark, many of them still had spiritual needs and required a real clergyman to preside over their confessions, prayers, and other activities. Thus, John Morrison, the priest, rather unscrupulously took up the glorious and promising profession of a pirate, getting a gang symbol tattooed on his body, a shark with sharp teeth. He had been with the pirate group for a year. Paul wasn't surprised that pirates were religious. On Earth, there were sinners who fervently worshipped and prayed, their crimes only fueling their superstitions. However, this John Morrison needed a thorough interrogation. Picking up a thick holy scripture that had fallen beside the cabinet, which the man had apparently been clutching all this time, Paul asked, "What does page 132 of this book say?" The world suddenly lit up like daylight, and that majestic voice echoed out of nowhere. Morrison recited it flawlessly, not missing a single word from the entire page. Continuing to ask him to recite from other parts of the book, Morrison also recited them word for word. "Not bad at all." "Lord Grayman, you flatter me." "All right, I'll tentatively believe in your identity as a priest." Morrison couldn't hide his joy. "Thank you, Lord Grayman. Could you please send someone to take me back?" "Do you want to live or die?" Paul once again aimed the gun at Morrison. Damn it, Morrison thought. having just escaped from a wolf's den only to enter a tiger's lair. Are all these lords just like bandits? Lord Grayman, threatening a clergyman like this? Bang! A loud noise followed, and something whizzed past Morrison. He turned around to see a large hole in the wall. The door was then kicked open, and a flood of soldiers rushed in, their weapons aimed at Morrison. This was terrifying. "Oh Father in heaven, please protect your believer," Morrison prayed desperately, nodding vigorously. "I want to live. Of course, I want to live." If Paul's gun had been aimed slightly differently, Morrison's head might have been blown open. "Good. I, Paul Grayman, Count of Alder, conscript you into my army." "Ah, but Lord Grayman, I can't lift or carry heavy loads." "Oh, you don't want to? All right, I won't kill you, but I'll just hand you over to the Northwest Bishop." He, a clergyman staying with pirates for a year and having a pirate tattoo. I wonder what the bishop would say. "Serving you is my highest honor." Morrison's face immediately took on a look of divine revelation. "Don't worry, you'll just be doing some ideological work, meeting the religious needs of the soldiers. You know, we can't carry a church with us as we march, so a military priest like you will be useful." Morrison didn't hesitate. "I follow your orders, Lord Grayman." Seeing the situation earlier, he knew this young count was not one to be trifled with. Paul said, however, when doing ideological work, "There are things you should and shouldn't say." Suddenly remembering the soldiers who had just rushed into the room, he changed the subject. "Never mind. I'll teach you slowly. If you do well, I won't mistreat you. But if you try any tricks, don't expect me to keep your little secrets." Morrison raised his right hand solemnly. "In this sacred place, I swear to the Father in heaven that I will serve in Lord Grayman's army and be loyal to Paul Grayman. If he tells me to go east, I will not go west. If he tells me to chase a dog, I will not chase a chicken." He actually looked quite serious when he said that. "Don't believe you for a second," Paul thought to himself, but still introduced him to the surrounding soldiers. "This is a clergyman abducted by pirates and imprisoned here. His church was burned down by the pirates. Did you all hear what he just said? From now on, he's our military priest." "Ha ha, that gunshot earlier was just me playing with Mr. Priest." The crowd responded, "Yes, Lord Count." June X, 1990, of the Holy Calendar. "That was my first meeting with St. Paul. I was imprisoned in the church at Port Fran by pirates, who forced me to serve their gang. But my heart remained loyal to the Lord of Light, and I could not submit to evil forces. The pirates tortured and humiliated me, but I knew this was a test from God, and I endured with my willpower. When I was on the brink of death, Lord St. Paul led his army to rescue me. The first time I saw him, a gentle light shone on him, and a majestic voice in my mind commanded, 'Follow him, assist him.' I knew it was a divine revelation from the Lord of Light, and I joined his army without hesitation, helping him achieve great feats that were unimaginable at the time." Excerpt from the Memoirs of John Morrison, the 250th Pope of the Church of Light. That was a day of sin, the details of which are now unclear, but what is certain is that from that day, the traitor Morrison sold his soul to the devil Grayman, becoming his pawn. Evil began to infiltrate the Church of Light, leading to corruption and degeneration, ultimately turning the church into a tool manipulated by the devil Grayman. Excerpt from a pamphlet by an underground sect claiming to be the Orthodox Church of Light. Chapter 31, The Adventure Team! Chapter 31, The Adventure Team. T.L. Etude. Paul Grayman, accompanied by Morrison, walked through the rooms, asking, "Isn't there any treasure or something like that here?" "I'm not sure about that," Morrison replied. "The Shark Gang's finances are tightly controlled, known only to a few core members, but about 2 hours ago, a group of people came and took away some big and small boxes. It seems they really ran off with the money. Pray to the Lord of Light that we catch them." "But to have infighting at such a critical moment, they are really courting death." Morrison found it strange. "Infighting? I've never seen pirates turn on each other," Paul asked. "Then what's with these pirate corpses?" Morrison looked baffled. "Weren't they killed by your men?" "I hid as soon as I heard the commotion." Realizing the potential danger, Paul immediately ordered his soldiers, "Stay alert. There may be others hiding here," while reloading his pistol. The soldiers, fully alert, escorted the Count to the ground floor hall. A soldier rushed out from a corridor and reported to Paul, "Sir, Cecil, our intelligence officer, has found a basement with some suspicious individuals, now disarmed. They claim they're not pirates and are asking for your instructions. Oh? So there are other people in this church. Lead the way. We've told you many times, we're not pirates. Have you ever seen such a beautiful young female pirate like me? Muyuhima, the leader of the Legion adventure team, protested loudly, hands tied and expressing her dissatisfaction. However, no matter how much she protested, the grim-faced man ignored her, arms crossed. Are you going to release or kill us? What do you actually want? Muyu demanded again, to no avail. The green-haired girl with a scholar's cap advised, Muyu, stop shouting. It seems this man is waiting for his superior to deal with us. Dean sighed inwardly. The operation had been going smoothly until now. After hearing two strange booms outside the city, most pirates guarding the church had been drawn away. The group waited, and luckily, the remaining few pirates took some large boxes on the carriage toward the dock. They inferred that the pirates, unable to withstand the pressure, were planning to flee. They couldn't wait any longer. If the pirates decided to move the hostages, it would be disastrous. The adventure group members, each with their own skills, raided the church. There were a few pirates left, probably checking for anything important left behind, but they were no match and were quickly subdued. After the fight, the group thoroughly searched the church and found an entrance to a basement at the end of a corridor. They discovered only Susan's grandfather, the town mayor, tortured and unconscious, but their initial target, the young lord of the Horn Bay Alliance, was not there. Team leader Miyahima quickly decided to have the green-haired girl, lady, help Susan's grandfather return, while the rest pursued the pirates. But as they were about to return to the surface, they heard footsteps and had to hide back in the basement. Cecil, the intelligence officer, leading the soldiers into the basement, noticed people inside. He ordered the pirates to surrender and announced that the army of the Lord of Alder had arrived, warning that resistance was futile. The adventure group then realized that the attackers of Port Fran were the local lord's army and hastily explained they were adventurers there to rescue the hostages, not pirates. Cecil, the suspicious intelligence chief, insisted on the Lichman adventure team surrendering their weapons. The group leader, Muyuhima, being hot-tempered, argued back and forth with him. As tensions were about to escalate into violence, Dean and Lady, the more level-headed members, persuaded their leader to cooperate, and the group surrendered their weapons. Cecil then ordered his men to tie up the adventurers and went to seek Paul's guidance. After what felt like an eternity to the adventurers, someone finally descended the stairs into the basement. A boy? The group was puzzled upon seeing Paul. Paul asked, "Are these the suspicious individuals you caught?" He saw a pink-haired flat-chested girl, a blue-haired pretty boy, a blonde emo, and a green-haired girl wearing a scholar's hat, her face obscured by the hat and dim light. Cecil respectfully replied, "Yes, my lord. They claim to be adventurers from the south, here to rescue hostages taken by pirates. However, I thought it best to be cautious." Paul nodded. "Good job." He turned to the adventurers. "Explain yourselves. How can you prove your identities?" The adventurers were surprised, hearing Paul's voice still breaking, indicating he was about 15 years old. As a lord, he seemed too young. Team leader Mayu urgently said, "You're the lord here? We really came to rescue people. Please let us go." Dean whispered to Mayu, advising her to show more respect, as the Northern Lords were known to be ruthless and unyielding. Paul became alert seeing them whispering, "What are you doing? I warn you, no conspiring." As Dean was about to explain, Lady suddenly spoke, "Esteemed lord, you should first attend to the safety of your people. This elderly man, tortured by pirates and now unconscious, is the local mayor. His family can verify our identities." Paul looked at the green-haired girl who was now facing him. She wore a scholar's travel outfit, her face showing a charm beyond ordinary women, and her eyes had rare red pupils. As their eyes met, Paul felt a brief dizziness, dismissing it as fatigue from the previous night's excitement. He fought off a yawn and said, "All right, you make a point." "Cecil, do you recognize the mayor of Port Fran?" Cecil replied, "Sorry, my lord, I know he's an old man, but I'm not sure of his appearance." "Go find a physician to treat this old man and verify his identity," Paul ordered. Cecil and two soldiers then carried the old man away. Paul turned to the adventurers, "As for you, you can leave once the old man wakes up and proves your innocence." He wouldn't trust them just because they had a beautiful woman in their group. Dean suggested. Lord, the mayor was already unconscious when we arrived, but you can ask his granddaughter Susan to vouch for us, and he provided Susan's address. Paul agreed. I'll have her brought here. I hope you are indeed innocent. Unnoticed, the green-haired girl quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 32, The Shark Caught in the Net 1! Chapter 32, The Shark Caught in the Net 1! TL, Etude. Snow-white waves gently caressed the beach, while seagulls occasionally cried out in the sky. Under the sunlight, the sea was like a blue mirror reflecting the azure sky and white clouds. It should have been a perfect day for sailing, but the wharf area of Port Fran was unusually quiet. The fishermen usually busy with their catch and the merchants engaged in transportation were nowhere to be seen, as everyone preferred to avoid trouble. Rohada, not far from the shore, a group of pirates, including their leader Shark, were rowing vigorously. They had abandoned their brothers defending the city gates and secretly returned to the church to gather the gold, silver, and jewels they had collected over time. They quietly transported these to the wharf and boarded a sailboat, ready to slip away quietly. However, just as they were untying the ropes, Schroeder led his soldiers in a surprise attack on the wharf. The pirates were terrified and, disregarding their brothers yet to arrive, cut the ropes and raised the sails to flee. Schroeder ordered a pursuit and led his soldiers onto two boats still docked at the wharf, chasing after the pirates. Even though the sea was calm, Shark felt like he was in the midst of a storm, cursing everyone from Grayman to his lazy rowers. However, the soldiers' boats were drawing closer. The pirates, understaffed with only about 20 men and weighed down by the heavy treasure, couldn't possibly consider abandoning their loot, an unthinkable option for Shark. I suggest you surrender honestly. I can plead with the local lord to spare you from the death penalty, a weak voice suggested. The speaker was a young man with his hands tied behind his back. Shut up. Shark slapped the young man. Keep quiet, or I'll chop off one of your hands to feed the fish. The young man, after being slapped, fell silent. This young southerner, Queller Foster, had arrived 3 months earlier, boldly proclaiming his challenge against the great pirate Edward. How could he not know that those who had done so before were thrown to the sharks? The wealthy regions of the south were never short of such fools, especially pampered young men, who were bored with wine and women, seeking new thrills. Luckily for him, Edward isn't here to feed him to real sharks, but Shark was determined to entertain him in his stead. Given Foster's appearance, he must come from a wealthy family. It didn't take long to learn that he belonged to the Foster family of the Horn Bay Alliance, a prominent family in the region. So, Shark had Foster write a letter home for ransom. It was unlikely that the Horn Bay Alliance's navy would send a fleet over 2,000 miles to rescue a spoiled brat. With the prospect of a hefty ransom and control of Port Fran, creating a fait accompli, he could bribe the surrounding lords and perhaps even gain nobility. But all these beautiful plans were ruined by that young Grayman. Humphrey. Once I get the Foster family's money, I'll raise an army and come back to make that boy meet his father. To Aldenese. Alda is Grayman's territory. Boats, rowed by soldiers, followed the pirate ship from both sides. From above, it was clear that the distance between them was closing rapidly. It was only a matter of time before the pirates were caught. Prepare for hand-to-hand combat. Shark drew his sword, commanding his men. I've braved the seas for over 20 years, facing all sorts of storms. I refuse to believe I'll meet my end here. The other pirates followed, drawing their weapons. Are we about to ram the pirates' ship? Are the muskets ready? Makarov shouted. His comrades confirmed they were prepared. Rest assured, we'll give them a tough fight. All right, I'll count to 3, and then we all put in our full effort. Sure, after this attack, there probably won't be many of them left. Just make sure to aim properly and don't hit our own men on the other boat. Lord Schroeder is on board too. At this close range, there's absolutely no problem. With 2 massive jolts, the boats rammed the pirates' ship from both sides. The impact left everyone swaying unsteadily. Once they steadied themselves, the Alderney soldiers opened fire with their muskets. 3 pirates were hit and killed instantly. The sea battle was rough, and despite the close range, not all shots hit their mark. However, the initial volley significantly subdued the pirates' morale. Attack. Schroeder led the charge onto the pirate ship. Shark, wielding a heavy broadsword, met the old knight's sword. His weapon seemed cumbersome compared to Schroeder's more slender knight's sword. Shark, with bloodshot eyes and bulging veins on his neck, roared, "Old man, come on. This blade has drunk the blood of many, and today it will taste a new flavor." Humphrey, bluster and bravado. Schroeder, seasoned in battle, could tell the man was just trying to embolden himself. The two stopped talking and began fighting on the deck, exchanging blows. Schroeder, not used to fighting on a swaying ship, initially was on the defensive, but his defense was impeccable, and Shark gained no advantage. Others also found their opponents, and the sounds of weapons clashing and people fighting echoed over the sea. "You bandits, don't think you can take my money." Shark swung his weapon wildly, his large movements betraying his agitation, almost forgetting which side he was on. However, the Aldanese soldiers outnumbered the pirates significantly, and this overwhelming advantage eventually crushed the pirates' desperate resistance. Schroeder gradually adapted to the battle conditions, shifting from defense to offense. Eventually, Shark was stabbed in the thigh and collapsed on the deck, unable to stand again. "I surrender, I surrender." He desperately threw away his weapon, resigning to his fate. Seeing their leader surrender, the remaining pirates also threw down their weapons and surrendered. "Bind them and set sail back." Schroeder coldly glanced at Shark, lying on the deck, and ordered I return to the wharf. Then a voice came from a corner of the deck. "You are soldiers of the Alden Lord, aren't you?" "Sir, please save me." The voice was filled with the joy of surviving a catastrophe. Schroeder turned and saw a young man with his hands tied behind his back, sitting in a corner of the deck with teary eyes. The intensity of the battle had distracted them from noticing him. Being cautious, Schroeder first wanted to ascertain his identity. "Who are you? Why were you tied up on the pirate ship?" "I am from the foster family of the Southern Horn Bay Alliance. I was kidnapped by these pirates a few months ago. You've saved me, and my family will surely reward you handsomely." The young man hurriedly revealed his identity. Chapter 33, The Shark Caught in the Net 2! Chapter 33, The Shark Caught in the Net 2! TL, Etude. As Schroeder escorted Shark and his gang back to the wharf, Paul Grayman was busy confirming the identity of the Lichman adventure team. Several locals from Port Fran were called in, including the mayor's granddaughter, Susan. "So, this old man, who's barely alive, is indeed the mayor of this place?" "Yes, my lord," the townspeople replied cautiously, hardly daring to make eye contact with the lord. Their gaze shifted to Susan, weeping softly beside her grandfather. The poor girl had lost her parents at a young age and lived solely with her grandfather. If the old man didn't survive this ordeal, what would become of her? Paul turned to Susan. "Young lady, are those who claim to be adventurers really the ones you hired to rescue your grandfather?" Susan glanced at the lord, then quickly lowered her gaze to her grandfather and said coldly, "Yes, lord." Paul was puzzled by her reaction. Susan's look of disdain and contempt, coupled with her tone, was unsettling, especially when directed at someone without apparent reason. "You're Susan, right? I sympathize with your grandfather's plight. Is there anything I can do to help you?" This time, Susan didn't even raise her head, replying coldly again, "There's nothing you need to do, my lord. Just fulfill your duties as a lord and don't hide in your castle next time pirates come to bully us." Victor, recently promoted to the head of the internal guard squad, stood beside Paul. Hearing Susan's sharp retort to his lord, he immediately drew his sword and shouted, "Insolence!" The other townspeople were terrified, quickly kneeling and pleading, "Lord, please forgive Susan. She's young and doesn't understand, and she's too grieved over her grandfather's condition." Surprisingly, Victor's shout provoked Susan's anger. She turned around, her voice rising tearfully as she confronted Paul. "My grandfather has been tortured to this state, and you only come now? Do you know how many people have lost their life savings, how many women have been violated, how many who dared to resist were killed in this period? Do you nobles even care? Do you only know how to hide in your high castles, drinking and making merry, oblivious to the plight of your people? Would you have come if the pirates hadn't decided to take over this place permanently?" After venting, the girl broke down in tears. The townspeople didn't dare to plead further, lying prostrate on the ground, trembling, fearing the Lord's wrath might extend to them. Victor looked to the Count, waiting for his command. If the Count wished, the girl's fate was sealed. Insulting a noble was a grave offense, though he sympathized with her internally. Paul gestured for Victor to sheath his weapon. He walked over to Susan, extending his hand as if to comfort her, but then slowly withdrew it. I understand your feelings right now. A few months ago, my father was also killed by pirates, the very ones from Shark Gang in Port Fran, he said, his voice heavy with grief. Susan's body stiffened, and she stopped crying. The townspeople finally understood. They had wondered why their lord had suddenly become a young man. It turned out the old lord had been killed by pirates. The Shark Gang wasn't foolish enough to broadcast their killing of a noble, so the residents of Port Fran were mostly unaware of it. The lord continued, as for why it took so long to deal with the pirates, it's not something that can be explained in a few words. Previously, I didn't have enough power and had to accumulate strength, waiting for the right moment. In any case, I'm sorry. A silence fell over the hall. Both soldiers and civilians were stunned by the lord's apology. It was unheard of for a noble to apologize to commoners. Susan turned her head to look at Paul, her round eyes wide with surprise. She had braced herself for certain death after her outburst and was shocked by this unexpected turn of events, and to learn that his family too had suffered at the hands of the pirates. The young boy, only a few years older than her, spoke with newfound determination. But what you asked for, not to hide in the castle anymore. I swear I will make it happen. Not just the pirates. Nobody will bully my people, Paul added silently in his mind. The members of the Legion adventure team, who had been temporarily detained in the basement, were released. Dean with his blue hair and Gade with his blonde spiky hair both looked relieved and thanked Paul profusely. Miu, rubbing her wrists sore and bruised from the ropes, grumbled internally, the men are one thing, but to treat us ladies so roughly, these northerners are truly barbaric. It turned out that the Legion adventure team was not from Mordo. It says Rollman. I'm assuming it's just an error. Kingdom, but from the independent territory of Messiah in the south. No wonder they didn't look at Paul with the same awe as others did. In some of the more commercially developed city-states and independent territories of the south, the gap between nobles and commoners was not as vast as in the northern countries, though this was only relatively speaking. Paul had no intention of making things difficult for this group. Punishing citizens of another nation could lead to diplomatic troubles, and he didn't want to create unnecessary enemies. A soldier came in to report, Count, Major Schroeder has captured Shark and brought him to the church's entrance. Oh? Bring the old knight in, and the prisoners as well. Soon, Schroeder and others brought in Shark and his group. Count, the pirate leader Shark and his accomplices have been captured. These pirates were trying to sneak away by sea after abandoning their comrades, Schroeder said with disdain, briefly describing the battle. Shark and his underlings were bound tightly, and Shark, injured in the leg, lay on the ground groaning. That's him, my lord. That's the pirate leader Shark. Please, Lord, kill him and do us justice. The townspeople in the hall pointed him out. Shark suddenly perked up, shouting, Lord Grayman, I know the location of Edward's secret treasure. If you spare my life, I will tell you where it is. It was wrong of me to be involved in your father's death. Spare me, and I'll be your loyal dog, biting whoever you command. Paul thought scornfully, a last desperate grasp at straws. Even if he was the killer of my father, sparing him for the sake of money would tarnish my reputation in this world. The supposed treasure was likely a fabrication. How could Edward's wealth be known to a small-time gang like Shark's? And if Shark did know, why didn't he retrieve it himself instead of fighting to the death against the Grayman's troops? Paul commanded, lock these scoundrels up in the basement. I will hold a public trial tomorrow. He didn't believe a word of the pirate leader's claims. Chapter 34, The Aftermath! Chapter 34, The Aftermath. TL, Etude. After the pirate captives were taken to the basement, Paul noticed a stranger standing beside Schroeder. Despite his unkempt beard and tattered clothing, it was evident that his attire was not something an ordinary commoner could afford. Paul inquired, Schroeder, who is this? Oh, I forgot to mention, he claims to be from the foster family of the Southern Horn Bay Alliance. He came to the Northwest Bay for an adventure a few months ago and was unfortunately kidnapped by pirates. The young man stepped forward and performed a perfect noble's bow. Count, I presume you are the lord of these lands. Allow me to introduce myself. My father is Marquis Foster, a member of the Horn Bay Alliance Council. I'm his second son, Quella Foster. On behalf of the Foster family, I extend our highest respects and gratitude for rescuing me from the pirates. Paul struggled to keep a straight face as he responded, "You're too kind. It's part of my duty as a lord." Paul internally remarked on the oddity of the name Quella Foster, considering the Marquis was a significant figure in the Horn Bay Alliance, likely involved in trade. The coincidence of his name sounding like losing in Chinese amused him, despite knowing it was just a phonetic similarity. "You're Quella Foster?" The Lichman adventure team turned their attention to the young man after he introduced himself. "That's me," Quella replied, stroking his hair with a self-absorbed air. He didn't feel the need to be as polite with these apparent commoners as he had been with the Count. Team leader Myanmar exploded in anger. "Do you have any idea how much effort we put into finding you?" Quella looked bewildered and confused. I'm sorry. Who are you?" Muyu was exasperated. "Unbelievable, such a whimsical young master." "Your family was frantic after not hearing from you for 2 months. The Marquis hired our adventure group to find you. We only learned you were with the pirates after arriving here, and we nearly lost our lives trying to rescue you." My impulsive actions caused concern. I apologize." "Hey, you're missing the point of my story." "What did you say?" "I'm so frustrated." "I don't care. The initial agreement was just to find you, not to battle pirates. We demand triple the original fee." Quella snapped his fingers and said nonchalantly, "Hey, no problem. I always respect adventurers. The Foster family will fulfill your wishes." His cavalier attitude was unmistakable. "You didn't even ask how much the original fee was." Everyone in the hall, including Paul, felt a surge of envy, jealousy, and resentment towards the wealthy. As they spoke, officers who had been hunting down the remaining pirates in Port Fran arrived at the church. Quella Foster and the Lichman adventure team members were escorted to rest, and the townspeople were sent home. Meanwhile, in a room adjacent to the hall, officers of the company and platoon level were gathered for a meeting. Staff Officer Joyce was responsible for summarizing the battle's outcome. He stood up and reported, "Ladies and gentlemen, the battle was a resounding success. The Shark Gang has been entirely wiped out. We executed 123 pirates, including their leader Shark, and the rest were captured. We lost 32 men, with 55 injured to varying degrees." The officers exchanged looks, very satisfied with the outcome. Paul asked, "Any news on the pirate group led by Mudfish?" Joyce replied, "We didn't encounter them in this battle." "According to the captives, they seem to have fled back to sea early on." Schroeder added, "In the pursuit of Shark. We also recovered several boxes of coins they had loaded onto the ship. A rough estimate is about 2,000 gold coins, 6,000 silver coins, and tens of thousands of copper coins." "Oh." Everyone expressed surprise, amazed at how lucrative piracy could be, with a small pirate gang amassing such wealth. Paul was overjoyed. With so much money, he could now do many things he had long wanted to. "We can use this money to cast more cannons, recruit more soldiers, manufacture more muskets, and establish our own naval force." The officers shared their ideas on how to use the money, with even Cecil, responsible for intelligence, subtly indicating a need for more funding for his operations. But much of this money was plundered from the coastal residents. "Shouldn't we return it to them?" someone suddenly asked. The room fell silent, and the lively discussion came to an abrupt halt. Everyone exchanged glances and then turned their attention to Count Paul. Paul internally agonized over the decision. Of course, his heart wanted to return the money to the people, but he wasn't sure about the others. If they also wished to return the money, it would be a happy consensus. However, if they didn't want to, voicing his opinion might go against their wishes, potentially causing conflict. After a tense standoff lasting nearly a minute, it was the old knight Schroeder who finally spoke up. "With our current means, it's difficult to accurately calculate each household's losses. Moreover, the Shark Gang has been operating at sea for years, and some of the loot is from other territories. Allowing residents to claim it would provide opportunities for deceitful individuals. For example, someone who wasn't robbed could insist they lost their only silver coin to the pirates. How would we handle that?" Everyone nodded, realizing that Schroeder made a valid point. The final amount left might be minimal, or they might even end up spending more. Cecil immediately agreed. "Right, the common people are the worst, both cunning and greedy. When I was in charge of forestry, The most troublesome were those always looking for small advantages. However, the young count was infuriated by this remark. He slammed the table and glared fiercely at the head of intelligence, who quickly covered his mouth, still unaware of his error. Schroeder continued, "Therefore, I suggest compensating the affected residents in other ways. For example, we could reduce some taxes, repair bridges and roads in robbed villages, or discreetly investigate and provide financial aid to families whose livelihoods were genuinely threatened, under different pretexts. This is better than allowing claims based solely on one person's word." "Great idea." Schroeder always sees the bigger picture. "I second that." The officers unanimously supported Schroeder's proposal. Paul also agreed and, seeing everyone's consensus, decisively declared, "Good, that's settled then." Chapter 35, In the Name of the People! Exclamation mark. Chapter 35, In the Name of the People. T.L. Etude. The day after the liberation of Port Fran, Paul Grayman ordered the townsfolk to gather in the square in front of the church. He intended to hold a public trial there, to judge the pirates openly. Soldiers began notifying every household early in the morning, and by 9 o'clock, the entire town had congregated in the square. There, people noticed 4 ominous gallows erected and began speculating about how many pirates the Lord would execute. Over 200 members of the Shark Gang, the pirate captives, were bound and kneeling in front of the church's steps. Seeing these scoundrels who had tyrannized Port Fran in recent months, the townspeople's emotions surged. Now, these pirates, looking like defeated curs, were no longer a threat. The crowd began pelting them with rotten fish and stones, with some captives suffering bloody injuries from the barrage. Several people attempted to break through the security cordon to physically assault the captives but were promptly pushed back by soldiers with drawn weapons. If it weren't for the soldiers on guard, the pirates would likely have been beaten to death by the angry mob. "They stole my family's life savings. My daughter was violated by these scoundrels. Oh Lord of Light, send these demons to hell." Complaints and curses like these filled the air, creating a cacophonous scene in the square. Paul stood silently on the second-floor balcony, observing everything below. Suddenly, he asked, "Do you see that, Schroeder?" The person behind him promptly replied, "Yes, Count." "It seems the townspeople utterly despise the pirates." Paul continued, "I was just thinking, what if I had been the one to lose yesterday's battle? What if I were the one bound down there? How would these townspeople treat me?" Schroeder fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Paul mused, "Probably no different from these pirates. I suppose rotten fish and stones would be hurled at my head just the same." How could that be?" "My lord." "You are their lord," Schroeder replied, trying to be comforting, though his uncertainty was evident. Paul scoffed, "Yes, a lord whose family abandoned them to pirates for over 20 years and then shamelessly came back to collect taxes." The old knight didn't know how to continue the conversation and chose silence. Paul observed, "Did you see how some of the townsfolk looked at me yesterday?" "I could tell. Their eyes were no different from those they cast at the sharks behind them. It's just that my stick is heavier. Having beaten down the shark, they only show me superficial respect. If the shark had beaten me, it would just mean a change of lord for them. After all, either way, it's about oppression and extortion." The young count sighed. "Winning the hearts of the people is a long and arduous task. Let's start by letting them vent their anger on these pirates." At 10 o'clock in the morning, the public trial commenced. Captain Holman, with a booming voice, was chosen to read out the crimes of the pirates. Unfurling the scroll, he began loudly, "In the holy year of 1990, June. In the name of Count Paul Grayman of Alda, this public trial is convened to announce the heinous acts of the pirate gang, the Shark Gang, summarized as follows: plundering wealth, amassing fortunes illicitly, raping women, utterly shameless, massacring the innocent, brutal and inhumane, blocking trade routes, insatiably greedy, violently defying the law, unrepentant." As each accusation was read out, the faces of the pirates at the foot of the steps turned ashen. "Kill them! Kill them!" The townspeople's cries merged into waves of sound, relentlessly crashing over the condemned. After the enumeration of their crimes, sentencing for the pirates began. Based on the previous day's discussions, the fate of Shark, the gang leader, was sealed. His murder of the old lord alone was enough for multiple death sentences. Even if Paul didn't sentence him to death, other high-ranking officials in the territory wouldn't let him off. The other major and minor leaders of the Shark Gang also couldn't be spared. Anyone who rose to a leadership position in the gang was invariably cruel and bloodthirsty, with countless lives on their hands. As for the lower-ranking gang members, a show of discernment was necessary. Those who had committed murder or rape were to be executed, while others involved in lesser crimes were sentenced to hard labor. The task of identification was left to the townspeople. Any townsfolk claiming to have been wronged by the pirates were allowed inside the cordon to identify the personal crimes committed by these lower-ranking members. A townsman dragged a pirate out from the group of captives, declaring, "It was him. I saw with my own eyes how this man stabbed poor old Glenn in the stomach for demanding payment for his meal." An older woman, scratching at a brute who had violated her daughter, cried out, "This fiend defiled my daughter, please seek justice for her." Scenes like these unfolded continuously until 3 in the afternoon, when the identification was finally complete. The pirates convicted of serious crimes were dragged out, knowing their end was near, and closed their eyes to await their final judgment. Paul, standing on the balcony, shouted down to the crowd, "People of Port Fran, I, Paul Grayman, Lord of Alder, hereby announce the sentences for these pirates. For those whose crimes are lesser, I sentence them to 3 to 5 years of hard labor." He then solemnly turned his gaze to the more serious offenders and said, "For those proven to be the most violent heinous, only death can quell your outrage. Thus, I sentence them to hanging. In the name of the people, execute them immediately." The soldiers promptly led the condemned to the gallows. The nooses were placed around their necks, and with a kick to remove the stools beneath them, the prisoners struggled in vain before losing their lives. The crowd erupted in cheers as each life was taken, in successive batches. After the executions, Paul again addressed the crowd, "People of Alder, to offset the losses caused by the pirates, I declare a 1-year tax exemption for the coastal regions of Alder." The townspeople gasped in surprise at the good news. Before their astonishment subsided, they heard the Lord loudly proclaim, "Before God as my witness, I, Paul Grayman, swear from this day forward." Paul hesitated, and someone gently nudged his waist. "Regardless of who the enemy is, no matter how powerful, whether they come from sea or land, I will never abandon you. I will always share your honor and disgrace. I shall regard your safety as my own, your happiness as my happiness. I will devote my life to defending your safety and happiness." The people of Port Fran were moved. In these simpler times, they were genuinely touched. They were reminded of the noble legends sung by bards, portraying nobles as just, compassionate, and paternal. Once regarded as mere jokes, they now witnessed a living example. Paul turned his head and quietly complained to Cecil, "Damn, where did you get this cheesy speech from? Some third-rate poet? It's making my skin crawl." Cecil chuckled, "My lord, that's exactly the effect we wanted. The cheesier, the better at stirring emotions. That's what our people love." Further, Mawson, who had been watching the trial from a corner, clasped his hands over his chest and prayed softly, "Omnipotent Lord, may your glory shine forever upon Lord Paul Grayman." With the conclusion of the public trial, the pirate turmoil that had plagued Alder since the spring finally came to an end. Chapter 37, Inspecting the Shipyard! Chapter 37, Inspecting the Shipyard. T.L. Etude. After the public trial, Paul Grayman did not immediately return to Lakehart Town. There were still many matters to settle, so he decided to stay a few more days in Port Fran. For instance, in administrative matters, the old mayor, due to health reasons, clearly couldn't continue in his position. Traditionally, it was customary to gather locally respected individuals to elect a new mayor from among the locals, a common practice in the Northern Territories. The lords were quite content to delegate such minor powers to the locals, as long as they could collect sufficient taxes and conscript enough labor and military service. Conversely, this also allowed them to shirk some of their responsibilities and obligations when local issues arose. However, Paul did not plan to continue this tradition. He wanted to appoint his own candidates. The power to appoint and dismiss officials within his domain had to be firmly in his hands. Only then could his will be effectively implemented, paving the way for a series of planned reforms. Of course, Considering the old mayor's wealth of experience, Paul still offered him an advisory role, with a salary paid by him, accounted for in the Lord's estate's financial expenses. Thus, he wrote to Steward Ford, instructing him to immediately send 2 experienced and trustworthy individuals to Port Fran to serve as the mayor and deputy mayor. To his pleasant surprise, Port Fran actually had a small shipyard, and it was even a property of his family. Upon learning of the shipyard's existence, he, along with officers like Schroeder and Bryce, promptly came to visit. After the public trial, the shipyard resumed operations. Paul and his party stood near the docks, watching the craftsmen busily at work, while the person in charge of the shipyard cautiously accompanied these influential figures. "Do we only build this type of ship here?" Paul asked, frowning. To him, the ships at the docks and dry docks seemed similar to the Nordic Viking longships of Earth's medieval period, with a single mast, a main lateral sail, and also a hard sail, with wind serving only as auxiliary power, and most of the propulsion coming from oarsmen on the ship. "Yes, my lord. Currently we only build this type of ship here," replied the shipyard manager, Reuben, respectfully. It seemed the young count was not quite satisfied. Indeed, Paul was not very satisfied. In his view, even if they couldn't build steam-powered ironclads right now, they should at least be able to build sail warships like the HMS Victory of the British Royal Navy instead of these single-masted Oran sail ships that seemed like toys to him. "This won't do. The navy we are going to form cannot go to sea in such ships," he said, shaking his head. The surrounding officers, who were like ducks out of water, were puzzled. "My lord, aren't all ships built like this? We need larger ships with more sails, capable of enduring long voyages and crossing oceans, not ones that need to return to port for supplies after less than a week at sea," he explained. He turned to Reuben and asked, "Is this the standard design used worldwide?" Reuben pondered before answering, "I can't speak for the whole world, but as far as I know, it's pretty much the same everywhere. There might be differences in details, but the structure is similar. Some larger ships have 2 to 3 masts. Are these hard sails used universally? Some regions use soft sails, like in Horn Bay, for example. What are the advantages and disadvantages of these 2 types of sails?" "Generally speaking, hard sails require fewer people to operate and can catch wind from all directions, adapting to changing winds and complex maritime areas. However, they utilize the tailwind less efficiently and are slower, not suited for long sea voyages. On the other hand, soft sails are lighter, allowing for taller masts and larger sail area exposed to the wind, suitable for long-distance travel. But they are complex to operate, tedious and dangerous to stow, and require a higher skill level from the sailors." Reuben paused briefly before continuing. "Our region on the northwest coast doesn't have very frequent maritime transportation, and we usually sail along the coastline, where we can land anytime for supplies. Hence, the popularity of these hard sails, which are easier to operate. The southern nations, like the Horn Bay Alliance, have more developed maritime trade and advanced shipbuilding technology, so they generally use soft sails and build larger ships." Horn Bay Alliance, huh? I understand. Paul thought of the unlucky nobleman captured by pirates, who was from the Horn Bay Alliance. Suddenly remembering something, Reuben excused himself. "Please wait a moment, my lord." He then hurried back to his office, returning quickly with a thick volume in his arms. He handed the book to Paul with both hands. "This is a compilation of various types of ships I've gathered since starting my career. Since the Count is so interested in ships, perhaps you'll find it useful." Paul took the book, flipping through it briefly. It was rich in information, with illustrations and text documenting every type of ship the shipyard manager had encountered in his career, including details like load capacity, draft, crew size and composition, range, materials used, and more. Remarkable. Paul genuinely admired Reuben's work, recognizing his talent. Reuben, flattered by the Lord's praise, bashfully responded, "Oh, my lord is too kind." Paul immediately rewarded him with 10 silver coins, leaving Reuben almost in disbelief at his good fortune for what was merely a hobby. "What's the largest ship you've ever built here?" The largest was nearly 30 meters long with a load capacity of 70 tons. "How long does it take to build a ship?" "It varies. Assuming we have the primary materials readily available, small ships can be completed within a month if rushed. Large ships, if urgently needed, can be done within a quarter. But if it's a large ship where quality and durability are paramount, the keel and ribs need to be laid out and left to naturally dry on the dock for a year before continuing with the internal and external setup of the ship. The subsequent construction also has to be methodically slow, which takes a much longer time. How long have you been working at this shipyard? I've been helping out here since I was a child, following in my father's footsteps. For nearly 20 years now. This place must have been frequently visited by pirates, right? Have they ever troubled you? Pirates also need to build and repair ships. They haven't troubled us much, and they even pay some money, since they still need to buy materials and tools for shipbuilding. Sometimes they even bring the materials themselves, though we know better than to ask where they come from. Everyone observed the exchange between Paul and Reuben, thinking, it seems the Count is determined to develop the navy, and Reuben is likely to be heavily relied upon. After inspecting the shipyard, Paul bid farewell to Reuben, preparing to lead his men back to their temporary base at the town center's church. Before leaving, he patted Reuben on the shoulder, encouraging him, keep up the good work. This shipyard will be of great use to me. Although a half-grown boy patting a middle-aged man on the shoulder might have seemed amusing to others, Reuben was moved to tears, swearing to meet the Count's expectations. Finally, Paul instructed Reuben to measure ship sizes by the weight of seawater they displaced after launching. He preferred the concept of displacement. As for the calculations, he left that to the shipyard manager. Chapter 38, Naval Discussion 1! Chapter 38, Naval Discussion 1. T.L. Etude. As Paul Grayman and his companions rode back to the church, the townspeople along the way paid their respects to them. After his declarations at the public trial, the residents of Port Fran finally began to show genuine respect for their lord. The streets were bustling with activity. With the absence of pirates, merchants no longer needed to hide indoors. They set up their stalls along the roads, loudly promoting their goods. Children played and frolicked everywhere, men hurried about their work, and women gathered in groups, either chatting about household matters or browsing and selecting goods from the stalls. The town radiated a thriving and prosperous atmosphere. Observing all this, Paul suddenly declared, we need to start recruiting sailors for our future navy. Bryce responded with some difficulty, there are plenty of people familiar with water, but very few who are adept at naval combat. Time is of the essence, gentlemen. There are still many pirates at sea threatening the Elder territory. Small pirate groups are manageable. But what if a large pirate gang attacks? Even if they can't defeat us on land, what if they raid the coast and then flee? I can't station a soldier every few meters along the coast. We must take the initiative to clear out the pirates, big and small, from the Northwest Bay so I can sleep peacefully. Bryce agreed. Lord Count's words are wise, and there's the notorious pirate Edward. Although I don't know what he's up to, he could return any day, and we must be prepared. We've killed his men, and he will surely seek revenge. I can't just abandon Port Fran and run away, otherwise, wouldn't I be slapping my own face after what I said at the public trial? Cecil commended. Lord Count is indeed far-sighted. Paul, looking somewhat embarrassed, said, while I know you speak the truth, it's better to refrain from such remarks that might be mistaken for flattery in public. It makes one uncomfortable. It's better to offer more constructive suggestions. The others looked at each other, slightly bemused. Ahem. Bryce cleared his throat awkwardly and said, Lord Count, I do have a naval officer I could recommend to you, if you're willing to hear. Oh? Do tell. The captain of the 6th Company of the 2nd Battalion, Austin Kelly, comes from a family of ship merchants. He grew up on the sea and is accustomed to harsh conditions. I think he's an excellent candidate for the Navy. Paul stroked his chin thoughtfully. Have him come see me once we're back, given our current situation. We're in a bit of a rush. Anyone else? Bryce scratched his head. Well, he's the only one that comes to mind for now. As they continued their discussion, they approached the church, where a crowd was gathered round. Father Morrison was on the steps, gesticulating and speaking loudly about something. The group listened intently as Father Morrison's voice carried over. After my prayers, I slowly opened my eyes and saw a fearsome figure standing before me, one of Shark's men, sent to finish me because I refused to submit to them. Just as I thought I was about to go to heaven to serve the Almighty Lord, suddenly there was a loud noise. I looked closely and saw the evildoer's chest pierced with a large hole. He struggled, twisted in agony. His eyes filled with endless fear as he ended his sinful life. The townspeople around him listened in silence, engrossed in Morrison's vivid description of the scene. I looked up and saw a figure at the door, not particularly tall, but immensely reassuring. A strand of golden sunlight shone on him, so holy, so bright. I wondered, is this the angel sent by the Almighty Lord to save me? Ah, the omniscient and omnipotent Lord of Light, you have not forsaken your most devout servant. Father Morrison's narration was so emotive and engaging that the listeners were completely captivated. Yes, that angel was none other than Lord Paul Grayman. Lord Paul Grayman is the angel sent by the Lord of Light to save me, to save all of you, and to save all beings in the world. He wielded the thunderbolt staff bestowed upon him by the Lord, able to vanquish the devil's followers with a single strike. He shared the mighty power granted to him by the Lord with his warriors, expelling the pirates that infested Port Fran with their fearless spirit. A commanding voice echoed in my mind, "Follow him, assist him." I knew then, it was a divine command from the Lord of Light. The audience gasped in awe, their belief in the supernatural still strong in this era. Father Morrison made the sign of the cross, closing his eyes in devout prayer. "Praise be to the Almighty Lord." The audience echoed, "Praise be to the Almighty Lord." Morrison continued, "We will always follow your teachings." The audience repeated, "We will always follow your teachings." Morrison proclaimed, "Praise be to the great Paul Grayman." The audience responded, "Praise be to the great Paul Grayman." Morrison concluded, "We will always follow in his footsteps." The audience affirmed, "We will always follow in his footsteps." Bryce commented, "It's a pity Father Morrison isn't an actor in the theater." Cecil, with a hint of disdain, said, "Just knows how to flatter and fawn." He seemed to have forgotten his own recent flattery towards the Count. This guy sure knows how to play the game, quickly grasping the essence of his superiors. No wonder he managed to survive unscathed among the pirates until now. Truth be told, Paul was a bit embarrassed by the performance at the church's entrance. It was somewhat cringe-worthy. However, he was quite pleased with Morrison, considering the era's common folk were receptive to such displays. "All right, let's enter from the back so as not to disturb Mr. Morrison's performance," he said with a chuckle, leading everyone towards the church's back door. That afternoon, a nervous Captain Austin arrived at the Count's temporary office. He snapped to attention with a salute, reporting, "Captain Austin Kelly of the 2nd Battalion, 6th Company, at your service." Paul sized up Austin and motioned towards a chair. "Sit down, Captain." "Yes, Lord Count." After Captain Austin was seated, Paul asked, "Captain, do you know why I've summoned you here?" Austin blinked. "Ah. Are you promoting me, my lord?" Wow, this guy doesn't beat around the bush, doesn't follow the usual formalities. It took Paul by surprise. He replied, "You guessed right, Captain Austin Kelly. I've called you here to offer you a promotion." "Huh? Really?" Captain Austin looked incredulous, hardly believing his own accurate guess. Chapter 39, Naval Discussion 2, exclamation mark. Chapter 39, Naval Discussion 2. TL, Etude. Facing the surprised expression of Captain Austin, the Count continued, "Not only am I promoting you, but I also want you to transfer to another branch of the military, the Navy." Having just become the commander of the newly formed 6th Company, Austin was still getting acquainted with his troops, and now he was being transferred to another unit. "Wait, the Navy? Does the Elder Territory even have a Navy?" A puzzled look appeared on Austin's face. Paul, seeing Austin's internal confusion, explained, "Yes. Considering the ongoing threat of pirates and the future prospects of oceanic trade, we are planning to establish a new branch of the military, the Navy." Austin understood then. It seemed the Count had taken a liking to his background of growing up familiar with the sea life. Perhaps someone had recommended him oceanic trade. A good idea indeed. It looked like he had a promising future ahead. "Indeed," Paul continued, "it was Bryce who recommended you to me. He said you come from a family of ship merchants and have been living at sea with your elders since childhood, making you an ideal naval candidate." "Lord Bryce flatters me," Austin replied, trying to sound modest despite the excitement he felt inside. Paul then added a caveat, "However, your position will initially be on a provisional basis. Whether it becomes permanent depends on your own capabilities." Austin straightened his chest, Please rest assured, my lord, I will not disappoint your expectations. Paul waved his hand dismissively. Everyone says that to me, but what I care about are the results. Yes, my lord. Where are the sailors now? Let's start the sea training immediately. Austin was eager to prove his enthusiasm. Paul pointed at Austin. Right now, you are the entire navy. Austin, so, he was a commander without any troops, set to single-handedly row out in search of pirates to engage in battle. Don't worry, Paul reassured. Everyone is unfamiliar with naval matters, so we haven't acted hastily. I plan to organize the navy into fleets, battalions, squadrons, and platoons. You will be the acting commander of the Northwest Bay Fleet, and also the acting leader of the 1st Squadron of the 1st Battalion of the 1st Detachment. This is a position where you can truly shine, just like Bryce. Given your familiarity with maritime affairs, you can draft your own recruitment standards. Once I review them, the recruitment office will hire soldiers and sailors for you. You will personally oversee their assessment. Additionally, you are free to select any veteran from the 2 infantry battalions who are skilled in swimming and sailing to join your command. We need to build up the navy quickly. Austin finally felt relieved. This was much more manageable. Yes, my lord. We will form a fighting force as quickly as possible. As for ships, we can only use captured pirate ships or requisition some civilian vessels for your training for now. But I will order the shipyard to expedite the construction of warships. You can provide input on the design and structure of these ships. I've known the head of the shipyard, Rubin, since I was a child. I'll consult with him. Paul nodded in satisfaction. Everything was proceeding smoothly. First, go back and estimate the necessary expenses. Come to my room tonight, and we'll discuss the details. Understood, my lord. Captain Austin stood up and saluted, turning to leave. But then suddenly he had an idea. My lord, I just thought of something that could significantly enhance our combat capabilities, if you agree. Paul's interest was piqued. What's the idea? Don't beat around the bush, just say it. Austin carefully worded his proposal. I've been in charge of interrogating pirate captives. Many of them were coerced into joining and haven't really committed serious crimes, or their offenses are minor. Could we not have these captives join the navy to redeem themselves through service? About that request, Paul hesitated slightly, his right hand resting on the table, his index and middle fingers tapping alternately on the surface, pondering the feasibility of this suggestion. It's not impossible, he finally said. First, bring me their files. We'll organize a team to thoroughly screen them, but even if they join the navy, they shouldn't appear in public. Wise decision, my lord. A well-placed compliment was necessary. Yet Austin remained rooted to the spot. Is there anything else? With hesitation in his voice, Austin said, about that pirate leader, Quick, maybe he should be considered too. His experience in naval command could be invaluable, and that's precisely what we lack. The Count's demeanor changed as he recalled something unpleasant, his gaze on the captain turning stern. That pirate leader? The great Quick who wrote that letter mocking me? Hey, don't push your luck. Forget I said anything. Captain Austin quickly backpedaled, turning to leave. Paul gestured for him to wait. Never mind. Bring his file along too, we'll see. The next morning, Austin brought a stack of thick notebooks detailing the interrogation records of the lighter offense pirate captives. These records were written on a new type of paper invented by Paul, which had become increasingly popular in the northwestern region. Paul gathered Schroeder, Joyce, Bryce, Claude, Cecil, and 5 other company commanders to join Austin in reviewing these records. They needed to meticulously select those suitable for naval service. The Navy was Paul's pride and joy, and he couldn't allow any troublemakers to infiltrate it. This Quick gang is quite interesting. Flipping through the files of the Quick gang members who had been captured earlier, Paul turned to Austin. No wonder you want such a pirate leader. Yes, I believe Quick and the most of his men could be recruited. Indeed, the Quick gang was an anomaly among pirates. According to the files, they seem to have never robbed ordinary civilians, targeting only the wealthy and some minor nobles. Strangely, they even aided some poor folks, though this was their own claim. Moreover, they weren't solely reliant on plundering. They also engaged in trade and short-haul shipping under disguised identities. Austin added, most of the Quick gang members were bankrupt farmers and runaway slaves. Few had a criminal record before turning to piracy. They've had conflicts with other pirate groups and clashed with several gangs. Paul nodded, pondering. They almost sound like robbers with a heart, giving to the poor. No wonder during the Battle of Lakehart Town, the mudfish fled silently when things went south, showing no camaraderie with fellow pirates. Actually, Paul was overthinking it. Pirates, living day to day on the edge of a knife, rarely showed any camaraderie, and internal conflicts were common. After careful review by the team, a total of 300 captives were selected. Paul decided, we can't recruit them all. At the very least, their age and physical condition must meet our recruitment standards, and those who are troublemakers during their imprisonment are definitely out. Cecil, gather information on the Quick Gang's activities to see if they really haven't plundered civilians as they claim. Then, turning to Austin, he instructed, these men should be recruited in batches, dispersed across various units, and closely monitored. We cannot allow them to form cliques. Austin acknowledged the order. Yes, my lord. Chapter 40, Naval Discussion 3, ! Chapter 40, Naval Discussion 3. T.L. Etude, Paul Grayman, whenever he found some spare time, delved into studying the shipbuilding atlas he had borrowed from the shipyard manager. He discovered that even in the southern regions, the prevalent ships were oar and sail vessels, similar to the galleys of the Mediterranean on Earth. These were long, narrow, low, and agile ships primarily propelled by oars, although equipped with sails. These were mainly used to conserve the rowers' energy during long voyages. Each side of the ship had only one row of long oars. The larger oars could be up to several meters long and weigh as much as 300 kilograms, requiring 3 to 8 men to operate each. Some of the bigger ships were manned by hundreds of rowers. In the southern countries, criminals and slaves were often used as rowers, crammed into the confined spaces of the ships like sardines in a can. While sailing, the rowers, under the threat of the whip, would exert their muscle engines in rhythm with the drumbeat. There's a saying that describes the life of a galley slave: if there is a hell on earth, it's on a galley ship, where rest is an unknown concept. Rowers spent their days intertwined with their oars, adrift at sea, subject to the whims of the whistle, sometimes bolstered by alcohol, sometimes enduring lashes. What a merciless era, the evils of an old society, Paul mused, feeling fortunate about his own circumstances after his transmigration. These oar and sail ships had been around since the ancient Gabella Empire. Their continued use was mainly due to the calm seas of Horn Bay, where the strong power and agility provided by human-powered oars were advantageous in that marine environment. This was crucial for the southern countries for naval battles and for merchants to evade pirates. Other nations, with less developed maritime trade, lacked the incentive to innovate in shipbuilding. Thus, they generally imitated the ships of the Horn Bay region, leading to the worldwide prevalence of Horn Bay oar and sail ships or their variants, like those Paul had seen in the shipyard. These galleys were flat-bottomed, shallow draft vessels, advantageous in shallow waters but unsuitable for the deep sea. The large number of crew members, including rowers, and the issue of supplies posed significant challenges. Paul needed ships capable of traversing oceans, fully powered by sails. By his estimates, transporting goods by sea to the south, from the northwestern Bay to Horn Bay, would span over 2,000 nautical miles. If he bypassed southern merchants and went directly to the east to trade, the distance would be even greater. Covering such distances solely by rowing seemed unimaginable to him. Moreover, he harbored a small wish to sponsor explorers for a Magellan-like circumnavigation. The world is so vast, I too want to understand it. The concept of a round Earth was widely accepted in most countries, yet direct, effective evidence was still lacking. If his sponsored expedition could prove that the Earth was round, it would indeed be a significant historical milestone. For now, though, this ambition remained unfulfilled. He had carpenters construct 2-scale models of full-sail ships based on his memories from his previous life. One model was based on the Swedish Gothborg, featuring a wide-bottomed, U-shaped hull with a narrow top, and 3 decks, lower, upper, and open decks. It boasted 3 masts, each with square sails. The main and foremasts were equipped with top, middle, and main sails, while the mainmast had a mizzen topsail and a large triangular spanker. At the bow, there was a bowsprit with a jib boom, carrying 2 more square sails, the flying jib and the outer jib. The use of triangular sails was to better utilize the Bernoulli effect, enabling the ship to sail against the wind. The U-shaped hull would allow for a greater cargo capacity, deeper draft, and more stable sailing. However, this also meant a higher risk of running aground or striking a reef. In Paul's vision, if such a ship could be built, it would become the mainstay of the early naval forces. Once armed with cannons, it would dominate the world's oceans. The other model Paul had constructed was of a clipper ship. These ships featured low freeboards and minimal upper structures, not only improving stability but also maximizing the effectiveness of the sails. Nearly skimming the water's surface, clippers were designed for minimal resistance underwater to enhance speed, while maintaining a sufficient lateral resistance profile. Their waterlines were especially graceful, with an inward curve at the bow. The long, sharp, scissor-like bowspars appeared ready for a race, cutting through waves to minimize resistance, hence the name Clipper. Compared to the Gothenburg model, the Clipper's bowspar extended the length of the ship, allowing more staysail triangles to be hung along the jib boom, expanding the sail area. The hollow bow allowed the ship to lift more easily in waves, enhancing its directional stability in rough seas. The stern gradually narrowed down in a sleek, angled waterline, smoothly transitioning to a rounded stern, harmoniously blending with the elegant bow. However, clippers sacrificed cargo capacity for speed and weren't suitable for heavy armament. Paul planned to use these ships for transporting small but valuable goods or to equip future maritime police forces for combating piracy and smuggling. When shipyard manager Rubin saw these two models, he was almost bug-eyed with astonishment. Indeed, regardless of whether these designs seemed practical to the natives of this world, their aesthetic appeal far exceeded that of contemporary or on-sale ships. Their novel and graceful design left Rubin itching to try his hand at them. Works of art, he exclaimed. Rubin shamelessly begged the Count to leave the models at his shipyard, aligning perfectly with Paul's intentions. He was eager for this shipbuilding expert to study them further. Paul had initially wanted to create a model of the Victory, a ship from the Age of Sail, for Rubin's reference. However, considering the rudimentary conditions of his own shipyard, creating such a behemoth seemed overly ambitious, so he settled for these smaller vessels. He asked eagerly, "Is it possible to build full-scale versions of these two models?" But even this wish seemed to be unattainable. Rubin scrutinized the models and, after much deliberation, admitted that given the shipyard's current technical capabilities and craftsman's experience, disregarding material issues, it would take a very, very long time to build them. Paul sensed his implication. This very, very long time probably meant an indefinite future. Why not just say it's impossible? The disappointment in the Count's voice was evident. Rubin grew anxious, having just turned the Count's attention, even at the expense of his painstakingly compiled ship atlas. Then, a light bulb went off in his head, and he offered Paul a suggestion. "Don't worry, my lord. Didn't you recently save some important person from the Horn Bay Alliance? Maybe we can bring in some craftsmen from the south through him. I've heard that southern shipbuilders have built all kinds of strange vessels." The Count looked at him with a playful smile and said, "Aren't you afraid that these new craftsmen might outshine you and take your place?" That. Rubin was flustered, not having considered this. Paul laughed at Rubin's unease and reassured him, patting his shoulder. "Don't worry. As long as you old-timers study hard, strive to improve, and keep progressing, I won't forget you. Blood is thicker than water, after all." "Yes, my lord. I will diligently study and not let down your expectations," Rubin promised. Relieved, Paul gazed out at the sea, thinking to himself, "It's time to have a talk with young Master Foster." Chapter 41, Talent Recruitment! Chapter 41, Talent Recruitment. T.L. Etude. Inside the inn where the Lichman adventure team was staying, Quella Foster was imploring everyone in the group to agree to his request. "I've always dreamed of being an adventurer. The world is so vast. I want to see it." "And then you ended up tied up in a den of thieves," replied Muyu, the group leader, her face a picture of resignation. She couldn't understand why this well-off young man, who could have led a life of luxury, was so intent on experiencing hardship. Ever since he learned of their group's reputation, his attitude had shifted dramatically from his previous self-absorption. Quella persisted, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "I've heard about the legendary exploits of the Lichman adventure team." "Sister Muyu, What do you think of my proposal from yesterday? Let me join you, and I'll cover all the group's expenses. I won't take up any of the rewards. The temperature in the room seemed to drop at his use of System U, but Queller remained oblivious, still gazing at me with stars in his eyes. As a potential disaster loomed, Dean quickly interjected, "Look, Lord Foster, the life of an adventurer isn't as glorious as you imagine. Roughing it outdoors, dealing with bandits and beasts, it's all part of the daily grind." But this only seemed to ignite Queller's enthusiasm further. He clenched his fist and swung it energetically. "That's exactly the life of an adventurer. So thrilling." Actually, most of the time it's not that thrilling. It's mostly mundane tasks like finding lost cats and dogs. Pretty boring, really. Dean tried a different tack to dampen his enthusiasm. Suddenly, a hand landed on Dean's shoulder, accompanied by a menacing aura from behind. "Dean, you know, naughty little cats and dogs need to be taught a lesson when they're found, or they'll just run off again." Dean turned and whispered, "Hey, are you crazy? He's a nobleman, and the son of a powerful marquis at that." "Oh ho ho ho. Have you forgotten our second task from the marquis before we left? To discipline his son properly." "I just remembered that," the female leader said, her knuckles cracking ominously. "What are you whispering about? Discussing my joining your group?" Queller, completely unaware of the looming danger, looked at them expectantly. "Excuse me, Lord Grayman has invited Sir Queller for a visit." Just as Dean was giving up and silently praying for Queller, a knock on the door came with this message from a servant outside. "HMPH. Lucky him." Muyu pouted, feeling somewhat defeated. Since Queller was now a guest of the local lord, roughing him up would be disrespectful. Oblivious to the fact that he had just narrowly escaped danger, Queller grinned. "Sorry, folks. I need to step out for a bit to see Lord Grayman. We can discuss joining your group when I get back. Any terms are negotiable, just think it over." With that, he opened the door and followed the messenger. Queller Foster was invited to the shipyard by Paul. "My dear friend." He greeted Paul with an enthusiastic bear hug. He genuinely appreciated the young count, who had truly rescued him from the pirates. "Lord Foster." Queller immediately put on a dissatisfied expression. "That's too formal, just call me Queller." "In that case, you can call me Paul, my friend." Paul reciprocated Queller's enthusiasm. Although Queller himself didn't hold a formal title, his father was a marquis and a significant figure in the Horn Bay Alliance Council. Queller was delighted by Paul's approach and asked with a smile, "So, Paul, my brother, what brings me to your shipyard?" "Of course, I'm thrilled to be invited by a friend." "Queller, what are your plans for the near future? Any schedules or arrangements?" "Oh, I've already sent a message home to assure them of my safety. I plan to stay here for about 10 days to half a month, exploring the northern scenery." Being cooped up in that pirate den was suffocating. "After that, I intend to return home. I shouldn't worry my family for too long." Paul spread his hands in a welcoming gesture. "You're welcome here. Treat it like your own home. However, I'd like to ask for a small favor once you return." Queller thumped his chest resoundingly. "Just say the word. For a friend, I, Queller Foster, would go through fire and water, especially since you're my lifesaver." A bit surprised by Queller's lack of aristocratic demeanor, Paul continued, "What do you think of my shipyard? How does it compare to the large shipyards in the south?" Queller laughed and scratched his head, hesitating slightly before saying, "It's a bit lacking." Paul knew Queller was sparing his feelings. The bit likely meant a significant gap. "I have some goods I'd like to sell in the south, but will lack ships capable of ocean voyages. The current ore and sail ships struggle with long distances." "Could you help me recruit a group of shipbuilders when you return?" Queller nodded. "No problem. Tell me how many you need, and I'll do my best to meet your request. However, I can't guarantee their quality. The skilled shipbuilders are highly valued in the south, and their employers won't let them go easily." "No problem, as long as they have shipbuilding experience." Paul suddenly remembered something and added, "Actually, not just shipbuilders. I need people with skills, especially those who can read and do arithmetic." "I'll make a list for you. I'll cover their travel expenses." Though a bit puzzled, Queller agreed to Paul's request and was then led to the models of the 2 new types of sailing ships. "These 2 ships are quite unique," Queller observed, closely examining the models. "Do you think it's possible to build these ships with the current level of technology?" Queller responded, I'm not very knowledgeable about shipbuilding, but craftsmen in the south have attempted all sorts of strange seagoing contraptions. Paul's interest was piqued. Oh, like what? For instance, giant underwater cans, perpetual motion vessels, and things like that. There were attempts at building odd ships like yours, though most were failures or impractical. You know, there are always some fools who think they're geniuses, dreaming of getting rich overnight with a ridiculous idea they conceived while drunk. Ah, sorry, I didn't mean you. Quella suddenly realized the creator of these unusual ship models might be Paul himself and awkwardly trailed off. Ha, there really is all sorts of people in this world, let them all come to me, the young count replied, not offended but rather amused. Chapter 42, Kingdom Crisis 1! Chapter 42, Kingdom Crisis 1. TL, Etude. After visiting the shipyard, Paul and Quella leisurely walked to the seaside to enjoy the scenery. The weather was pleasant today, with a slightly fishy sea breeze blowing gently, making them feel refreshed and content. Quella suddenly asked with curiosity, "What are you planning to sell?" "Some novel items, a new type of paper, cheap and abundant, not as expensive as parchment, and a kind of beautiful vessel. You'll definitely love it," Paul said, slightly proud. Remembering the European craze for porcelain, he was confident he could make a substantial profit. He took out a piece of paper and handed it to Quella, saying, "This is the paper I'm going to sell. I'll be heading back to Lakehart Town in a few days. Would you like to come and see those vessels? They're much nicer than the pottery we use." "Sure, I'll definitely come." Quella took the paper, admiringly saying, "You mean this kind of paper can be produced in large quantities?" In the economically developed southern countries, a large amount of paper was needed for daily commercial activities like contracts, accounting, and correspondence. The economic boom brought about cultural prosperity, and the cultural industry was a major consumer of paper. If there really was a new type of paper that could be supplied in sufficient quantities and at an affordable price, there would be no worry about finding a market. "Yes, in my workshop, with the same manpower and time, I can increase the output to dozens of times that of parchment." Actually, this was just a tall tale spun by Paul. He didn't know exactly how much he could increase the production, but considering the abundant raw materials and the possibility of hiring more workers, he estimated an increase of 3 to 4 times wouldn't be a problem. Then, an idea struck him, and he slapped his forehead, saying, "Ah, right, I heard about the advanced culture in the South, with countless great writers and playwrights." The young master struck a proud pose, his left hand on his hip, and his right hand stroking his hair. "You flatter us. Although we in the South are not as strong in military power as you in the North, when it comes to literature and art, we really can't be too modest." Ha ha. His expression was as if he himself was a great artist. Paul immediately put on an eager expression. "I've long admired this. Could you send me some popular literary works when you go back, like novels and poetry?" Quella's heart swelled with pride. Of course, ha ha ha. But why do you need to transport by sea? The western coast of the Ordo Kingdom has few ports for docking and resupplying, right? What if you encounter extreme weather or the ships malfunction? Paul replied helplessly. "There's no other way. You were captured by pirates for several months, so you might not know that our country's south is at war. Who knows when this war will end? I don't want my caravan to pass through war-torn areas. What if they get robbed? Even if there's no war, there are checkpoints along the way, and the taxes alone would strip us bare." Quella nodded in understanding. "I just heard about it. The greedy Jars, right? He's a dangerous fellow, even notorious in our region, but he's far superior to other lords in your country, having monopolized the trade between Ordo and Horn Bay by lowering tariffs and favoring merchants, making a fortune." Suddenly, Quella remembered something. He looked around, leaned in, and whispered to Paul, "I'll tell you a secret, but you can't tell anyone else." Seeing his secretive manner, Paul's curiosity was piqued, and he nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, I'll keep it to myself," Quella whispered. "It seems your kingdom's royal family is in a dire situation. Jars has powerful backing." "What did you say?" Seemingly shocked by the grave news, Paul looked astonished. "I'm saying your Ordo Kingdom is likely to undergo a change of dynasty." Seeing his friend's stunned reaction, Queller felt a sense of satisfaction. Paul looked incredulous. "Don't joke with me. Xiao started the rebellion after you fell into the pirates' hands. How could you know he has support behind him and with enough power to overthrow the royal family? You don't think Xiao just came up with the idea of rebellion a few months ago, do you? He had been preparing for several years, and the higher-ups of various countries are well aware of it. But I only recently learned about his backing before I left home. It's probably this support that finally pushed him to make the decisive move to rebel. How did you accidentally come to know this? Have you forgotten that my father is a member of the council? I secretly read some documents in his study. It seems that some merchant associations of the Horn Bay Alliance are secretly transporting supplies to Xiao's territory via sea, including a large amount of military equipment and food. The scale is astonishing. That's why I said your king might be in a precarious position." Paul furrowed his brows. If this was true, as a lord himself, he needed to carefully consider which side to align with. The Grayman family had been relegated to the Northwest Bay precisely because they had backed the wrong side in the past. Seemingly understanding what Paul was thinking, Queller put his hand on Paul's shoulder and said, "If you don't have the strength to protect yourself, just be a fence-sitter for a while. Make your stand clear once the situation becomes evident. If things get irreversibly bad, come find me in Horn Bay." "You saved my life, and I owe you one." Being a fence-sitter also requires some strength, Paul thought to himself, but Queller's words were touching. He looked up into Queller's sincere eyes. "Thank you, Queller." Then, curious, he asked, "Which side does the Horn Bay Alliance support?" Queller immediately responded, "Since its establishment, the Horn Bay Alliance has adhered to a policy of armed neutrality. We just want to quietly do business and avoid getting too involved in other countries' internal disputes. Betting on the wrong side could jeopardize our business." He changed the subject. "At least that's the official stance. As for what happens behind the scenes, I'm not interested in politics, so I know very little. After all, a country's existence till now can't be as simple as it appears on the surface." He continued, "As for third-party business like transporting supplies, Horn Bay's laws don't prohibit it. If your king also places an order, our merchant associations would accept it without hesitation. Do you know who is backing Xiao's? As long as it doesn't harm the alliance's own interests, the council has no right to investigate commercial secrets, so the documents didn't specify who it is, but the range of suspects isn't wide. Ordo isn't a small country, and there aren't many forces capable of interfering. Also, I remember those merchant associations conduct business mainly in the eastern part of Horn Bay." What a clever method, Paul thought. Sea transportation can easily go unnoticed, and the volume is massive. Considering the bulk of military equipment and food, it's likely an action at the national level. The east of Horn Bay, isn't that near the Trias Sea? Near the Trias Sea and capable of supporting Xiao's, it could only be the Church or the Gabella Empire. Chapter 43, Kingdom Crisis 2! Chapter 43, Kingdom Crisis 2. TL, Etude. The weather at sea is unpredictable, changing from clear skies to a sudden overcast. No wonder I saw so few ships at sea today. I really should have asked an experienced old fisherman about the weather. Grayman lamented. Turning to Queller, he said, "Let me take you back to the inn in my carriage. It might rain on the way, and at least the carriage can provide some shelter." Queller gladly accepted. "That would be great." "Thanks, brother." The two got into Paul's carriage, and the coachman drove them towards the inn in town. On the way, Paul was still pondering the issue of the force behind Xiao's. He felt the most likely candidate was the Church, given the substantial reason. The previous king of Ordo had had significant conflicts with the Church. The conflict was the age-old struggle between ecclesiastical and secular power. The year when Ordo's archbishop passed away, as per tradition, the Church and the country's high-level officials would communicate to agree on a candidate satisfying both parties. The Church would then issue an announcement, and the country's officials would publicly acknowledge it, pleasing everyone involved. However, at that time there were two strong contenders. One was a bishop from Ordo, who joined the monastery at a young age and started serving in rural churches. He diligently worked for decades, rising to the position of regional bishop. He was well respected within the kingdom and a close friend of the old king. making him the most popular candidate for the archbishopric. The other was a foreign bishop parachuted in by the church. He hadn't been in Ordo long but had served in the Holy See's theological school and taught students from across the continent. King Rodney XV wasn't a fool. Both publicly and privately, he supported the native candidate, also his close friend, for the archbishopric. The church wasn't foolish either. The relationship between the Ordo bishop and the king was well known. If their archbishop and local nobility formed a clique, it would complicate things, so they staunchly supported their foreign candidate. The two sides clashed countless times, both overtly and covertly, over the archbishopric. Rumor has it that during a private, amicable meeting, an agitated King Rodney XV accidentally placed his dentures on the church envoy's face. Eventually, a compromise was reached. The church's candidate became the archbishop, but future regional bishops in Ordo would prioritize natives, with half of them appointed based on the royal family's recommendation. Though a compromise was reached, a feud had begun, and Rodney XVI, the succeeding king, spent considerable effort repairing relations with the church. Therefore, Paul speculated that the church might be behind jars, but then he doubted this. Historically, in power struggles between the church and secular rulers, the church openly excommunicated rulers who opposed them or found a compliant noble in that country, declaring them the legitimate ruler recognized by the Lord of Light. Simple, brute, and effective. Reportedly, the church had once forced a monarch to stand barefoot in the snow for 3 days and nights using excommunication. Secretly pulling strings wasn't the church's style. Perhaps the church felt its influence waning and couldn't afford a direct confrontation, thus changing tactics, but there had been no indication of Jars being particularly passionate about the church. Could it be the Gabella Empire? Unlikely, as Ordo and Gabella had intermarriages for generations, maintaining strong ties. While Paul was lost in thought, Quella beside him sighed, that Jars is overly ambitious. If he takes over Ordo, he might have ulterior motives for the Horn Bay Alliance. I don't understand what those merchant associations are thinking, putting money over national interests. I hope the council takes some action. Seizing the moment to impress, Paul cleared his throat and spoke with feigned profundity. Quella, a philosopher once said this, with sufficient profit, capital becomes bold. If there's 10% profit, it will be everywhere. With 20% profit, it becomes eager. With 50%, it takes risks. With 100%, it dares to trample all human laws. And with 300%, there is not a crime which it will not scruple, nor a risk it will not run, even to the chance of its owner being hanged. Karl Marx. I haven't heard of that, but it does ring true. Quella shrugged in agreement. In our Horn Bay Alliance, which is built on commerce, although we have laws that seem perfect to outsiders, everyone must adapt to them while also learning how to exploit their loopholes. Born into a prominent family, Quella was no stranger to such matters. He leaned back, hands behind his head. That's why, after I turned 16, I dreamt of becoming an adventurer, roaming the world freely and unconstrained, away from those tedious rules and regulations. So you came to the Northwest Bay for adventure? Exactly, and my father even sent the Lichman adventure team to find me. What a great opportunity. I really want to join them. Quella suddenly became excited. The Lichman adventure team? Are those the people from the church the other day? Yes, that group is quite famous in our south, having resolved many crises. Paul asked, a bit puzzled, is an adventurer just another term for a mercenary? No, no, no. Quella waved his index finger to negate Paul's assumption. While both get paid to solve problems for others, adventurers have their own moral standards and a set of professional codes. Moreover, there are adventurers' guilds in various countries and regions, acting as specialized institutions. They provide services like issuing commissions and handling rewards, and also monitor adventurers to ensure they adhere to professional norms and local laws. By comparison, mercenaries have few restrictions, accepting lower-grade commissions. They're often active in wars between countries, willing to kill and plunder for money. Could you tell me more about the Lichman adventure team? What are their skills? Oh, I only know the 4 members who came to rescue me. The girl with pink hair is Miyuhama. She's petite but incredibly strong, and her weapon is the uncommon flail. She's the group leader. The young man with blue hair is Dean Izaka, skilled with daggers and very agile, responsible for reconnaissance and tracking. The young man with yellow hair is named Cade, a sturdy greatsword wielder. The girl with green hair is called Lady. She's quite unique, a scholar by profession. She joined the adventure group to travel and expand her knowledge. But she's also highly skilled, serving as a crossbowman in the team and knowledgeable in some medical fields. Paul asked curiously, a scholar who uses a crossbow? That's rare. Exactly. Queller slapped his thigh. Dean once claimed that Miss Lady could hit to fly at 150 meters. I think he was boasting. It's impressive enough for a girl to use a bow and arrow. Chapter 44. The Fire Mystery! Chapter 44. The Fire Mystery. T.L. Etude. Ordo Kingdom's capital, Crystal Shine Fortress, was still enveloped in an atmosphere of tense solemnity. Although it had been some time since the royalist troops recaptured the capital, the martial law had not been eased at all. Every few steps on the streets, there were guards and watch posts. It was common for patrolling soldiers to suddenly stop those they deemed suspicious and interrogate them extensively. The usually bustling taverns were now quiet, with customers quickly leaving after purchasing their drinks. Those few who stayed to drink only exchanged brief, mundane conversations, a stark contrast to the usual unrestrained debates and boisterous discussions. A carriage raced towards the royal palace, carrying a thin, tall man with a goatee, none other than Count Merlin, who was in charge of the kingdom's intelligence system. Count Merlin, seemingly calm and collected, was actually extremely troubled. On the night the princess led the army to retake the capital, a massive fire broke out at the granary, destroying most of the stored grain and fodder. This disaster had severely disrupted the royalists' plans to quell the rebellion in the south. Fire prevention was always a priority in managing the granaries, and it was nearly impossible for all the storehouses to catch fire simultaneously. It was clear this was a provocative act, a direct challenge from the traitor Jars. You think you've won? I still have plenty of tricks up my sleeve to deal with you, right under your noses. It was easy to imagine Princess Catherine's fury in an emergency meeting following the fire. In a fit of rage, she unsheathed her sword and chopped a table in half, vowing to never coexist with Jars. As the head of intelligence, Count Merlin was naturally ordered to uncover the truth behind the fire. However, the more he investigated, the more puzzling the case became. He repeatedly went over the information he had, contemplating how to report to the king and the princess. King Rodney XVI of Ordo, having recently recovered from a severe illness, was now able to attend to state affairs. Count Merlin, after being thoroughly searched by the royal guards, a necessary precaution even for someone of his status, hurried to the king's study. Upon entering, he found Princess Catherine already there. Count Merlin, how is the investigation of the granary fire going? The king asked urgently, bypassing formalities. King Rodney XVI, in his late 30s, looked worn and worried, his temples graying despite his relatively young age for a noble. Your Majesty, I regret to report that there has been no significant breakthrough in the case. Despite the king's recent recovery, Merlin decided to report the truth after much deliberation. Princess Catherine, standing beside her father, asked, is there a difficulty? Yes, Your Highness. Allow me to explain, Count Merlin began, pulling out a scroll of parchment with the information he had gathered. According to the guards on duty, the fire broke out after the warehouse manager, Fullabart, entered the granary. Another soldier volunteered to assist him with lighting and accompanied him inside. No one else entered during that time. So, the culprit is among these two? Count Merlin nodded. Let's start with the soldier. We've collected his background. He is of a clean record, having served under Viscount Klein for over 3 years. Those familiar with him have a good impression. And even Klein, who knows him personally, doesn't believe he's a spy. People recall no suspicious behavior from him, and in a military camp, it's nearly impossible to deceive everyone. Catherine suggested. So, it seems unlikely the soldier is the culprit. What about Bart? Count Merlin continued. The warehouse manager indeed has significant suspicion, and Your Highness should be familiar with him. Yes, in my memory, he was competent and diligent. During his tenure, there were never incidents of theft or embezzlement in the warehouse. Catherine recalled. We have inquired about his entire social circle, colleagues, friends, and superiors, but no unusual behavior was reported. He has always been loyal to the monarchy and even faced trouble from the rebels during Jar's uprising. So, what about his family? Catherine noted a missing piece in the Count's list. Again, Merlin nodded. Your Highness is astute. According to Mrs. Bart, there were unusual signs with her husband. What kind of unusual signs? The main suspicion around the warehouse manager lies not in his day-to-day dealings, as he meets many grain merchants from different places due to his position, making it hard to trace any suspicious individuals. However, his biggest red flag has been his recent mental health issues. Catherine frowned slightly. Are you suggesting that Mr. Bart might have been mentally unstable, so setting the warehouse on fire in a fit of madness isn't out of the ordinary? Merlin hurriedly clarified. That's not what I mean, Your Highness. Mr. Bart's mental state had always been normal before, and there's no history of related illnesses in his family. The suspicious behavior started about 2 months before the fire, around the time Xiao began his rebellion. During that period? Yes, Your Highness. According to Mrs. Bart, her husband suddenly started suffering from insomnia, spending entire nights unable to sleep. Despite trying various sleep aids, nothing worked. After a period of painful, restless nights, Bart finally began to sleep but started talking in his sleep, something Mrs. Bart swears he had never done before. What did Bart say? Catherine asked, intrigued. King Rodney XVI, who had been listening quietly, also leaned forward in anticipation of Merlin's response. Merlin looked down at his notes. Most of it was incoherent mumbling, but here are a few phrases Mrs. Bart could make out. He placed the parchment on the king's desk. After the king and princess finished reading, they saw phrases like, "Who are you? Stop following me. Where am I? Why can't I get out? I won't listen to your nonsense. Get out of my head. I did what you asked. Everything is placed. No one will find it. Please leave. I don't want to do this. This could get me hanged. Please, let me go. I beg you." Master, I will continue to heed your holy teachings. Do not abandon me. Your servant will fulfill the mission to death. My supreme master, Merlin added. The last 2 weeks of his speech were particularly suspicious. The last phrase was the final one Mrs. Bart heard before the fire. Although suffering from insomnia, the manager still kept his habit of going to bed early. Worried about her husband, Mrs. Bart stayed awake. Shortly after he said that, he woke up and said he needed a walk to clear his mind, and then the warehouse caught fire. Catherine and Rodney 16 exchanged a look, both with evident questions in their eyes. What does this mean? Looking at the puzzled king and princess, Merlin, equally bewildered, suddenly had a bizarre thought. Could the warehouse manager have been under some kind of spell or witchcraft? He quickly shook his head, dismissing this absurd notion from his mind. Chapter 45, Father-Daughter Conflict! Chapter 45, Father-Daughter Conflict. T.L. Etude. Count Merlin swiftly banished a fleeting absurd thought from his mind. Magic? How could that be possible? The church's charlatans always scared ordinary people with tales of evil wizards and witches, even establishing a tribunal for this purpose. Some of these charlatans, on various pretexts, would wave around a broken stone, pretending to detect traces of magic or witchcraft. Due to their influence, the public, especially the lower classes, deeply believed these claims. However, to a few well-educated individuals, such tales of wizards and witches were nothing more than fabrications by the church to expand its influence. As time progressed, many mystical phenomena received rational explanations. For instance, the ghost lights seen in graveyards, once attributed by the church to evil spirits, were later found by alchemists to be mere spontaneous combustion of a substance called phosphorus. With these lies exposed, the church looked unfavorably upon scholars who dared to explore the unknown, often persecuting them as witches. Yet, this did not curb people's curiosity. Even within the church, factions arose advocating the exploration of the unknown and the study of nature to better understand and approach the divine, such as the renowned Society of Enlightenment. The church linked some inexplicable people and events to witchcraft or devilry, playing on people's fears to reinforce dependency on the church. This notion had started to circulate among the high nobility, who considered wizards and magic as mere tricks to fool the gullible. Count Merlin shared this view, although most nobles still preferred to err on the side of belief. Please continue the investigation, Lord Merlin. However, the reality of our food shortage remains unchanged. The king broke the silence in the study, addressing the most pressing issue. Princess Catherine, with furrowed brows, said, "Father, I have already ordered the collection of provisions within the royal lands, but it will take some time. Even if we manage to gather some food, it won't be enough to sustain the army for a long campaign into the south." King Rodney XVI fell into a silence, eventually saying, "We have no choice but to purchase from the lords who support the monarchy." The king should be self-sufficient was an unwritten rule in this world. Following the collapse of the ancient Gabella Empire, numerous new governments emerged on its territory. These newborn countries frequently waged war, and their rulers, lacking the vast territories of the Gabella Empire, couldn't afford to maintain large standing armies with their wealth. To meet military needs, they commonly adopted two strategies. First, they maintained a small number of elite troops, like various orders of knights, supplementing them with mass conscription of civilians during wartime. Second, they implemented a feudal system. The king granted lands to meritorious nobles, making them lords of the lands. These great lords could then give parts of their lands to their vassals, who in turn could subfeather to theirs. Down to the knights. Lords had to raise military forces from their own revenues and were obligated to respond to their sovereign's call during wars, offering their military forces for use. Correspondingly, lords were not bound to pay taxes to their sovereign, or only did so symbolically. Royal households generally relied on income from their direct lands to meet their expenses. Therefore, King Rodney XVI could summon lords to bring their troops for the king's service, but he had no authority to commandeer the food stores from their lands. Legally, he could issue such an order, but it would likely drive more lords to side with Jars. Catherine suggested, "Let's have our royal commissioners, previously stationed, handle negotiations with the lords in their respective regions, trying to keep the prices as low as possible." The king agreed, and Count Merlin accepted the command. The royal commissioner's operations were under his intelligence network. He presented a second scroll to the king and princess, reporting, "There's another important piece of intelligence. Our investigation confirms that Jars is indeed backed by someone." The king and princess unrolled the scroll and read the report together. Catherine muttered, "No wonder. A year ago, he didn't have sufficient strength, but now he confidently raises a banner of rebellion." Looking at the princess, the count said, "Our analysis suggests that the support might be coming from that side," gesturing towards the east. The princess glared at the count. "Don't make baseless claims without irrefutable evidence." The count bowed his head, replying, "Yes, Your Highness." The king suddenly said, "Don't be so harsh. Relations between countries are very complicated, often with different faces shown in public and in private." The princess started to say something, but then hesitated. King Rodney XVI looked affectionately at his daughter, his greatest pride. Despite her young age, she was exceptionally outstanding, but still needed more experience in politics. He turned to Count Merlin. "All right, Lord Merlin, you may go and rest for now. You've worked hard during this time. It is my duty. I dare not speak of hardship." The count bowed and left the study. Left alone, the father and daughter stood in the study. The king walked slowly to the window. Turning his back to the princess, he said, "Catherine, there's something I need to tell you." The princess waited quietly for her father's words, but what she heard left her utterly shocked. "I plan to marry your sister to Duke Viburen." The room fell into silence, punctuated only by the ticking of a grandfather clock. Catherine was speechless for a moment. Finally, she managed to ask, "Why?" Deep down, the princess knew the answer. Duke Viburen was the most powerful lord in the eastern territories of the kingdom, and among the lords who hadn't yet declared their allegiance in the current conflict, he was the strongest. The king didn't answer. He knew his daughter understood his intentions. "Eileen is only 15 years old. Has she agreed to this?" The princess's tone became sharp. The king, still facing away, murmured, 15 is not so young," but did not confirm whether Catherine's sister had agreed. "But Viburen is nearly 50, and with such a bad reputation." "You're actually willing to marry your own daughter to such a man?" The princess's voice rose, almost to a shout. "Enough. My mind is made up." "Leave now." The king suddenly turned around, staring sternly at his daughter. His eyes, once gentle, now held a resolute determination. Understanding her father's intent, Catherine looked at him coldly. "As you command, Your Majesty." She turned and walked out. The study door closed with a loud bang. King Rodney XVI stood motionless by the window. After a long while, he sighed, walked to his desk, and slumped into his chair. Weakly, his daughter, he thought, was still too naive in matters of politics. Chapter 46, Return to Lakeheart Town! Chapter 46, Return to Lakeheart Town. T.L. Etude. Paul Grayman's stay in Port Fran ended up being longer than initially planned. During this time, he met with the town's merchants, both big and small, to share his vision of initiating oceanic trade. He planned to establish a trading company, a concept yet unknown in this world, and invited the local merchants to invest in it. In front of the Lord, the merchants were all obsequious in this world, except for the trading-centric Horn Bay Alliance. Merchants in other countries held little political status and were often exploited by those in power. When Paul revealed his vision, leveraging his lordly status, it was met with universal acclaim. However, the merchants secretly thought that the Lord was merely trying to raise funds, using a common tactic among nobility to extract money under some pretext. Paul noticed the merchants' insincerity but wasn't angered. Changing people's mindsets takes time, and his current aim was merely to inform the merchants, not to immediately start fundraising. The seas were still plagued by remaining pirates, and the construction of full-sail ocean-going ships have not yet commenced. It was too early to start promising big dreams. He also met with the former town elder, Peter, who had regained consciousness under the careful care of his granddaughter, Susan. When he learned about the events that transpired in the church, he was so frightened that he immediately got out of bed, despite his weak health, and apologized to Paul, pleading for forgiveness for his granddaughter's offense. Paul reassured him kindly, convincing the old man that there would be no retribution. Upon learning that he had been relieved of his mayorship and appointed as an advisor to the new mayor, Peter felt a sense of loss. Despite the hardships of the position, he had served in it for most of his life and found it hard to adjust to the change. However, he committed to assisting the new mayor in every possible way. Peter was moved and grateful to Paul for eliminating the pirates and promising eternal protection to the town, praying to the Lord of Light for the Lord's long life. The Navy's recruitment efforts were also in full swing. Following the establishment of enlistment standards, over 300 new soldiers were recruited. Austin, who had been promoted to acting major and commanded the Northwest Bay Fleet, as well as the 1st Squadron of the 1st Detachment, was exceedingly busy with almost no time for rest. Rubin's shipyard worked overtime to build 2 ram-equipped galleys and modified 4 fishing boats for naval training. The new mayor and deputy mayor, selected by Steward Ford, arrived in Port Fran shortly after the public trial and quickly began their administrative duties. They were instructed by Paul to replicate Lakeheart Town's initiatives in Port Fran, such as public toilets, bathhouses, garbage bins, and water stations, and were also tasked by the count to conduct a census. Paul also instructed them to respect and seek advice from Elder Peter, ensuring their cooperation. Additionally, the central church in town was ordered to be converted into a government building for administrative use, with plans for a new church to be built in a more secluded location, as hinted by the count. In July, Paul decided to return to Lakeheart Town. Before departing, he inspected the nascent naval forces, declaring boldly, "Our journey leads to the stars and the sea." Although the words "to the stars" puzzled many, this did not deter the troops from being excited and eager to eradicate the remaining pirates. With the 2nd Infantry Battalion left in Port Fran to support the still-forming navy, the Count led the 1st Infantry Battalion towards Lakeheart Town. In July, the heat was intense, especially around noon when the sun mercilessly scorched the earth. "This place is much cooler than the south," Quella Foster, from the Horn Bay Alliance, commented happily. Foster, the young master, was accompanying Paul to Lakeheart Town to see the novel items Paul intended to sell. An aspiring adventurer, Foster was intrigued by anything unfamiliar. However, his dream faced some setbacks. Mew, the leader of the Legion adventure team, still hadn't agreed to let him join, and was quite displeased with Foster's decision to stay in the Northwest Bay for a while. With Quella staying there, the group had to follow suit. If they left him behind, they would lose their mission commission and their completion rate in the guild would suffer. Naturally, The Legion adventure team had to accompany Quella to Lakehart Town to ensure his safety. Along the way, Paul chatted intermittently with him. "Is that so? I still find it very hot," said Paul, who had grown up in the north and never experienced the intense heat of the south, making Quella realize that he was indeed in a more fortunate situation. "But look at that girl, lady. It's so hot and yet she's all bundled up." "Strange, isn't it?" Paul whispered to Quella. "Now that you mention it, yes, and she doesn't even seem to be sweating." Quella noticed the peculiarity too. Even though Quella and the members of the Legion adventure team, being from the south, were more heat-resistant, they still dressed as lightly as possible in this weather, sweating profusely nonetheless. Only Miss Lady, the scholar, remained wrapped in thick, secure clothing, wearing a scholar's cap that looked oddly paired with the bow and arrows on her back, while everyone else was drenched in sweat from the journey. Not a single drop was visible on her. Realizing that Paul was observing her, she quickly pulled the brim of her hat lower to cover her face. "Hey, you've made her shy," Quella joked. "Not at all. I think it's you who scared her," Paul denied outright. As noon approached, the Count ordered a halt to the march. The troops dispersed into the shade of the trees lining the road for a rest and to address their hunger. After setting up a guard, the soldiers entered the roadside forest and began eating the dry food they carried with them. Paul, Quella, and others also sat down to eat, each with their own food. Everyone noticed that the young Count was eating the same black bread as the soldiers. Kai, a maverick sitting next to Dean, whispered, "I thought the Lord would treat us to a feast." Dean rolled his eyes at him, wishful thinking. Even if there was a treat, it would be for the young master. Just then, Miss Lady, the scholar, twitched her ears slightly. She looked up and said, "It seems like someone is calling for help." Instantly, everyone tensed up. Chapter 47, Peril in the Forest! Chapter 47, Peril in the Forest. TL, Etude. Lady looked up and exclaimed, "It seems someone is calling for help." Everyone tensed up instantly, worried about the possibility of bandits ambushing travelers in the vicinity. Despite the Lord boasting about the effectiveness of his recent crackdown, there was always a chance of some slipping through the net. Listening intently, no one else could hear anything. Quella laughed. Maybe Miss Lady heard wrong? But the scholar, Lady, still looked concerned and pointed south. "It's in that direction, my lord." "May I borrow a horse to check it out?" The members of the adventure group had been traveling in a cargo wagon and had no horses to ride. Paul nodded. "Ah, sure. Take my horse. It's the fastest of the lot," he said, offering her the whip. Lady skillfully mounted the horse, telling her companions, "Wait here for me, I'll be right back." She lightly whipped the horse, but it merely circled in place, accustomed only to Paul. Embarrassed, Paul said, "I forgot this beast only listens to me. Let me ride it." As the situation was urgent, Lady stepped down, and Paul climbed on in front. Lady slightly taller than him. "Hold on to my waist," commanded Paul, whipping the horse into a gallop southward. Nearby, Bryce and Schroeder, hearing the commotion, hurried over. "What folly!" Bryce exclaimed upon understanding the situation. They quickly gathered those with horses and chased after Paul to the south, followed closely by the adventure group. After a distance, Lady announced, "We're close." Paul, straining his ears, indeed heard cries for help urging the horse faster. They were fortunate that the trees here weren't too dense. Suddenly, after circling several trees, the horse reared up abruptly, nearly throwing both riders off. Paul looked ahead and cursed, sensing danger. About 100 meters ahead, a black-spotted tiger confronted two people, one tall and one short. The taller person, wielding a sword, shielded the shorter one. The tiger, resembling an earthly Siberian tiger but with different markings, was at the top of this world's food chain. Fortunately, the tiger's back was to Paul and Lady, unaware of their approach, but the two people facing the tiger were in imminent danger. From a distance, their perilous situation was clear, making Paul empathetic. He quickly dismounted and started to blow into his fire tube, trying to light his handgun. "Damn! Is the fuel gone? Why won't it light?" As Paul puffed his cheeks, blowing hard to ignite the flame, Lady dismounted, unstrapped her short bow, and expertly nocked an arrow, aiming at the distant tiger. Paul internally scoffed at the idea of her hitting the target at such a distance. The tiger looked no bigger than a toy cat from here. As Lady took aim, the tiger, dancing its hind legs, prepared to pounce. In a split second, Lady's arrow, swift as a shooting star, shot towards the tiger. Just as the beast was about to leap, the arrow pierced its right thigh. Roar! The tiger roared in sudden pain, startling birds in the surrounding forest into flight. Paul's horse, spooked, neighed and ran back the way it came. The black-spotted tiger, enraged, swiftly turned round and spotted Paul and Lady, the source of the attack. Abandoning its initial targets, it charged towards them. Due to the distance and the use of a short bow, Lady's first arrow had not inflicted a fatal wound. As the fierce beast thundered towards them, Paul's mind went blank. Holding the unlit fire tube, he looked helplessly at Lady. Lady, already fitting a second arrow, seemed to be muttering something under her breath. She fired again, and to Paul's amazement, the arrow hit the tiger directly in its right eye. The critical injury was too much for the animal, which collapsed to the ground in agony. The arrow had penetrated deeply into the tiger's skull due to the close range, and after a brief struggle, the beast lay motionless. The sound of galloping horses announced the arrival of Bryce, Schroeder, and the others. They had heard the tiger's roar and, seeing the dead beast, silently thanked the Lord of Light for their protection. "Lord, please do not take such risks in the future," Bryce said sternly, his voice laced with a hint of anger. Embarrassed, Paul apologized. "Sorry, everyone, I was too reckless." At that moment, the two people who had been facing the tiger approached to express their gratitude. "Thank you immensely for your help. May we ask your names?" Regaining his composure, Paul observed the two women. The taller one, around 1.7 meters, had black hair and a strikingly determined look, seemingly unshaken by the recent danger. The smaller woman, about Paul's height and seemingly close in age, had radiant blonde hair and fair skin. The flush on her face from the ordeal only added to her charm. Paul adjusted his hair and introduced himself. "I am Paul Grayman, Lord of the Elder Count's territory in the Northwest Bay of the Kingdom of Ordo. Welcome to my land." "May I ask who you are?" "We've reached the Northwest Bay?" The two women looked at each other in surprise. Paul realized they must be lost. Chapter 48, The Runaway Princess! Exclamation mark. Chapter 48, The Runaway Princess. T.L. Etude. After a moment of surprise, the two women quickly regained their composure. The blonde-haired girl lifted her head and said with a huff, "Northwest Bay or not, as long as they can't find us, it's fine." Paul was struck by her demeanor and tone, which felt oddly familiar. After a moment of reflection, he realized she was acting tsndeer, a term he thought was exclusive to fictional worlds before he crossed over. Seeing it in real life was unexpectedly exciting. "Where are you ladies from?" Paul asked again, his tone exceedingly polite. He had noticed the decorations on the blonde girl's cloak, which were not something ordinary people or even nobles could afford. This wasn't something money could easily buy. Paul remembered seeing a similar style of decoration in a portrait from his childhood. In a collection owned by the older Grayman, it depicted a significant figure from some country. This girl, he realized, must have a notable background. It seemed prudent to be courteous with these two. "We're from the Gabella Empire," said the blonde girl, introducing herself as Betty Dias, a wandering scholar. The other woman, Mary, was introduced as her guard. "Another scholar?" Paul wondered, finding it suspicious. Lady's attire seemed more fitting for a scholar. Regardless, he didn't intend to pry into their affairs, whether they were runaway nobles or exiled royalty. As long as they weren't breaking the law, he wouldn't interfere, unless they caused serious trouble like kidnapping or murder. This led him to consider establishing a public security department to manage the territory's law and order. "Who are these people?" the blonde-haired girl asked while Paul was lost in his thoughts. "Oh, sorry, the horsemen are my subordinates, and the others are from the Lichman adventure team from the south. Actually, it was Miss Lady, the green-haired lady over there, who killed the black-spotted tiger with her arrows." "She's a scholar like yourself." Paul felt a bit ashamed for forgetting to introduce the person who played the biggest role in their rescue. The two women bowed in gratitude to Lady, their manners impeccable, further convincing Paul of their noble origins. Lady returned the gesture, her gaze briefly lingering on the self-proclaimed scholar. The taller woman asked, "Is there a place nearby where we can stay?" Paul pointed eastward with his whip. If you travel east for half a day, you'll reach Lakehart Town, where my residence is located. You're welcome to accompany us there, if you don't mind. Then we'll trouble the Count," they replied. When the group returned to the resting spot, Quella's eyes widened in surprise. Had Paul just returned with two beautiful women after a classic hero saves the damsel episode? Paul arranged for the two women to ride in the wagon with the Lichman adventure team and ordered the troops to continue their journey to Lakehart Town, the rest of the way passing in silence. As evening approached, the troop arrived at Lakehart Town. The soldiers were dismissed for 2 hours of free time before returning to their barracks for rest. Quella Foster and the members of the adventure team were arranged by Paul to rest in the Lord's castle. The two girls who had joined them midway inquired about the location of an inn, and after bidding farewell, they went to stay at the inn on their own. Paul, shaking his head and slightly regretful, thought to himself, really? Wouldn't it be safer and better to stay directly in my castle? He entered the grand gate of the Lord's manor where Philip, the castle's steward, and Ford, the seal-bearer, were already there to welcome him. Paul cheerfully said to them, "Ah, you two, I've missed you during this time. We've won a great victory." The two men hurriedly complimented him. "Congratulations, Lord Count. Lord Count, your military strategy is divine." "Has everything been normal in Lakehart Town during my absence?" Paul asked. Ford, the steward, replied, "Everything is normal, my lord. However, the Royal Commissioner who left some time ago has returned." "The Royal Commissioner?" Paul was momentarily puzzled. Then he remembered, "Oh, Baron Hansel Abbott. I thought Lord Baron was scared back to the capital by pirates. Ha ha, what's he here for this time?" "Baron Abbott is actually stationed here as a representative of the royal family, but it seems he has returned this time to discuss important matters with you." Paul twisted his mouth. "Thinking of his last visit makes me angry, but let bygones be bygones. I'll meet him tomorrow." Ford briefed Paul about the sales of the new paper and the expansion of the paper mill, among other matters. The situation was quite promising, even in the culturally backward Northwest region. Their products were selling well. If they could reach the affluent regions, it would be even better. They also discussed the affairs of Port Fran, including the public trial, the establishment of a navy, the building of ocean-going ships, opening up trade, and the rescue of Quella, the son of the Foster Marquis of the Horn Bay Alliance, from pirates. Ford's eyes lit up upon hearing this and strongly suggested that the Count develop a good relationship with young Master Foster. With the Foster family's connections, they could sell their goods in the commercially advanced southern regions. "So, let's invite young Master Foster to dinner tonight, and you, Ford, stay as well. Let's enhance the friendship between our families," the Count decided. In the only inn of Lakehart Town, in a superior room, the two beautiful women saved by Lady were staying here. "Your Highness, shall we set off eastward tomorrow? How about we stay here for a while? What do you think, Leah?" Indeed, these two were Princess Eileen of the Kingdom of Odo and her female bodyguard Leah, who had secretly run away from the capital. Upon learning that her father intended to marry her to Duke of Viburon of the Eastern Territories, Princess Eileen, in a fit of defiance, fled home with her personal bodyguard. They had originally planned to detour through the northeast to seek refuge with her mother's family in the Gabella Empire. However, due to their lack of sense of direction, they ended up in the Northwest Bay. Fortunately, the princess had brought her private savings and jewelry with her, so they did not lack food or clothing on their journey. Their noble attire and Leah's swordsmanship deterred many with ill intentions. Still, for the princess, who had grown up in the royal palace, the journey of more than half a month had reached her limit of endurance. That morning, suspecting they were being followed, they galloped into the forest and encountered a black-spotted tiger while resting. Their mounts fled, leaving them to confront the beast. Fortunately, Paul and his group passing by rescued them. Although her royal upbringing allowed the princess to maintain a facade of calm, her exhaustion was nearing a breaking point. The encounter with the tiger left a deep psychological scar on her. Had it not been for the rescue, she and Leah might have perished. Continuing the journey promised more dangers, but returning to the capital to comply with her father's arrangements was even less appealing to the princess. "Let's stay in Lakehart Town for now. The lord here doesn't seem like a bad person, and the place is remote with limited communication. As long as we hide well, It should be quite difficult for those from the capital to find us. After thinking for a while, Liu agreed. Then let's do that, Your Highness. Since that's the case, staying in an inn isn't a long-term solution. I'll look around the town tomorrow to see if we can buy a house to settle in. Thank you for your efforts, Liu. Another reason for the princess's decision to stay temporarily in Lakeheart Town was their poor sense of direction. Continuing their journey might take them ages to reach the Gabella Empire. Chapter 49, Paper and Porcelain! Chapter 49, Paper and Porcelain. T.L. Etude. The next day, Paul once again invited Quella Foster to the hall, accompanied by the members of the Lichman adventure team. Quella happily guessed, "My friend, I suppose today you're going to show me those little gadgets of yours?" "Exactly." Paul snapped his fingers and called out loudly, "Someone, come here." Two servants came over, each holding a tray covered with a cloth, concealing the items beneath. Quella, with a grin, said, "Quite mysterious, aren't you?" The adventurers also showed curious expressions. "Watch closely." Paul suddenly unveiled the cloth on the first tray, revealing paper. "Paper?" The group was puzzled. All this mystery for paper? The leader of the adventure group, Muyu, appeared frustrated. "Is the Lord playing a joke on us?" Paul shook his finger, explaining, "Don't be hasty, my friends. This paper is extraordinary. It's not made from sheepskin but from very cheap materials. The production process is simple, saving a great deal of labor and material costs, and it's much cheaper than sheepskin paper." Quella, having heard about the new type of paper in Port Fran, wasn't too surprised. He picked up a sheet of paper, rubbing it between his fingers, admiring. "This paper is indeed good, a suitable replacement for sheepskin paper. If it can be mass-produced as you mentioned, the prospects are very promising." "By the way, what is it made of?" Paul flatly refused. "Sorry, that's a trade secret. Even as my friend, I can't disclose it." Humphrey, stingy. "What's on the second tray?" Paul unveiled the second tray. "Open your eyes wide and look closely." "I call this porcelain." "Wow!" the group exclaimed in admiration upon seeing the item on the tray. It was a porcelain dish, pristine white and translucent, making a striking first impression. In a world similar to medieval Europe, most people used earthenware, the moderately well-off used metal utensils like bronze, and the nobility used silverware. However, no matter how well maintained, metal utensils inevitably rusted over time, losing their initial luster. In contrast, porcelain's appearance was much more appealing, far surpassing the dull earthenware and bronze in aesthetic value. Paul proudly introduced, "How about that? It looks good, right? And it doesn't rust." In the past, Europeans had gone to great lengths to obtain the secret of making porcelain. Ultimately, it was the French missionary Pierre d'Intercals who, after spending over a decade undercover in Jingdezhen, managed to acquire the materials and formula, sending them back to Europe, enabling the West to produce porcelain comparable to Chinese porcelain. The main secrets of porcelain were essentially two things: kaolin, or porcelain stone, and high temperatures. Fortunately, kaolin was discovered not far from Lakeheart Town. Paul hired a group of pottery craftsmen, set up a kiln factory, and began experimenting with porcelain production. The initial attempts were far from ideal due to temperature control issues, as porcelain firing required temperatures above 1,200 degrees Celsius. To solve this problem, Paul collaborated with glass craftsmen to create the world's first mercury thermometer. Although it had its inaccuracies, it was barely sufficient for their needs. Of course, it couldn't be placed directly in the kiln for measuring temperatures, as it would explode and the mercury thermometer couldn't measure beyond 400 degrees Celsius anyway. Using the thermometer to measure the temperature around the porcelain kiln, and combining it with a spit testing method Paul recalled, spitting into the kiln and observing the behavior of the water droplets to estimate the temperature, they finally managed to maintain a consistent high temperature above 1,200 degrees Celsius. An important step before loading the kiln was glazing. Without glazing, the porcelain would still form but would be rather rough. The glaze was made by mixing clay water with ash from plants and thoroughly stirring it. It needed to be filtered before use. This step greatly affected the appearance of the final product. However, during the trial phase, they didn't pay much attention to perfecting the glazing technique, leaving it for the craftsmen to gradually refine. When Paul reclaimed Port Fran, the craftsman of Lakehart Town, after numerous experiments, finally produced the first batch of decent porcelain. The porcelain dish before them was one of these prototypes. It lacked the beautiful paintings commonly seen on Earth's porcelain. As the formulas for the pigments were closely guarded secrets, Paul feared that experimenting with colors might affect the firing process. So the prototypes were left unpainted, focusing on resolving any issues first. The technique of painting on porcelain was left for the craftsman to explore. These prototypes were not perfect and had many flaws, far from being immaculate, but they were impressive enough to astonish natives like Queller from another world. Queller excitedly asked, You're going to sell these?" Paul nodded proudly. "Of course, these are just experimental products and far from perfect. The ones I plan to sell will be more beautiful, adorned with various exquisite patterns." The young master of the Foster family remarked, "This will cause a sensation." Despite his disdain for his family's business, Queller inherited some business acumen. Seeing the Lichman adventure team members also staring at the porcelain dish, Paul loudly announced, "I declare that each person present will receive a prototype porcelain as a gift. I'll issue certificates in the name of the Grayman family, certifying them as the first batch of porcelain in this world. Although these prototypes are far from perfect, their collectible value will be immeasurable if porcelain becomes a big hit." Dean from the adventure group hurriedly said, "How can this be? This is too precious. We can't accept it." His foot was sharply stepped on by the group leader. Mew, in an admiring tone, said to Paul, "Lord Grayman, I deeply regret my earlier misunderstanding of you. You're neither lecherous nor cowardly. You are a generous, kind, and caring good person." Paul, with his arms crossed and chest puffed out, said, "Humphrey, have you finally seen my true self?" "Wait, was that your impression of me before?" "Well, I'm in a good mood today, so let's forget the past," he continued sternly. "This isn't a giveaway, though. When you return to the south, you must promote my products." Queller and Mayu quickly agreed. One assured, "The merchants in our area will surely compete for the right to represent your products." The other gleamed, "We're going to be rich. Indeed, the son of a powerful council member and a renowned adventure group should create a significant advertising effect." Chapter 50, Time to Cling to a Thigh! Chapter 50, Time to Cling to a Thigh! T.L. Etude. A few days earlier, in a small city near the territory of Alder, Baron Hansel Abbott was sharing drinks with a man dressed as a merchant in a tavern. "Times are tough," said the man across the table, putting down his cup and pulling out a scroll of parchment from his coat to hand to the Baron. "So, this is our new assignment?" Hansel took the scroll and quickly glanced over it. "Gathering supplies and provisions? I remember the officials at the royal granary boasting that their stock could last over a year. Could it be that Harl's few thousand men have eaten it all in such a short time?" The merchant-dressed liaison hesitated, then shrugged. "There was a fire in the warehouse." "Oh, no wonder." Hansel nodded, suspecting it was the work of spies. "Speaking of which, Lord Baron, why are you here? Shouldn't you be in Lakehart Town?" "I had quite a time finding you." Hansel cleared his throat, trying to control his heartbeat to keep his face from reddening. "Alder is suffering from pirate attacks, and as the royal representative, I couldn't just stand by. So, I'm here procuring supplies and weaponry for the Lord." He couldn't admit that he was scared off by pirates. The liaison gave a thumbs up. "Impressive." "So, Count Grayman's success against the pirates is partly thanks to you." This surprised Hansel. "Quelling the pirates?" the liaison explained. "Hasn't Count Grayman informed you?" "When I went to Lakehart Town to find you, everyone was talking about it. The Count has already retaken Port Fran, executing many pirates, and is said to be returning to Lakehart Town soon." "Is that so?" "Looks like I can return to Lakehart Town too." Hansel's face showed joy, but he thought, "That young Count really has some skills." "When I left, people were nearly at my doorstep," he added, "but you know, I have to wait for an official notice from Count Grayman before I can return. I think the notice will arrive soon. We'll be counting on you for the provisions matter." "Of course." Hansel readily agreed. The liaison sighed. "I often travel in the northwest, and it's rare to see a lord like Count Grayman who thinks of his people. The coast has been plagued by pirates for years." Hansel scoffed internally, quickly changing the subject. How's the situation in the south? The liaison shook his head. The food's all burned. What else? But please don't spread this around, though I suppose it'll be known everywhere soon. I didn't follow the army into the city, but the fire was visible from miles away. It can't be hidden. Hansel frowned. So, the army can't immediately move south to quell the rebellion? There's a saying, right? Logistics first, then troops. Now that the supplies are gone, how can they fight? They'll probably just send small detachments to help Duke Dodge hold Thorn Pass, preventing Jars from reaching the north. The liaison looked pessimistic and continued, fortunately, it seems that the force attacking Thorn Pass isn't Jars' main army. Suddenly, he jolted, hurriedly speaking, Lord Baron, I was a bit drunk just now and started spouting nonsense. Please, Baron Hansel, smiling, raised his glass to him. I always keep secrets. To His Majesty the King. The liaison also raised his glass. To His Majesty the King. Jar's main forces haven't moved north. Then they must be dealing with the southern lords who refuse to submit. If the royal army can't move south in time, with Jar's strength, those lords are left to fend for themselves. If the rebels consolidate the southern territories, they'll be even harder to deal with. Difficult times indeed. Hansel sighed internally, deciding to meet with the young count again. Back to the present. In the study of the Lord's Manor in Lakehart Town, Intelligence Chief Cecil was reporting his work. Lord, as per your request, our agents have started working in the capital. However, due to lack of experience and recent martial law, they didn't gather much information. Now, we finally have some results. He respectfully handed a stack of documents to Paul. Let's see. Paul skimmed through them rapidly. He wasn't much concerned with the capital's intelligence as the Northwest was keeping him busy enough. However, as a vassal of the Kingdom of Ordo, keeping abreast of national affairs was necessary. Good heavens, the granaries have been burned? Paul was shocked, recalling what Queller had told him at Port Fran. Someone was backing Jars, and the royal side was suffering. First, the capital was taken, then recaptured, only to lose a vast amount of provisions. Perhaps the royal side really was in jeopardy. Paul wondered if he should write a letter of surrender to Jars. As a transmigrator, he held little loyalty to the Rodney dynasty. It didn't matter who wore the crown, as long as it didn't affect his industrial revolution. Once my factories are up, all of you feudal remnants will be swept into the dustbin of history. However, Cecil's next report changed his mind. Count, with the spread of the new paper, many are secretly coveting our invention. Cecil handed over the second report. Paul, now anxious, carefully read it. This was about a crucial financial source for the Elder Territory. Robbers, thieves, despicable. Paul exclaimed angrily. After reading, condemning those lurking in the shadows, the report revealed multiple powers trying to steal the new paper-making technology, including several influential guilds and neighboring lords like Count Kent of Emden and Viscount Johnston of Bordeaux. Fortunately, Paul's emphasis on secrecy and the high treatment of workers had fostered loyalty, keeping the paper-making technique safe. However, he couldn't be sure for how long. Paul didn't intend to monopolize the technology forever. It was simple and bound to be learned by others. But it was key to his initial capital accumulation. He was open to the spread of new technology, as he couldn't industrialize alone. But it had to be under his control. He didn't want his enemies getting ahead with planes and missiles, then bombarding him from the sky. But with neighboring lords involved, things were complicated. He instructed Cecil, inform the steward, Philip, to invite Baron Hansel Abbott to me. No more hesitations. It was time to cling to a powerful ally. Chapter 51, Collaboration 1, exclamation mark. Chapter 51, Collaboration 1. T.L. Etude. After much consideration, Paul ultimately chose to align with the royal side. With Jars far away, and regardless of his interest in Paul, if Paul faced trouble, Jars couldn't help from afar. Besides, if exposed, the king could easily crush Paul, a small fry causing trouble behind his back. He had planned to wait and watch a bit longer, but since Elder was already attracting attention from surrounding forces, it was better to pick a side sooner. Count Kent of Emden, who had requested Paul to become his vassal in a reply to a call for help, had ambitions that Paul found alarming. Half an hour later, Steward Philip led Baron Hansel Abbott to the study. Based on the news about the capital's granary fire, Paul guessed why Hansel had come to see him. As soon as Hansel entered, He complimented, "Congratulations to Lord Grayman on successfully exterminating the pirates. Executing so many villains in one go truly upholds justice in the name of the Lord of Light. It's gratifying." Paul replied with a forced smile, "Baron, you're well informed, even aware of this while on your trip." Hansel ignored Paul's sarcasm. Lord Grayman's heroic deeds are well known in the Northwest. A lord who eradicates harm for his people is rare, unlike those who go against our founding king's teachings. Moving to the main topic, Paul invited Hansel to sit and asked Philip to bring some honey wine. After a sip each, Paul started, "Baron Abbot, I've recently looked into the Southern Rebellion in detail." "Oh? What does the Lord think?" Paul waved dismissively. "What else?" Xiao's nickname Greedy Wolf says it all. He's known to coerce and tempt surrounding lords to submit, and loyalists who resisted have been crushed. He also controls trade routes and extorts travelers, causing widespread resentment. Hansel expressed righteous indignation. "It's all true. Xiao's infamy is well known. Why does the king tolerate him?" "His ancestors fought alongside King Rodney I and nurtured their family's power. There are even rumors that the Rodney family's crown was yielded by Xiao's ancestor. Of course, such treasonous rumors are baseless. In any case, a slight misstep could lead to half of Ordo splitting away." Paul was secretly pleased. His ancestors also fought with the founding king, yet they were relegated to this forsaken Northwest. "This is karma," he thought, "for your uneven favoritism." He then turned serious. "Such traitors like Xiao must be eliminated. We must unite closely around the king's government, guided by the concept of a unified order, and strive unswervingly from the kingdom's unification." Hansel was baffled by Paul's novel rhetoric. Paul looked meaningfully at Hansel. "So, what's the situation now? Has His Majesty's army moved south to suppress the rebellion?" Hansel hesitated, considering whether to reveal the food shortage, but instead said, "The Loyalist army is assembling and will soon head south. They'll quickly quell the rebellion." "Why not get straight to the point?" thought Paul. "My steward mentioned you had urgent matters to discuss." "What is it?" Hansel, evasive, stammered. "Well, with so many troops gathered, consuming food daily, you understand, right, Lord Count?" "I understand nothing," Paul cursed inwardly. Asking for help and yet so indirect. He decided to give Hansel a way out. He rested his chin on his interlaced fingers, elbows on the table. "Baron, as you can see, my territory is remote, with a sparse population. I can't provide much manpower to aid His Majesty." Just as Hansel felt disappointed, Paul changed his tone. "But that doesn't dampen my enthusiasm to serve the kingdom. As you said, with Xiao's holding nearly half the kingdom's power, this war won't end soon. Give me a year or two, and I am confident I can increase Elder's output several-fold, thereby supplying the king's army with the necessary materials, including a large amount of food." At the mention of food, Hansel's ears perked up, and a large amount of ironware. Hansel became even more interested. Ironware was a crucial resource in war. He asked, puzzled, "Lord Grayman, you're so confident, what do you base this on?" Paul thought for a moment. "Based on the agricultural and smelting technologies I am about to improve, which I have already experimented with. Naturally, these were techniques refined in another world. But a sudden surge in a remote territory's output will definitely attract others' attention. I need the royal family's protection." Paul laid out his request. Hansel, stroking his chin, asked, "Would you be willing to contribute these technologies to the royal family? I'm sure His Majesty would reward you generously and ensure your safety." Paul grimaced and loudly called, "Philip, escort the Baron to rest in his room." Hansel quickly gestured with his hands. "Wait, Lord Grayman, it's best to keep those technologies in your hands. They will surely be most effective with their inventor. I just mentioned it casually. As long as you can provide sufficient military supplies, I am willing to write to His Majesty, suggesting he provide protection for your territory. His Majesty is always fair in rewards and punishments for his meritorious subjects." "That's more like it," Paul sighed in relief. But Hansel continued, "However, I'm just a minor figure with little influence. What can truly sway His Majesty is the supplies you can provide. How much can you offer now?" Paul frowned. He needed time. It wasn't possible to produce so much at once. Seeing Paul's expression, Hansel inwardly rejoiced. If Lord Grayman wishes, I can offer some personal assistance to help you achieve your goal of increasing production, thus quickly gaining His Majesty's recognition." Paul looked at Hansel. "What can you bring to me?" The Baron calmly said, "I saw the talent recruitment decree posted in the town center." "Well written indeed." "Disregarding origin and lineage. These are rare in this era. Are you suggesting to work for me?" Hansel shook his head. "If you grant me the authority, as a royal commissioner, I'm obliged to assist the local lord in governance, but my power is limited." "My point is, in this era of bloodline supremacy, there are many frustrated, impoverished nobles in the south, and many ambitious commoners with no opportunity for advancement. Regardless of their abilities, they at least meet the two criteria in the decree, literacy and arithmetic." "Are you interested, Lord Grayman?" Paul slowly stood up, intrigued by the Baron's proposition. Chapter 52, Corporation 2, exclamation mark. Chapter 52, Corporation 2, TL, Etude. Paul was deeply intrigued by Hansel's words. Facing the widespread illiteracy in his territory, Paul found himself in a difficult situation. The expansion of various workshops necessitated training apprentices throughout more than just oral transmission. As the number of craftsmen increased, those in charge at all levels at least needed to be able to read rosters. The territory's increasingly complex income and expenditures made it too burdensome for the old steward, Philip, to manage the accounts alone. The intelligence system needed improvement, obviously requiring a large number of literate talents. Moreover, Paul planned to establish a modern administrative system, which would need a large number of clerks. The talent recruitment decree had been posted long ago, and many had come forward to apply, but it was still not enough to meet the current needs of the territory. Before setting out for Port Fran, he approached the dean of the North Shore Monastery, Leonard, hoping to recruit some educated monks to serve him, but was initially rejected by Leonard on the grounds that monks do not interfere in secular affairs. Paul had no choice but to change his strategy. He claimed that he wanted to spread the gospel of God and was preparing to establish a school to teach the locals to read so that they could understand the scriptures. Hearing this, Dean Leonard became somewhat interested. Paul further promised that his workshop would supply new types of paper to the North Shore Monastery without limit and free of charge. Eventually, Mr. Leonard agreed. He would not interfere with the personal choices of the monks in the monastery, and how many Paul could recruit was entirely up to his own abilities. Thus, a school named Vice Academy was established by the lakeside. During the day, Paul forced the residents of Lakehart Town to send their children to the college to learn to read and write. At night, he had the military go from house to house, rounding up idle adults under 40 to attend night classes at the college. Paul cunningly recruited 10 young monks from the monastery, all of whom were just of age. They had been sent to the monastery as children and spent their days in boring prayer and scripture reading, making them very curious about the outside world. Of course, as Abbot Leonard put it, they lacked firm faith in the Lord and couldn't resist the temptations of the outside world. All 10 young men were placed in the college, transforming from monks to teachers, teaching the townspeople to read in shifts of 5, day and night. After returning to Lakehart Town from Port Fran, Morrison, who had served as a military chaplain for a while, was appointed as the head of the college for certain purposes. He was responsible for setting the curriculum and compiling teaching materials. The obscure scriptures were clearly too advanced for the townspeople who had just begun to learn to read, but stories about the great Lord leading his brave people to fight against pirates were much more accessible. Sometimes Morrison would personally engage in, not brainwashing, but some form of ideological education for the teachers and students. But all this required time, and Paul could not wait any longer. Watching the Count stand up, Hansel felt secretly pleased. He had guessed correctly. Paul's establishment of the college was something Hansel had observed. It was not uncommon for some nobles to show their benevolence by educating a few talented commoner children, often to cultivate capable servants. However, a noble like Count Grayman promoting education so extensively in his own territory was unprecedented. Too much knowledge among the common people was not a good thing for the nobility. Their role was simply to farm and pay taxes obediently. All signs indicated that this count had far-reaching plans, considering his ancestors were exiled to the remote Northwest Bay. This was intriguing. Could he become the next Jars? Possible, but highly unlikely. The Jars family's current strength, apart from the efforts of successive family heads, also owed much to luck, opportunity, and the location of their territory. Who could guarantee that the Grayman family would have the same fortune, especially situated in the remote Northwest Bay? Besides, achieving the success of the Xiao family was not an overnight feat. It required generations of patience and development to accumulate such achievements. Hansel knew that the widely circulated new type of paper was produced by this lord, so when Paul talked about improving agricultural and smelting techniques, he judged the credibility to be quite high. For Hansel, he had some connections among the lower nobility in the south. He could dig out those who, like him, were frustrated and bring them to the northwest to meet the lord's needs. As long as this lord was willing to cooperate and continuously provide military supplies to His Majesty the King, Hansel would achieve a great feat. He could enter the vision of the kingdom's high level, approaching the core of power. He resented his status as an illegitimate child, his mixed heritage, and his lack of recognition. He had to seize every opportunity to climb higher. As for whether the Grayman family harbored certain ambitions, it wouldn't be evident in this generation anyway. After his death, what did it matter if there was a flood or chaos? Hansel looked at Paul, who had stood up, as the setting sun's rays fell on him, and his heartbeat quickened. Finally, the young count extended his right hand with a smile. Let's get acquainted again, Paul Grayman, the Lord of Alder on the Northwest Bay. Hansel also stood up, extending his hand with a smile. Hansel Abbott, the king's representative assigned to Alder. Pleasure to cooperate. Pleasure to cooperate. Their hands clasped firmly together. In the south, at Thorn Pass, two figures stood quietly on the towering city walls, an old man with white hair but spirited, and a young general with a somewhat indifferent demeanor. They silently gazed at the rebel camp in the distance for a while. The elder sighed. It seems we're in for some tough times. The young general was puzzled. Why do you say that, Lord Dodge? We just need to wait for Her Highness the Princess to arrive with her troops, and then we can attack. Dodge, the old duke, handed a small cloth piece to the young man. This just came by pigeon. Take a look for yourself. The young man glanced at the cloth, worry mingling in his expression. A granary fire? What timing? The old duke shrugged. Most likely the work of a spy. Considering the previous attacks, Xiao's main force isn't here. What do you think, Lester? Lester looked southward. He just wants to pin us down. This frees him up to slowly deal with those isolated royalists in the south. Duke Dodge sighed again. If Her Highness's main force can't reach here, we'll have to hold out. Hopefully, we can resolve the grain issue before Xiao's main force moves north. Lester suddenly turned to him. Lord Duke, we can't just wait like this. Tonight, I want to lead the cavalry to raid their camp. The young man was eager to achieve merits, which Dodge secretly admired. The young man's demeanor reminded him of his experiences defending against beastmen with the Northeast Legion, and his comrades from that time. They were just as young and eager for achievements. The old duke's spirit rose. Good. It's time to teach the enemy a lesson. Chapter 53, Agricultural Prospects! Chapter 53, Agricultural Prospects. T.L. Etude. After confirming his cooperation with Hansel, Paul Grayman began to contemplate the agricultural issues within his territory. Firstly, regarding land ownership, nominally all land in the Elder territory belonged to the Grayman family, similar to how all land in ancient China belonged to the emperor. However, the actual distribution of land used for agricultural production was as follows. Nearly 1/3 of the arable land was directly under the Lord's manor, and its produce belonged entirely to the Grayman family. Slightly more than 1/3 was occupied by large landowners and gentry in various villages and towns, including vassals of the Grayman family, who paid taxes to the Lord's manor annually, keeping the remainder of the produce for themselves. The remaining third was owned by a significant number of self-farming peasants or small landowners. Following the usual pattern, a count like Paul would typically initiate a violent or mild land redistribution reform, ensuring every farmer in his territory had a plot of land to sustain themselves and their families, achieving the ideal of the tiller owns the land, and then basking in universal acclaim. However, Paul's aspiration was not for a happy pastoral life under a small-scale farming economy. He envisioned industrialized, large-scale machine production, and small-scale farming was one of the major obstacles on the road to industrialization. First, The small-scale farming economy bound a large number of peasants to small plots of land, restricting the formation of free labor. The lack of labor would limit the speed of industrial development. Second, the self-sufficiency and instability of the small-scale farming economy meant that the small farmers lived in poverty, lacking the means to purchase more consumer goods. This led to a narrow market, hindering the development of the commodity economy. Third, the weak economic power of small-scale farmers made it difficult for them to afford expensive machinery, adopt new technologies, or undertake large-scale soil improvement and irrigation projects. This was detrimental to increasing the yield of arable land. Finally, the long-term existence of small plots of land would hinder the intensification of agricultural specialization, restrict the expansion of economic crops, and delay the commercialization of agricultural products. All these factors would impede the development of industrialization, not to mention the negative role of the small-scale farming economy in the modern history of China. Even comparing the impacts of modern land systems in France and England on their industrialization reveals a lot. After the French bourgeois revolution, the old feudal land relations were destroyed, and the lands of nobles and the church were confiscated and distributed among peasants, making them small landowners. This had great progressive significance at the time and even increased the enthusiasm of the farmers, promoting economic development. However, for various reasons, this small-scale farming economy based on small land private ownership persisted in France for over 100 years. Gradually, it became a shackle on industrial development, delaying France's historical transition from an agricultural to an industrial nation. This is one of the important reasons for France's relatively slow economic development in the late 19th century. England, however, was different. Although the enclosure movement, likened to sheep-eating people, caused countless peasants to lose their homes and become destitute, filled with violence and oppression, it objectively provided favorable conditions for the Industrial Revolution in England. Peasants who lost their land moved to cities for livelihood, accelerating urbanization and providing cheap, free labor for industrial development. The enclosure movement consolidated many previously fragmented lands into larger plots, facilitating the planting of new crops, the application of better fertilizers, the use of improved tools, the reform of irrigation systems, and the adoption of advanced farming methods. These were beyond the capabilities of small farmers and significantly increased the overall agricultural output. This is one of the key reasons why France, with similarly fruitful scientific developments in the 18th century, did not see the Industrial Revolution occur first. Unlike England, therefore, Paul not only did not intend to equalize the land, but also wanted to further centralize it. With the collaboration with Hansel confirmed, Paul Grayman turned his attention to solving the agricultural issues in his territory. The land owned by the Lord's Manor and various large landowners was sufficiently centralized in terms of ownership, but geographically dispersed. Paul needed to coordinate with all parties for land exchange, promote land circulation and centralized management through a series of policies and regulations, encourage the establishment of large farms, promote agricultural mechanization, and build large-scale irrigation projects according to the distribution of arable land. For the self-farming peasants and small landowners, using violent means to strip them of their ownership was not in Paul's considerations. His upbringing and education in his previous life made him unwilling to betray his spiritual class. Since they already existed, they would serve as a supplement to the large farm economy, with a higher yield per unit under the same conditions. After all, the intensive farming practices of ancient China fed a population of over 1 billion and had many advantages. He planned to establish organizations like agricultural associations and cooperatives at the village level, with the Lord's Manor funding the purchase of farming tools, oxen, and other production materials to be rented to self-farming peasants at a low cost, thereby helping them improve labor efficiency. As for the labor force needed for industrialization, he set his sights on another large group within his territory, the serfs. Slavery existed in this world and was quite common. Ironically, the church, which Paul both despised and feared, was the biggest opponent of the slavery system. One of its important founding principles was that all men are equal under God. After the church's status was widely recognized by various countries, it vigorously promoted several abolitionist movements. However, These efforts ultimately failed due to the resistance of vested interests, and as the church's higher echelons increasingly aligned with the nobility, this ideal gradually remained only a slogan. But Count Paul did not plan to just pay lip service. Subjectively, he could not accept the existence of slavery, and objectively, industrial development required a large labor force. Therefore, abolishing slavery within his own territory was imperative. For the serfs directly under the lord's manor, Paul intended to grant them freedom to choose whether to stay or leave. Those who stayed would be trained as agricultural workers in his new farms. As for the serfs owned by the large landowners, if they were not freed, they would have to face the crushing wheel of history. As for the agricultural labor force lost due to abolition, it could be completely compensated by promoting new farming tools. Machinery and equipment that were useless on narrow lands could be effectively used in new large farms. Paul planned to manufacture agricultural machinery such as the Rotherham plough, Crosskill's clod crusher, serrated harrows, seed drills, reapers, threshing machines, and more. These could all be manufactured under current technological conditions and operated merely by animal power, being the key tools in Britain's 18th century agricultural revolution. Another method to increase land yield was the four-field crop rotation system, which involved dividing all arable land into 4 parts. Each part would be planted with turnips, barley, clover, and wheat, respectively, and rotated annually. This system eliminated fallow land, and the cultivated land after harvest was not used for grazing. Instead, pastures were converted into arable land, expanding the area for crop cultivation. It involved planting leguminous pasture and applying livestock manure, which accelerated the restoration and improvement of soil fertility. This not only facilitated a steady increase in crop yield but also ensured the long-term and rational use of arable land and provided quality feed for livestock. It encouraged the transition from grazing to stall feeding in livestock farming, which improved the production level of animal husbandry. Then there was the cultivation of improved crop varieties. But this was an area Paul was not very knowledgeable about. He could only wait to recruit relevant agricultural experts to implement this aspect. Paul firmly believed that through the above series of reforms, the agricultural output of Alder territory would see a significant improvement. This would free and support more labor, paving the way for future industrialization. Chapter 54, Gradual Progress! Chapter 54, Gradual Progress. T.L. Etude. Lord Grayman, I would advise you to be cautious, Hansel said while examining the outline for agricultural development in his hands. Paul had written an outline of his agricultural plans and asked Baron Hansel to review it. He wanted to demonstrate that his goal of doubling food production was not just empty talk. However, the Baron's response was unexpected. Is there anything amiss? Well, the earlier parts are excellent. Large farms, new machinery, breeding high-quality crops, and this crop rotation system, all these ideas are brilliant. If they are as effective as you claim, you will certainly make a significant mark in history. Solving the ancient problem of food shortage could even warrant sainthood from the church. Hansel's eyes shone with excitement. He had been somewhat doubtful about Grayman's lofty claims, but now, looking at the outline, he was almost certain of its success. Paul, puzzled, asked, then why urge caution? Baron Hansel flipped to the last page again. Here, you talk about liberating serfs. Without these slaves, who will work the fields? I know the new machinery you mention will save a lot of labor, but wouldn't it be better to add these to the existing workforce? With patience, Paul explained. I've mentioned this before, Hansel. He addressed the Baron by his first name. I don't plan to just focus on agriculture. I'll also develop mining, iron smelting, and other industries. How can I afford to have so much labor tied up in the fields? I understand your ambitions are great. Actually, my concern is about something else. Hansel decided to offer some advice to the young and impulsive Count, his business partner, to prevent any potential fallout. You know, I spent some time recently in your neighboring territory of Bailding. During my stay, I heard quite a lot about the previous lord. Would you be interested in hearing about it? Bailding? Paul was momentarily taken aback. The current lord of Bailding, Malrand Ganard, wasn't much older than him. The Ganard family was one of the few families in the northwestern region with good relations with the Grayman family. Malron was a childhood friend of Paul's. During the recent pirate unrest, the fort steward had sent a plea for help to Balding, but Malron replied that he was unable to assist as his troops had been requisitioned by a royal emissary. A few years ago, Malron's father, Lord Gannard, fell seriously ill. After recovering, he seemed like a changed man, no longer recognizing anyone. The two families gradually lost contact, and not long after, Lord Gannard tragically drowned. Paul had accompanied his father to pay respects. That was the last time he saw his childhood companion. Still young, Malron inherited his father's title and then withdrew from public life, reportedly focusing on learning how to be a good lord under the guidance of his vassals. Go ahead, tell me. Paul was curious why Hansel brought this up. They say that after his illness, Lord Gannard's personality changed dramatically. He even began to distance himself from his own son and engaged in a series of bizarre actions. Paul knew about the personality change but hadn't paid much attention to the other details. He asked, "What kind of bizarre actions?" Lord Gannard started by advocating for equality, proclaiming that all men are born free. This aligned well with the church's views, and the northern bishop even considered bestowing an honorary title on him. But then he turned against the church, claiming there were no gods in this world and denouncing the priests as charlatans. This is too bold. Paul himself harbored such thoughts but hadn't dared to voice them yet. Before the church could react, he took even more outrageous steps. He not only stripped the local nobility of their privileges, declaring that nobles and commoners were equal under the law, but he also forced slave owners to convert their slaves into paid employees. Paul's eyebrows raised. His uncle, Lord Gannard, certainly knew how to stir things up. Seeing Paul's reaction, Hansel continued, "After that, Lord Gannard declared that everyone in his territory would have a piece of land sufficient to sustain themselves. He took control of all the land under his rule and redistributed it equally among every household, regardless of whether they were his vassals, nobles, or commoners." Paul was speechless. This was a striking parallel to the historical figure Wang Mang from another world. He asked apprehensively, "Then what happened?" Hansel shrugged. "He died. It's said that he fell overboard while fishing and drowned. After that, his territory returned to how it used to be." Conspiracy, coup, regicide. A series of ominous terms flooded Paul's mind. Seeing Paul's startled expression, Baron Hansel smiled. "Lord Grayman, I am not against the liberation of serfs. Many, including myself, detest the slavery system. Apart from those who became slaves due to debt or war, most slaves are born into it because one or both of their parents were slaves, and they can never escape that stigma. I appreciate a society with orderly class structures, but a system that completely blocks upward mobility is utterly unreasonable." Hansel, somewhat passionately, continued, "A fair and just society is one where the capable rise and the incapable fall." Realizing he had gotten carried away, Hansel paused, regaining his usual composed demeanor. "In short, Lord Grayman, I suggest your reforms should be gradual, giving people time to adapt, and you should also have solid support for yourself." Paul nodded, clearly shaken by the story of his neighboring lord. "You're right, Hansel. I accept your advice and thank you." The pirate eradication had indeed made him somewhat complacent, and he had forgotten the nature of the world he was in. Baron Hansel's expression remained unchanged. "I'm honored to be of help. I hope to continue our collaboration for a long time, Count. Take care of yourself. By the way, I plan to return to the south in a few days to start the talent recruitment plan we discussed. What do you think?" Paul was delighted. "You're ready?" "I can't wait. There's not much to prepare. Since you've started working on increasing food production, I can't just sit idle. Actually, I can leave tomorrow, but I heard your friend Quella Foster is returning to the south in a few days. I would like to travel with him. The Foster family is influential in Horn Bay, and forming ties with them should be beneficial for us." Paul clapped his hands. "That's exactly what I was thinking. I've already talked to him and asked him to recruit craftsmen for Elder. Moreover, I plan to start overseas trade with the Horn Bay Alliance." Hansel's appreciation for the young lord grew. He suddenly had an idea. "Since releasing the serfs will take time, we can alleviate the labor shortage in another way. The South has many refugees due to wars, and both the kingdom's government and local lords are troubled by them. Do you have the confidence and capability to accommodate them? Paul was overjoyed. Yes, yes, bring them all to me. This partnership was indeed turning out to be a wise choice. Chapter 54, Moonlit Conversations! Chapter 54, Moonlit Conversations. TL, Etude. After being reminded by Hansel, Paul modified parts of the agricultural development outline and then ordered the steward Ford to gather a group of government officials to study the specifics. The Count's eagerness to increase the grain production in his territory was a positive development, and it was met with great enthusiasm. Soon, a series of draft regulations were established, which mainly included advancing land consolidation, promoting the four-field crop rotation system, deploying clerks to establish agricultural associations in various villages and towns to supervise and guide the implementation of the laws, dispatching specialists to inspect local water conservancy conditions, reporting to the Lord's Mansion for timely repairs, and conducting a census of the population in various settlements of the Elder Territory. The town of Lakehart also gathered a group of blacksmiths and carpenters to establish a workshop dedicated to making agricultural tools. The Count, deeming the term workshop insufficiently imposing, personally renamed it the Agricultural Machinery Factory. He similarly renamed the paper-making workshop to Paper Mill and the pottery workshop to Ceramics Factory. Paul visited the Agricultural Machinery Factory daily, collaborating with the craftsmen to recreate 18th-century agricultural equipment from his past life memories. In preparation for the emancipation of serfs, Father Morrison was instructed to select a few teachers and culturally literate students to form a propaganda team, starting with the attendees of the Vice Academy to subtly instill anti-slavery messages. This included organizing theatrical performances depicting the brutality of slave owners and the plight of slaves, and quoting from scriptures and other religious texts to declare how slavery violated the teachings of the Lord. As a devout follower and servant of the Lord of Light with a faith above the pass mark, Father Morrison wholeheartedly supported the Count's intention to abolish slavery, racking his brains daily to enhance the effectiveness of the propaganda. Soon after, the propaganda team, centered in Lakehart Town, began widespread campaigning throughout the Elder Territory, using Father Morrison's religious background to fly the banner of the Lord of Light, thus reducing certain interferences and obstacles. Even Leonard, the reclusive abbot of the North Shore Monastery, became aware of this team spreading the message of equality, in line with the Church's principles. Upon learning that some of the campaigners were former monks, he reflected on how these young men, despite abandoning their secluded life, had not forgotten the Lord's teachings. Abbot Leonard reached out to Father Morrison, and after a deep conversation, though he disliked Morrison's slickness, he had to admit the latter's grasp of doctrine was impressive. Leonard expressed concern, won't this antagonize Count Grayman? After all, Paul Grayman was the largest slave owner in the region, owning more serfs than all other landlords combined. Morrison chuckled, dismissing the others to secretly reveal that he was acting under the Count's instruction, who refrained from making a personal appearance due to secular concerns. Leonard was shocked, feeling ashamed for previously suspecting Paul of witchcraft and refusing his requests. Equality had been a key principle since the Church's inception, a major reason for its widespread appeal, but with the corruption and degeneration of the higher clergy and their collusion with secular nobility, the slogan had become just that, a slogan. Leonard offered to assist in abolishing slavery to the best of his ability, leading Morrison to recruit a few more monks from the monastery. Queller Foster was finally departing. During his stay in the Elder Territory, he had toured extensively, enjoying the scenery of the Northwest. Before leaving, he visited Lakehart Town to bid farewell to Paul. In the evening, Paul hosted a banquet in the castle to entertain Queller and his adventuring group, requesting Queller to convey his respects to the Marquis Foster and express his desire to establish a commercial partnership with the Foster family. Queller heartily agreed. Hansel, also present at the dinner, expressed his wish to travel south with Queller's group, to which the young Foster gladly consented. After the dinner and some card playing in the recreation room, everyone retired to their rooms, but Paul, lying in bed, was restless and sleepless. Recently, his mind had been filled with whimsical plans, gradually turning him into a night owl. Deciding he needed some fresh air, Paul put on his clothes and stepped out of his bedroom for a stroll in the corridor. There, he discovered the green-haired girl standing before a window, gazing up at the moon, lost in thought. The moonlight enveloped her, casting an ethereal beauty around her. He greeted her. "Good evening, Miss Lady." Startled, the scholar turned round and saw the young lord behind her. She nodded slightly and responded calmly. "Good evening, Count." Paul asked, "Are you excited to return home tomorrow?" Unable to sleep, she didn't respond, her face hidden in shadow beneath her large scholar's hat, her expression unreadable. Feeling awkward, Paul thought he should leave since she seemed not to want to be disturbed. "Thank you for your help with the black-spotted tiger in the forest that day. Without you, I might have met a grim fate." After expressing his gratitude and turning to leave, she spoke up about something else. "The talent recruitment decree in the center of the town. Was it posted by you?" Surprised by her question, he confirmed. "Yes, Miss Lady." "Are you interested in working here?" She shook her head, which Paul expected, considering the differences between the remote northwest and the prosperous south. She continued, "It's rare to see someone who doesn't care about one's background or lineage. Even in the more enlightened southern countries, these factors are often prioritized." Paul replied, "I've never been much concerned with such things. It doesn't matter if someone is a lower noble or a commoner. Even a slave, if capable, would be entrusted with important tasks." She fell silent again. Just as Paul was about to leave, she asked faintly, "What about others?" "Others? What do you mean?" Paul was puzzled. "Like those who are inherently different from others, not in terms of status." She seemed hesitant, then added, "Those who might be considered non-human by ordinary people." Paul asked, "But from your tone, you still consider these special groups as humans, right?" She nodded. "Miss Lady, we have a saying here, an animal that looks like a donkey, walks like a donkey, and brays like a donkey, is a donkey." She chuckled at the analogy, a first for her. Encouraged by her smile, Paul continued, "Do they look like humans?" She nodded. "Do they speak like humans?" She nodded again. "Do they value kinship and friendship?" She still nodded. "Do they abide by the law?" This time, she didn't nod but said, "Like ordinary people, there are good and bad among them." Paul clapped his hands together. "Good. Then I'll welcome the good ones and apprehend the bad ones." Hearing this, she stared at Paul intently. After a moment, she bowed slightly. "Lord Grayman, may fortune and kindness always be with you." With that, Lady turned and walked to the room, leaving Paul alone in the corridor, pondering the strangeness of the night. Chapter 56, Uniting the Military Spirit! Chapter 56, Uniting the Military Spirit! TL, Etude. The next day, Paul saw off Queller, Hansel, and their group outside the town. Accompanying them was a supple convoy, a token of the Elder Territory's loyalty to the royal house. Though modest in quantity, it was a symbolic gesture, to prepare for the potential resistance in the upcoming emancipation of slaves. Paul began a significant overhaul of the military based on Hansel's advice to have a strong foundation of support. 1. He established a logistics department responsible for military supplies procurement, distribution, and payrolls. Ron, who previously handled supplies for the new recruits training camp, was appointed as the head of this department. 2. An equipment department was set up for research and testing of military weapons. Kelly, who previously managed grenade production, was named as the head of this department. 3. He formed a staff department, tasked with analyzing wartime situations, advising Paul, and developing combat plans based on his directives. During peacetime, this department would lead the training and development of land forces. The chief officer, the chief of staff, would continue to be the old knight, Schroeder. 4. A naval department was established to command naval operations during war and oversee training and development in peacetime. Austin, the acting commander of the Northwest Bay Fleet, would also serve as the chief officer of this department. Paul instructed the staff department to refine military regulations and disciplinary systems, especially tightening the duty system for officers. All officers were prohibited from leaving their posts without permission, and company-level officers and below were required to reside in the barracks. If a soldier or officer left without permission and did not return within 2 days, they would be punished. If they failed to return within 2 weeks, they would be treated as deserters. Through these changes, the military became more functionally specialized, resembling a professional army. To train more high-quality officers, a military academy, Grayman Military Academy, was built next to the Vice Academy. Schroeder, Bryce, and other senior officers developed military textbooks and training outlines tailored to the elder army's characteristics, based on the era's combat requirements. Paul also contributed, applying military knowledge he had learned from forums in his previous life and occasionally offering suggestions. The military academy was initially more of a crash course for officers, primarily serving active low-ranking officers in the current forces. A slogan painted in white on the walls of the Lakehart town barracks read, "The military cannot exist without the people, just as fish cannot live without water." Paul was striving to build a bond between the military and civilians, inspired by a certain army from his past life. The image of national armies in this era wasn't particularly positive. While there were exemplary commanders like Princess Catherine of the Ordo Kingdom, known for her well-disciplined forces, such cases were exceptions. Most armies could be summarized as discipline maintained by the whip, morale by plunder, often harassing and exploiting even their own people. Paul ordered the troops stationed in Lakehart Town and Port Fran not to disturb the civilians and to participate in voluntary labor on weekends to assist nearby residents, improving the military's social image. Somehow, the term "Children of the Regiment" emerged as a new nickname for the elder military personnel, gradually becoming popular throughout the territory. Paul also instructed local clerks to assist soldiers' families, especially those of soldiers who were disabled or lost in battles against pirates, hoping to foster a culture of military support to attract more young people to join the army and protect their homeland. Additionally, he increased the soldiers' monthly salary by 60% after consulting with the steward Philip about the current financial situation of the Lord's Mansion. A new recruit could now earn 500 copper coins per month. Considering the cost of living in the Northwest, this was a substantial income. Since the army provided food, accommodation, and clothing, soldiers could save their entire salary or have part of it sent directly to their families through the logistics department. To curb the phenomenon of ghosting and the exploitation of soldiers in the military after its expansion, salaries were directly distributed to the soldiers or their families by the logistics department, with no interference from their superiors. At that time, there was a widespread sentiment of gratitude towards the Count throughout the military. After entering July, on a spacious area on the southern shore of Lake Vice, a tall monument and a grand building were completed. The monument was engraved with the words "Forever Remembered," and the grand building's entrance bore the inscription "Hall of Heroes." This was something Paul insisted on building despite many objections. Constructed with precious stones and materials, it indeed cost a significant sum. The hall displayed the names, origins, and life stories of every soldier from the Elder Army who had sacrificed their lives, including those who perished in the ambush that claimed old Grayman's life. On the day of its completion, the Lord's Manor held a solemn memorial service in front of the hall, inviting the families of the fallen soldiers to attend. The somber atmosphere brought many to tears, especially the soldiers, many of whom wept openly. They mourned the sacrifice of their comrades and were moved by Paul's kindness. For centuries, it had always been the high-ranking generals and heroic warriors who were celebrated through generations, but who remembered these seemingly insignificant soldiers? Countless unnamed soldiers fell on the battlefield and were eventually forgotten as their families passed away, their memories fading into the long river of history. From now on, however, the names of these ordinary soldiers would also be known and commemorated by future generations, as long as this building stood. Father Morrison, Father Anderson, and Dean Leonard presided over the prayer ceremony during the memorial, leading the monks in prayers to the Lord of Light, hoping that the sacrificed soldiers would lead happy and blessed lives in heaven. It was unprecedented in history for a noble to value low-ranking soldiers so highly. The old dean couldn't help but wonder if the young count, as Morrison had said, was truly a messenger sent by the Lord of Light to save the suffering of the world. A few days after the memorial service, two figures rode slowly out of Lakehart Town on horseback. "Fergus, have you really decided to leave?" Bryce looked at his old friend, attempting one last persuasion. His friend Fergus nodded, saying, "The Count has grand ambitions and clearly wants to build a strong army. His new rules are excellent, but you know me, I'm used to a laid-back life. and suddenly adapting to all these strict rules is a bit too much for me." Bryce replied helplessly. "All right then, I won't insist. What are your plans for the future?" Fergus, Bryce's good friend, was warm-hearted and straightforward. The two got along very well. After Paul's reforms, Fergus served as the deputy commander of a company and made significant contributions in the battles against the pirates. His only flaw was his casual demeanor. Struggling with the strict military discipline, he voluntarily requested retirement. According to the new military regulations, this would normally warrant severe punishment. However, considering that he was one of old Grayman's knights and had many merits, Paul discreetly allowed his release. He told Bryce, "I plan to manage my estate and live a carefree life as a wealthy landowner, but if the Count needs me, I will definitely come galloping to his aid." Bryce raised an eyebrow. "I knew you would say that. Anything else?" Fergus slapped his forehead. "I forgot. If you call me for a drink, I'll come riding over without a second thought." "That's more like it. We haven't settled who's the better drinker yet." The two laughed heartily. "So, take care, let's have a good drink together next time." "Definitely." They waved goodbye, and Bryce stood by the bridge, watching his friend ride off into the sunset. This chapter should be 55, Chapter 57, The Cry for Help! Chapter 57, The Cry for Help! TL, Etude. Since a series of agricultural decrees were announced, Paul Grayman spent his days in a busy and fulfilling life. He reviewed the construction reports of agricultural associations from various local officials and occasionally rode to the villages near Lakehart Town for inspections. A letter disrupted this routine, sent by Lord Malran Gannard of Bailding, who was also his childhood friend. The letter was written on the new type of paper produced in Alder. Paul felt a sense of pride touching the letter. The paper he invented was gradually becoming a part of people's lives. At first glance, the content seemed ordinary, offering warm greetings and sharing amusing incidents from his domain. However, some sentences were awkwardly phrased, causing Paul some discomfort. "Really, one would think it was written by a child just learning to write." Count Paul shook his head and mercilessly critiqued his childhood friend's writing. "Wait a second," Paul thought. In his memory, they had corresponded before, and his friend wasn't this poor at writing, unless it was that situation. He hurried back to his bedroom, rummaging through his belongings until he found what he remembered, a box containing several thin wooden pieces with irregularly arranged rectangular holes. This was the secret code he and Malran had agreed on, used to hide messages in their letters that only they could understand. Messages like "Got spanked again last night, father is a tyrant, I secretly poured out the butler's wine." His shocked face was hilarious. Or "Today I saw further touching the maids behind," things that would spell trouble if seen by their parents. To write a coded message, they would place a wooden piece over the paper and write words in the holes, then remove the piece and fill the rest of the space with filler words, forming a seemingly ordinary letter. However, this also resulted in somewhat disjointed sentences, or unrelated contexts, which could seem bizarre to an outsider. To prevent the same patterns from being recognized, they created many such wooden pieces, each with a different arrangement of holes. The writer would choose a piece at random, and the receiver had to try each piece until the message made sense. "Chandelier. Flying. Into the river. Not this one." "Butler. Night falling. Fire. Not this one either." "Delicious. Rat. Fell into a ditch. Let's try another." Paul tried each piece over the letter, deciphering the coded message. After 9 unsuccessful attempts, the 10th piece revealed a coherent sentence. "I overheard the butler's conversation. Father was murdered. Now they are after me. Help me." The rest of the sentence became jumbled again. The terrifying information in the coded message shocked Paul. To ensure it was not a misunderstanding, he tested the remaining pieces, but none provided as coherent a message as the first. Paul's heart sank. It seemed his friend was embroiled in a life-threatening conspiracy. Father was murdered. Wasn't this the warning Hansel gave about old Gannard's accidental drowning? Paul had suspected a conspiracy, as old Gannard's reforms impacted the interests of his vassals, making a collective plot to eliminate their Lord Plausible. Now, with Malran overhearing the conspirators, the matter seemed confirmed. The problem now was, with a plea for help received, should he save his friend or not? Count Paul was torn. On one hand, Although his connections from before regaining his memories from another world seemed less significant, he wasn't indifferent to the point of ignoring a friend in trouble. He still felt nostalgic about their childhood play. On the other hand, his domain was just starting reforms and industries, and he didn't want to get involved in external affairs. Another reason was Ganard's status. Unlike Grayman's disgraced family, Bailding under Ganard was a genuine countdom with 5 vassals, 2 viscounts and 3 barons. If all these nobles were part of the conspiracy, and he recklessly intervened, could he win against their united front? Paul decided to first understand the situation better. He left his bedroom and called for a servant, instructing, "Summon Steward Hansel to see me, and make it quick." In the capital of Bailding, Buchuyur, a man slowly entered a tavern and sat down at the bar, loudly ordering, "Barkeep, a malt beer please." The tavern owner fetched a clean glass, filled it to the brim from the keg, and served it with a prompt, "Enjoy." After downing a few sips, the customer engaged the owner in a wide-ranging conversation, from pirate invasions in the west to rebellions of vassals in the south. When ordering a second round, he casually asked, "It seems there were no pirate attacks here, but why are there so many soldiers on the streets?" The owner replied nonchalantly, "You're from out of town, aren't you?" Several barons and viscounts of Bailding have gathered here. Their private soldiers are all over the streets. Is something significant happening? The soldiers under Count Junior Ganard have been sent south by the royal command to quell a rebellion. His vassals claim they're here to guard the lord's safety and maintain order in Buchuyur. HMPH. The customer's interest was piqued by the owner's final HMPH, suggesting a deeper story. He quietly asked, "Your tone suggests there might be more to it?" The owner glanced at him but didn't respond. The customer reached into his pocket and slapped something on the table, loudly announcing, "Time to pay." When he removed his hand, a silver coin was left on the table, a sum far exceeding the cost of 2 beers. The owner quickly scanned the tavern, which had only 2 other patrons in a corner. Unlikely to notice them, he swiftly pocketed the silver coin. As the customer stood to leave, the owner said, "We also have our special homebrew beer. Would you like to try a few more glasses?" The customer's lips curled into a smile, and he sat back down. "Then I'll try your special brew. If it's good, I'll come back." He tapped the bar, leaving another silver coin visible between his fingers. The owner brought over a large glass of beer. The customer, his right hand still on the table, started sipping the beer with his left. The owner, lowering his voice, said, "Did you hear about Count Old Ganard a few years ago? He planned to confiscate his vassals' lands, making many enemies." The customer nodded in acknowledgement. "Then the Count drowned, but his death was too suspicious. I know for a fact that the Count was an excellent swimmer since he was a child." Surprised, the customer asked in a low voice, "Are you implying his vassals killed him?" The owner shook his head. "That's your guess, not mine." The customer probed further, "What happened next? How does this relate to the private soldiers on the streets?" After checking their surroundings again, the owner continued, "After the Count's death, his son Mulran inherited the title, but since then, the young Count hardly ever leaves his home. He used to be so outgoing, often visiting Elder to play with the young master of the Grayman family, and suddenly he became reclusive." As the customer sipped his beer, the owner added, "Now, several of Ganard's vassals gathered in Buchuyur are his relatives. The Count only has one son, and his soldiers aren't around." He then stopped, leaving the implication hanging. Putting down his glass, the customer asked, "If something happens to young Ganard, would the title fall into one of the vassals' hands?" The owner replied with a sly smile, "That's still your guess. I only know so much." After finishing his drink, the customer retracted his hand, leaving the shiny silver coin on the bar. "The beer here is great. I'll come back for sure." Saying this, he leisurely walked out of the tavern. Chapter 58, Discussing Strategy! Chapter 58, Discussing Strategy. TL, Etude. 2 days after receiving the distress letter, Intelligence Director Cecil laid out the information regarding the situation in Bailding and his analysis on the desk of Lord Paul. Paul's brows furrowed after reading the letter. It seemed his friend was truly in peril, now under house arrest, waiting for the traitors to divide the spoils and pick an opportune day to stage an accident, just like his unfortunate father. Cecil asked, "If you wish to rescue Count Ganard, I can deploy all available personnel to building and thoroughly investigate the traitors. Paul stroked his chin. Whether to rescue him or not needs discussion with others, but it's always good to gather intelligence first. Send someone for now. Half a day later, Paul summoned the top military and political officials to his manor, presenting them with Malran Ganard's plea for help. Although the instances of vassals plotting to overthrow their lords weren't common, they weren't unheard of either. For example, it was rumored that the Kent family of neighboring Emden acquired their countship through dubious means. Hence, no one showed much surprise. As the letter was passed around, the anxious Count mused, if my future reforms clash with the interests of those present, would they conspire against me? While lost in thought, Steward Ford asked, how do you plan to deal with this letter? Paul replied, Cecil has already sent someone to Building to investigate the traitors. But I haven't decided whether to rescue Malran immediately. If we do, I'm unsure how to proceed, so I wanted to discuss it with everyone. Bryce slammed the table. Count Ganard is your childhood friend and sworn brother. If you ignore him, people will scorn you. Bryce's blunt statement in public put Paul in a difficult position. Paul, slightly embarrassed, said, I didn't say I won't save him, but we need to consider our capabilities, which is why I called for this discussion. The concept of sworn brothers was akin to sworn siblings in ancient times. Malran and Paul, who got along well in childhood, became sworn brothers under their mother's arrangement. Paul reflected on their early departed mothers, struggling to recall his mother's face in this life. Steward Ford was relieved to see the young lord not blinded by pride from his victory over pirates, nor rashly starting an unwinnable war. Instead, he weighed the pros and cons and sought collective counsel, showing competence as a lord. Stroking his white beard, Ford said, abandoning your sworn brother is indeed improper, and rumors could tarnish your reputation, but we can't act recklessly. Remember, Lord Ganard is still in their hands. And judging by the letter, the traitors haven't realized their plot is exposed. If we openly march to rescue him, putting aside the outcome, what if we corner them and they harm Ganard? Paul seized the opportunity, expressing his concern. Ford continued, I have a suggestion. Your birthday is approaching, and you could send out invitations for a gathering of the nobles of the Northwest. Oh? Paul had forgotten his own birthday amidst his busy schedule. I'll personally deliver the invitation to Ganard in Buch-Yu-Yu. We need to confirm his safety. As your sworn brother, he must attend your birthday, regardless of any major issues. If he doesn't, it would be highly unusual. The traitors should have no reason to stop him, assuming they are still unaware of Ganard knowing their plot. Paul was starting to grasp the idea. Steward Ford stroked his beard and suggested, once Count Ganard is on our territory, it will be easier. We can issue a proclamation in his name, calling upon the surrounding lords to suppress the rebellion. Paul clapped his hand in agreement. That's the plan. Maybe I should go there myself. The people in the hall unanimously objected. You must not risk yourself, my lord. What if the traitors realize something? Paul reluctantly abandoned the idea. Soon, Steward Ford departed with the invitations to Buch-Yu-Yu, while Paul prepared for the possible war ahead. With continuous recruitment of craftsmen and training of apprentices, the firearms manufacturing team had grown to 30 people. Through their efforts, the Elder Army now possessed 60 muskets. This number allowed Paul to experiment with tactics like volley fire to maintain continuous firepower. However, Paul regretted that the technical challenges of the flintlock musket remained unsolved. Firstly, the springs were difficult to manufacture. While not impossible, the success rate was too low, and a slightly weak spring wouldn't produce sparks. Even if it did ignite, there was still the issue of gunpowder. The experimental flintlock muskets took over 3 seconds from trigger pull to firing because the flintlock could only produce a few sparks into the pan. If the gunpowder burned slowly, igniting the entire charge took time. And with such few sparks, gunpowder with low sensitivity wouldn't ignite at all. Although both the matchlock and flintlock muskets used a touch hole to ignite the powder in the barrel, the matchlock's requirements for propellant were significantly lower, as its thick, burning cord could quickly ignite a large amount of powder and burn rapidly into the touch hole. Solving this required high-quality, finely milled gunpowder, but manual grinding was too inefficient. Paul was dissatisfied every time he saw soldiers practicing with their long match cords. Matchlocks were greatly affected by weather. and the explosion of the priming powder could dislodge the match cord, risking ignition of the gunners and nearby soldiers' powder. Therefore, musketeers had to maintain distance from each other, leading to sparser firing lines and less dense firepower. Nevertheless, two developments comforted Paul. The first was the invention of socket bayonets, allowing musketeers some independence from pikemen. Fortunately, the current matchlocks weren't as cumbersome as early Earth models, making bayonet usage feasible. The second was the invention of cartridge ammunition using the newly developed paper cartridges, containing a lead ball and gunpowder and sealed with grease for moisture protection, were mass-produced. This improved loading speed and ensured precise control of the powder charge. For heavier firepower, the successful experiment with 6-pound bronze cannons added them to Alda's military arsenal. So far, 2 had been made, along with 4 4-pound cannons. Beyond these large cannons, Paul also introduced a version of the Ming Dynasty's Tiger Squat cannon. This light cannon had a thin barrel and limited power, with a maximum range of 500 meters. However, it was highly mobile, carried by just 2 soldiers, and could fire at high angles with curved trajectories. Using large iron nails and front claws to anchor it to the ground, it fired grapeshot or stone fragments to inflict damage. Made of cast iron, it was extremely cost-effective. End of Block 1.